Hello reader, this is the author Brittany Wang just popping in before the audiobook starts to let you know that the full audiobook for On Wings of Ash and Dust, narrated by the very talented Talon David, was too long to fit into a single YouTube video. So I had to split it up into two parts. This is part 2, which includes the second half of the story all the way to the end. If you missed part 1, I've linked it in the description below because you'll definitely want to start the story there. Whether you're heading over to that video or continuing the epic journey here, I hope you enjoy the story so much.
Part 4, Forest of Blood, The Dryad Hunt. Chapter 33. My sweaty fingers clench at my sides as I drag my feet down a long tube bridge, the dark ocean pressing in at every angle. I should be stuffing my face with delicious seafood along with everyone else in the Nymph Palace, our last breakfast before we shove off for the Dryad province next. Instead, I'm back in the depths of the ocean, where the only seafood I see is what's swimming around me. They almost seem to snicker at me as I answer the Queen's summons to her pod. Her twisted face when I ranked ahead of Vale in the Nymph trial plays over and over again in my mind. The Queen can't fault me for simply trying to survive, can she? Whatever the case, I can talk my way out of this. I start to prepare my defense as I enter the dome, but halt as I near the Queen's pod. A stocky, feather-winged fae swoops in from an aqua gate on the other side. Moonface? Slipping around the pod wall, I wait for him to pass by on his way to the palace. Instead, he stops short, barging into the Queen's quarters. I thought I'd be free of him after we departed from Eldor. What is he doing here?
Your Majesty, forgive the intrusion. I must speak to you.
Moonface's muffled voice sounds from inside.
Not now, Jasper. But Your Grace, it's about the missing item.
There's a pause, and the Queen lowers her voice. I can barely make out the words.
Speak quickly. I have Quinn on her way right now, and no one must see you here.
Intrigued, I press my ear against the pod wall, listening harder.
As you've instructed, we've been in Eldor searching everywhere for the ancient text, but it hasn't turned up.
The Queen's voice takes a biting turn.
Vale said it must be somewhere in her chambers, though I've sensed she's hiding something from me. Return to Eldor and search again. Vale's room, the main library. Turn the whole palace upside down if you have to.
She pauses.
If it isn't found, I want the other competitors' things searched as well. Thankfully, they wouldn't be able to read it, but you know how detrimental it would be if someone found it who could.
My mind goes to the mystic tome with its unreadable code. I nearly gasp out loud. It can't be the same, can it? If it is, why is it so important to her? Does the Queen know how to decipher it?
Well, what are you waiting for?
The Queen's voice rises.
Get going! Of course, Your Majesty.
Moonface says before shooting out the door and back toward the aqua gate he entered from. I've never seen him fly so fast. I don't want it to seem like I was right outside the whole time, so I wait, pressing my back against the outer wall of the pod. If I'm right, that the mystic text and the book they're talking about are one and the same, I should warn Hickory. But there will be time for that. Right now, I have to appear before the Queen, or she might get suspicious. I knock on the door.
Come in.
The Queen's voice is calm and collected again. You summoned me, Your Grace? I enter tentatively and bow, remembering why she called me here to begin with. The Queen's pod is the most lavish of all, filled with ornate bird cages as well as a slew of potted plants that cover the vanity and violet carpet. She must have brought them with her from the royal gardens. The Queen doesn't turn, busy watering a tall hydrangea. I brace myself for whatever scolding is coming.
Ah, Quinn, I trust you are well rested after yesterday's events?
She asks, still consumed by tending to her plants.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I bow my head. That's a lie. After talking to Hickory about his visions and how they'd lined up with my dreams, my nightmares had been especially vivid. I blink, trying to look more awake. "And may I just say how sorry I am to have surpassed Vale in rank. It was not my intention."
"Well, I should hope not."
The Queen finally puts down her watering vase and raises a brow.
"I assume that from here on out, we will continue to put our best foot forward, while keeping our eye on the true prize."
She eyes me carefully. "Of course, Your Majesty." I nod, getting the hint. It's subtle, as I'm learning is the Queen's way. If I want to be free of this life, I can't forget that I need to play her game, and make sure I don't outmatch Vale again.
"Now, I have some royal business to attend to before I depart Isinglass, so I'm asking one of my captains to lead the traveling party through the woodlands in my stead. I'll need you to keep a close eye on Vale and keep her safe."
"Of course, Your Majesty," I say again, wondering if her royal business has anything to do with the mysterious book.
"I'll follow shortly," she assures me. "But before you enter Dryad territory, I want to give you some guidance."
I wait, expecting her to share some advantage for the next trial. But that isn't it at all.
"Do not get distracted by the puck."
"What?" I freeze, my mind racing. With her talk of the tome and Hickory fresh in my mind, I wonder if she's talking about him. Was she in the infirmary when I spoke with him last night? Or did someone tell her?
"I know your tendency is to be impulsive," she continues, "but I need you completely focused on the task at hand. Believe me, I know what it's like to be swept away by young love. It isn't worth it. Not when more important things are at stake."
Young love? I recall her story of falling in love with Prince Marcus and how poorly that went for her. "Your Majesty, I'm not quite sure what you mean." The Queen waves a graceful hand to quiet me.
"Focus on the competition now, and you can always try to charm him in the future. Believe me, I don't have much faith in his marriage arrangement lasting much longer."
Aaron. She means Aaron. My shoulders relax, but my heartbeat quickens. Everyone saw us dancing together at the masquerade. Could she have seen us swimming together the other evening as well? A pod lamp had flickered on just as I was leaving the pool that night. Blast! Could it have been hers? "Your Grace, you have absolutely nothing to worry about."
"Good."
She cuts me off, staring at me.
"I trust you to take care of this then, yes? Because I'd much rather not have to intervene again."
Again? I blink. What does she mean, again? The Queen turns back to her plants and begins to hum a tune I vaguely recognize. Then it hits me. It's the lullaby Aaron played during the trial. The memory of Aaron's violin flashes in my mind. The snapping of its string jabs at my side, and my breath catches. I'd first thought Niall tampered with the instrument. Could it have been the Queen? Would she really go so far to ensure my focus stays on helping Vale win the crown, even risking Aaron's death? I swallow hard. Before anything even happened between Aaron and me, the Queen knew he would have had a natural advantage for his clan's trial. Slowing him down, or possibly taking him out completely, would have been an added bonus for her. She's already gotten me out of the running with our deal. I shouldn't put anything past her. I stare at the Queen with a new level of unease. She glances my way with arched eyebrows, still waiting for me to respond.
"Do we understand each other?" she presses.
I try to force words out, anything at all. All I can do is nod. If the Queen is saying what I think she is, I have more to worry about than I thought. I'll just have to stay away from Aaron. I have to convince her nothing is going on between us, or who knows what she might do next. The nymphs send us off with a display of spiraling water arcs and a grand choir of singers. As we sail away, the towering palace of Isinglass descends back into the ocean depths until only bubbles linger on the surface. Frankly, I'm glad to be finished with this vain clan and have another part of the competition under my belt. But I also lament, knowing I'm leaving my precious Silver Sea yet again for the most dangerous place yet. The woodlands. Dryad territory. As we make port, we leave not only the ocean behind, but also most of the day's light. Twisted trees reach for the sky, blocking out most of the sun, leaving us to trudge through eerie shadows. The forest is too dense to fly through, so we travel on foot through thick greenery. A screeching owl startles me, then a rustling sound in the bushes. I draw closer to our traveling party as I imagine beady eyes lurking in the shadows. From past pirate raids, I know creatures and even the trees themselves could be rogue dryad changelings preparing to ambush us at any moment. I feel for my daggers hidden under my cloak. Whether the dryad lord has claimed to receive us in peace or not, there's no way I'm walking through the woodlands unarmed. As time drags on, the scenery changes. Rotting logs encumber our path, and dead leaves crunch underfoot as I swat away humming insects. Branches groan in the stale breeze, many barely holding on to their last leaves. "What's that smell?" Vale scrunches her nose. I sniff the air. In place of fresh pine, the mustiness of moss and decay fills my nose. Every time I enter the woodlands, another part of the forest seems to be dying a little more. I lean my hand against a tree trunk and the bark falls away, dry and brittle. Fiery visions from my nightmare flash through my mind, and I pull my hand back.
"You all right?"
Aaron asks, suddenly beside me. "I'm fine," I say, averting my eyes. The Queen's warning from earlier rings in my mind.
"Do not get distracted by the puck. I'd much rather not have to intervene again."
I press forward, hoping he'll get the hint. No such luck.
"I've been meaning to talk to you."
He matches my pace, his voice a low whisper. I don't answer.
"Are you mad at me or something?"
"No, what would I have to be mad about?" I shrug, keeping my gaze ahead. I can do this. Even if the Queen hadn't threatened him, this is for the best. Whatever almost happened between us and Isinglass, he's still promised to Arista. It's pointless to keep letting him in. "We're competitors, Aaron," I say simply when he continues to follow. "It's probably time we start acting like it."
"Right. Okay."
His voice lightly cracks with a sadness that makes me want to take it all back. Before I can give in to the temptation, I pick up my pace and stride ahead. With every crunching step, I hate myself and this place even more. Alice's countenance, however, seems to grow lighter the deeper we go into the forest. Her black braids bounce as she and her attendants take the lead. It's her turn to go home, though nothing feels homey to me about this place. I may not quite understand her, but I find myself happy for her. And without former crewmates like Colt, who knew the woodlands and always carried handy explosives for protection, I feel a lot safer with her in our company. After what feels like hours, we finally stop at an open field near a brook for rest and a midday meal. Alice's attendants leave to go on a short hunt for food, while the 5 of us are left behind with the Queen's captain and a group of sylph guards. We've brought along some dried squid from Isinglass and are allowed to drink from the flowing brook, but we aren't supposed to go too far from the tents and fire pits that the attendants have set up for us.
"Have you ever been to Vindoria?"
Hickory asks me quietly, perched on a log near the flames. No, I cup my hands into the brook's cool water and drink deeply. My crew often pillaged villages throughout the forest, but we never found the Dryad's capital. You?
"I've been once, to paint a portrait for the Dryad Lord and Lady, but I was blindfolded on the way there and back, so I wouldn't be able to return or lead anyone else there. I'm just glad the clans have opened up their borders for the competition, so that I don't need to be blindfolded this time."
He shivers. Being forced into complete blindness must have been an utter nightmare for him. He glances behind us. Though a dozen sylph guards are spread out around our campsite, they're either too busy looking for external dangers or consumed in conversation to notice us. Taking the opportunity, Hickory pulls his dust pipe from his jacket and sticks a twig in the fire, using it to light the pixie dust. He inhales deeply, his body lifting off the log, floating in midair. He breathes out a puff of smoke into a glittering raven, which majestically glides away from us. I gawk. Even his pipe smoke is artistic. Settling down onto the log, Hickory relaxes, leaning against a rock.
By the way,
he lowers his voice and peers through his good eye at me.
When are we going to talk about the you-know-what again?
I purse my lips. I haven't told him about the Queen's conversation with Moonface, and if they were even talking about the same book. There have been too many people around us to get a moment alone. I peer around to make sure no one is able to hear us now. I'm not sure where Alice is, but I soon spot Aaron farther down the river. Unsurprisingly, Vale is with him. I tell myself not to care. She pulls him by the hand, playfully guiding him deeper into the woods before the guards can notice. My chest tightens, and before I know it, I've shot to my feet. If Aaron doesn't like her the way she likes him, why does he humor her? And what in the world are they always sneaking off for?
Quinn?
Hickory says. We'll talk later, I promise. I trail after them, careful to not attract attention from the guards. Let's just survive this place first.
Okay.
Hickory's shoulders slump as he follows me into the brush.
Where are we going?
Hush, I whisper sharply.
You don't have to come. Quinn, wait.
I whip around.
What did I just say?
His usually floppy ears perk straight up.
Did you hear that?
He asks, his good eye alert.
Hear what?
I'm getting more annoyed as I strain to listen. I don't hear anything.
Something's not right.
He closes his eyes and I wait, remembering his heightened senses.
I thought I heard...
A piercing scream cuts through the forest. It's coming from the same direction Vale took Aaron. With one look at each other, Hickory and I dart through the brush, clawing our way toward the sound. Breaking through to a small clearing, we find two figures standing at the mouth of a cave. Aaron is shielding Vale with a long branch in his hand as they inch back from a gigantic cat-like beast. A lynxicorn. Its spotted fur stands on end as it hisses, bearing dagger-like teeth and curling tusks, ready to slash through its enemies. Not to mention the spikes on the end of its swooshing tail and the long, pointed horn on top of its head. It could easily impale either of them in a second.
Nice kitty. We're not here to harm you,
Aaron says calmly.
Let us go, and we'll be on our way.
His words warble through the air. I hold my breath. He's trying to use his silver tongue on the beast. Good. Kaito used it on the Leviathan. Why wouldn't it work now? But the lynxicorn narrows its cat-like eyes as it takes a threatening step forward. Its shadow swallows Aaron and Vale in darkness. Even on all fours, it's nearly twice their height. They don't stand a chance.
You've got to be kidding me,
I curse under my breath. The lynxicorn's long, pointed ears twitch my way. Blast! Turning back to Aaron, it gives him a low, menacing growl, seeming to blame him for our sudden appearance. Aaron nudges Vale back and tightens his grip around the stick in his hand. He's going to try and battle it. Before he can swing, the lynxicorn lifts a clawed paw and slashes through Aaron's forearm. His stick falls to the ground, snapping in half. No! Vale shrieks, and my heart leaps into my throat as Aaron is knocked to the ground. Vale collapses next to him, trembling.
Get out of here,
he tells her through gritted teeth, clutching his bleeding arm. He then looks behind her where Hickory and I stand at the edge of the clearing and locks his eyes on my face.
All of you!
The lynxicorn is not one to wait. It claws at the dirt, lowering its horned head, preparing to charge. My jaw clenches. Oh, no, you don't. The Queen will kill me if anything happens to Vale, and if I let Aaron die trying to save her, I'll never forgive myself. I whip out my daggers and launch forward to help fend off the beast. Another figure beats me there, darting in between Aaron and the lynxicorn with nothing but her gloved hands. Alice. Just like with her dragon and the Leviathan, Alice puts out a hand and stares into the beast's eyes. The creature pauses, and Alice holds her ground as if expecting something to change. I hold my breath, hoping it does. Instead, the lynxicorn whips its spiked tail down right where Alice stands. She dodges the blow just in time as the spikes drive into the earth, causing shards of rock to go flying. Rolling back her shoulders, Alice leaps onto the beast's back. She yanks at its long ears to rein it in. That only makes it angrier. It rears and bucks with a deafening roar, trying to throw her off. Alice grips tighter, keeping her hold on the creature, but as it lands on all fours, her face drops. 5 more growling lynxicorns emerge from the brush. They're closing in on all sides, pressing us together. We're surrounded. I look at my daggers. They won't be enough.
"I told you I heard something,"
said Hickory, stepping back. Right now is probably not the best time for I told you so's, I say, readying my blades just the same. I'm not going down without a fight. But as a lynxicorn creeps toward us, I notice something different about its eyes. They're red. I look around. All of them have blood-red eyes. Suddenly, the guards from our campsite burst into the clearing and unsheath their swords.
"We've sent the attendants for help,"
the Sylph captain yells.
"Get behind us!"
As the guards charge the beasts, my stomach turns. To my right, one lynxicorn slashes its claws through a guard's feathered wings. To my left, another bites through a sylph's leg, blood spraying the ground. Screams fill the air, but I can still distinguish the captain's voice shouting one word to the 5 of us through the noise.
"Fly!"
I look at the others, my heart hammering in my chest. The guards can't hold them back much longer. The lynxicorns don't have wings. Up is our only way out. Bending my knees, I release my dragon wings and push off the ground with all my strength, hearing the rush of the others' wings catch the air and swoop up after me. As we fly to the tops of the twisting trees, branches and thorns catch on my clothes, scraping skin. I don't stop until I break through to the open blue sky with the others. Just as I think we're safe, I halt in the air. Heading straight toward us is a horde of flying figures. With the sun blazing, I can only see their silhouettes. At first, they look like fae, bodies and wings similar to ours. For a moment, I think it's the rest of our traveling party coming to rescue us. But as they draw closer, I see that their skin is ribbed and charred. It looks as if they've been burned, flecks of skin flaking off their bodies as they move. They snarl at us with disfigured faces, while flexing irregularly long arms riddled with boils. One opens its mouth, baring his sharp fangs at us with a hungry expression. I jerk backward. What the?
"This way!"
Hickory darts to the side, but we're met by even more of them. There are dozens. We're trapped. Again. One of them eyes Aaron, who's favoring his wounded arm. It launches toward him with claws raised. Sunlight reflects off its sharp talons and something else between its long fingers, with a pointed end as thin as a needle. With no time to think, there's only one escape. I grab Aaron's tunic and drag him back down into the forest below, calling to the others. "Come on!" As we fly down through the brush, the burned creatures shriek, crashing through branches after us. Landing back in the clearing, the 5 of us huddle together. The dark creatures descend onto the lynxicorns, some of them mounting their backs as the beasts stand eerily still.
"Are they controlling them?"
Hickory asks.
"Whatever's going on, I don't want to stick around to find out,"
says Aaron.
"We need to get out of here."
"And how do you propose we do that?" Vale asks. "Looks like we're going to have to fight our way out." I reveal my daggers again and head straight toward one of the lynxicorns. Alice intercepts me. Her hands are raised, eyes full of concern.
"Alice, you may be a vegetarian, but these lynxicorns aren't."
Hickory points at the remains of our guards sprawled in bloodied heaps on the other side of the clearing. A lynxicorn near the captain's lifeless body turns to us, licking its teeth. Its pack follows, boxing us in again. Instead of heeding Hickory's warning, Alice puts her fingers to her mouth and lets out a loud whistle. "What was that for?" Vale asks frantically. "Are we going to whistle them to death?"
"No."
Hickory points to the sky.
"That whistle was for him."
A blast of fire shoots down from above and incinerates 2 of the burned creatures on the spot. The others' hungry faces turn to horror as a lumbering green dragon breaks into the clearing, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Toma. Fire bursts from his mouth again as he whips his tail around, sending some of the dark figures flying through the air. The others go after Toma with a vengeance. They claw at his neck and back while lynxicorns sink sharp teeth into his legs. I wince at the sight, but with Toma distracting them, the beasts have all but forgotten us. This is our chance to get out of here. This way! Aaron waves us on with his good arm and takes off with Vale and Hickory in tow. I move to follow, but Alice is frozen in place. Alice, come on! I shout. She doesn't move, watching Toma struggle to fend off the beasts. She steps toward him, but the dragon shoots a wall of fire in front of her, as if warning her not to get involved. She extends her wings to fly over it. He blows another blast in her direction. Alice! I grab her arm. Fury rages in her eyes as tears stream down her face. I know you don't want to leave him, but he wants you to go. Through her tears, she nods, and we run through the trees, leaving Toma behind. Chapter 34. I think we lost them. Aaron breathes hard as we finally stop running. No longer able to hear Toma's cries, the woodlands have become eerily quiet. I look at Aaron's arm. He's still clutching it. The bleeding has slowed, but without treatment, I'm sure it'll get infected. At least we got out of there when we did. He could have been killed. We all could have. I can't get the image of the dark flying creatures out of my mind, and the one moving to stab Aaron with whatever that was. What were those things? Vale collapses onto a nearby boulder, looking up at Hickory. I have no idea, Hickory says, leaning against a tree. Alice? Alice looks back with a vacant stare. She shakes her head. If even she doesn't know what they are, we're in more trouble than I thought. Do you know where we are now? I ask her tentatively. With our guards torn to shreds and the rest of our party nowhere to be found, we're completely alone. Still, Alice has to know these woods like the back of her hand. Can you lead us the rest of the way? I ask. Alice looks around, trying to get her bearings. Can't we rest first? Vale complains. Not unless you're sure those things won't catch up to us, I say. We should keep moving. We're far enough for now, Vale presses. She hauls herself to her feet and points to the brush behind us. Alice, you and Quinn go look for some berries or something, she directs in a royal tone. Hickory, figure out some way to start a fire. Aaron and I will look for berries over here. What, so you can stumble into another beast's lair and almost get us killed again? I don't think so. I glare, not liking her ordering us around one bit. That, and the fact that her and Aaron would be alone again. Ladies, pointing fingers isn't going to help anything. Aaron starts, but we ignore him. Vale strides toward me. We'll need some kind of sustenance if we hope to make it the rest of the way. We haven't eaten for hours. And whose fault is that? I step forward to meet her. The hunting party would have brought food back if you hadn't run off. Though we haven't been on our own for long, I'm growing more agitated with Her Highness by the minute. And what gives you the right to play leader? You're not the queen yet, princess. Vale crosses her arms. Okay. Do you have any better ideas? My jaw clenches. On the minnow, Wit had always been more of the planner, and I was the action girl. I'm always the one who gives the orders. But Vale's right. If we keep pushing ourselves with empty stomachs, we'll only be slower and weaker if attacked again. Fine. I snort in defeat. Let's be quick about it. I motion for Alice to follow, but she shakes her head. Moving to a tree, she pulls down its leaves to reveal bright blue berries. See, I say, Alice already found food. Now we can keep moving. But instead of putting them in her mouth, she crushes them with her hand and walks over to Aaron, peering at his wounds. Aaron tentatively offers her his arm, and she slathers on the sticky blue juice. He hisses at her touch, but then his shoulders relax. Snatching a nearby leaf, Alice dabs at the wound, the scratches now dried into dark red slashes. Thanks, Aaron breathes, obviously feeling relief from the pain. Alice isn't finished. Next, she looks around and points to a glossy mushroom with purple spots. "Another healing plant?" I ask, feeling like I figured out the game. Alice shakes her head violently. "Not healing, poisonous," Vale says. Alice purses her lips and nods. Vale draws toward it for a closer look. "It's a high shroom. Strong hallucinogen, too. Don't worry," Vale assures her. "I'm an expert in plants, so between you and me, we'll be safe." Though I'm no less frustrated, this seems satisfactory for Alice, and we depart on our assignments. Walking with Alice is, well, quiet. Mostly me pointing at plants and her shaking her head yes or no. I don't mind. I go to ask her about yet another plant when rustling comes from a bush nearby. I grab my dagger, preparing for another dark figure, but Alice puts out a hand to steady my advance. Carefully, she inches toward the bush and pushes back its branches to reveal a jackalope caught in a hunting trap. Though it thrusts its tiny antlers at us, pink nose flaring, blood pools out from where its leg is nearly severed, staining its white fur coat. "Well, this works out perfectly," I say. "I much prefer rabbit to berries anyway." After making sure the trap's owner isn't lurking close by, I turn to find Alice glaring. "What?" I ask defensively. "This poor suffering creature is going to die anyway, unless there's a healing plant around here that can reattach a limb." Alice looks back to the jackalope struggling for breath and rolls up her sleeves. Her arms, usually hidden under her clothing, are covered in marvelous swirling black tattoos, the same kind that frame her face. Then she reaches for her gloves, and I hold my breath. I've always imagined her hands were withered or covered in boils, something that would have further incited the death rumor. But as she slips the gloves off, her hands are not evil-looking at all. They are beautifully young and smooth. Only the tattoos reaching all the way to her fingertips mar them. I relax, until Alice reaches out to the creature. "What are you doing?" I crouch next to her. Am I about to see Alice's death grip in action? She ignores me and places her hands on the dying animal. The struggling jackalope twitches, then relaxes, closing its eyes. Well, that was quick. But Alice is only getting started. With the creature completely still, she gently works the jackalope out of the trap and cradles it in her arms. Alice presses her eyes shut like she's concentrating. Her face contorts, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm so preoccupied with her expression that I nearly miss what's happening with her tattoos. They're no longer black, but beginning to glow a bright white. And wait, are they moving? I shake my head and blink furiously. It's not a trick of the eye. Her tattoos swirl over her skin as if they're overlaid vines and not a part of her at all. They glow brighter as I watch, creeping further down the sides of her arms. Captivated by the spectacle, goosebumps climb up the back of my neck. What in Phelan is going on? I look at Alice's face, her eyes squeezed tight, her teeth clenched as if she's the one in pain. The more her face contorts with agony, the more the tattoos glow. The jackalope kicks. Though its eyes are still closed, its chest moves up and down. It's still breathing. Soon, the leg completely heals, leaving only dried blood surrounding the wounded area. I've seen dryads heal with herbs and incantations before, but Alice isn't using any of that. Her tattoos return to black, and Alice relaxes, though tears prick at her eyes. She breathes in deeply and releases the animal. The jackalope's eyes flutter open, and it stands up on its hind legs. Looking at Alice as if to offer her its thanks, it bounds away like it was never hurt at all. Did Alice really heal a creature just by using her hands? It looked as if she even took on the jackalope's pain as her own. As Alice replaces her gloves, all I can do is stare, mouth agape. She isn't an agent of death or even a common medic. She's one of the ancient dryad healers I've only heard stories about. I have so many questions. I've never wanted to communicate with someone so much. Seeming to understand, Alice rubs a spot on her arm with her fingers as if it's sore, and then points to it. I tentatively step closer as her tattoos return to a stationary state, except for the area she touches. Like a branch growing out of a vine, a new part of the tattoo grows and swirls around until it settles into a shape. A rough outline of a jackalope. I reach out to touch it, then stop. These aren't tattoos, I say, more of a statement than a question. They're scars. Alice nods. This is amazing, Alice, I exclaim. Why in all of Phelan would you keep this a secret? She could have used her ability to heal Aaron earlier, but she didn't. And why choose to show me? Alice sighs heavily, her shoulders lifting and releasing with frustration. We have to figure out a way to communicate. I look at her tattooed arms as if they can answer for her. My eyes settle on an area I didn't notice earlier. A familiar symbol calls to me. 3 insular circles, overlaid by a flower. It's the sign of the Pneuma. Alice, I point to it. How did you get this one? Do you know what it means? Before Alice can respond, another scream rings through the forest. My head snaps toward the sound, and the word comes out of my mouth before I can even register it. Vale! Chapter 35. It's definitely Vale's piercing scream. Alice and I spring into action. Reaching our campsite, we find Hickory frantically looking around, not sure what to do. Did you hear that? His eyes are wide with panic. I think it was Vale. I know, I say breathlessly. Which direction did they go? Hickory points, and the 3 of us charge ahead as another scream sounds. Help! Somebody help! It's definitely Vale. This way, I call as we follow the voice through the trees. Reaching a large willow tree, I look up. Aaron and Vale hang amidst its branches, stuck in a dryad trap. The roped netting has them wrapped in a tight ball. Vale almost elbows Aaron in the face as she points at us. See? Vale shoots Aaron a smug look of triumph. I told you if I screamed loud enough they'd find us. Did you have to scream right in my ear, though? Aaron says, still holding his hands over them. I breathe a sigh of both relief and anger. Blast it, Vale! We thought you were dying! Well, you heard me, didn't you? She's still smug. So did the entire forest. Did you already forget about the flock of dark creatures that almost had us for lunch? Vale's freckled cheeks pale. I shake my head, taking out my dagger to cut them down. We have to get out of here, and fast, before anyone or anything finds us. It's too late. The crack of a branch sounds, and we whip around to face our fate. A large company of dryad warriors emerge from the brush with bows drawn. Some of them are changelings, shape-shifting from trees and animals into fae right before our eyes. Alice steps forward, her hands giving signals I don't understand. From the troop, a large brown and white wolf steps forward, morphing into a youthful and towering dryad. Hold your fire, he calls. His deep brown, muscular chest and arms are covered in dryad markings. His sharp eyes peer out from white paint, the same coloring the wolf had around its eyes just moments ago. With that piercing glare and facial structure so similar to Alice, they have to be related somehow. Alice, he says. She bounds to him, and he pulls her into a relieved embrace. For the first time, her mouth breaks open all the way into a joyous smile, giving me reassurance that everything is going to be okay. Put down your weapons, the dryad says, and his warriors obey. We've been looking for you ever since your traveling party showed up without you. Toma returned barely alive. Everyone's been worried sick. At the mention of her dragon, Alice's hands flew up in a slew of signs. The dryad gently lowers her arms. Toma will be fine, Alice. Our best medics are attending to him. After seeing his condition, we all thought, I'm just so glad you're okay. He hugs her again.
What in Phelan happened out there?
We were ambushed. The words fly out of my mouth. We barely made it out alive. The Dryad's eyes narrow at me.
These must be your competitors.
His voice is laced with judgment.
What are you talking about? Who ambushed you?
Well, Hickory starts. First it was a pack of lynxicorns, but then... He looks at the rest of us.
Other creatures came.
Aaron presses his face up against the netting.
They had the look of fae, wings and all, but their appearance was twisted, gruesome looking, like they were living victims of a fire, burnt to a crisp.
It seemed like they had some kind of control over the lynxicorns, too, Vale adds. Even Alice couldn't reason with them, I say. Alice's eyes are glassy again. She's probably thinking about Toma, wishing she could have done more. The other Dryads exchange knowing looks. Their leader takes a breath, his eyes pressed shut.
Goblins.
Goblins? Vale asks, scrunching her nose in confusion. My stomach plummets. If Vale hasn't heard of them in any of her studies, what exactly are we dealing with?
That's what we've taken to calling them anyhow, the Dryad continues. We have no idea what they truly are, what they want, or where they come from. They appeared a few weeks ago, terrorizing some of our smaller villages and hunting parties, stealing our supplies.
He looks to Alice, whose eyes are wide.
We thought we'd chase them back into the mountains. Haven't seen any of them for at least a week's time.
He turns to the four of us.
Not until you all showed up.
Are you trying to accuse us of something? I say. He steps toward me, but Alice crosses in front of him, placing a firm hand on his chest. She gives me a look of warning as well, then signals to him again.
Alice says that you're competitors, but not enemies.
He emphasizes the last word with a heavy tone of suspicion. Accepting a bow from one of his comrades, he puffs out his chest as he motions to his warriors.
You'll be safe with us as we travel the rest of the way. I'm Layman, the first of Alice's younger siblings, leader of the Dryad warriors.
His eyes narrow at me as he growls through his words.
Welcome to the woodlands.
Once the Dryads cut Vale and Aaron down, Layman and his troops lead us the rest of the way to Vendoria. The eerie sounds of the woods increase around us as evening falls. More than once, Vale complains as we trudge through mud and brush. I give her a warning pinch every time. Tired of being her keeper, I look at Aaron to pinch her in my stead. He grins as if to say, with pleasure. I smirk back, savoring the bit of easiness between us again. I quicken my pace to match my speed with Alice ahead. Younger brother, huh? I ask her quietly. In front of us, Layman towers over pretty much everyone. He shoots a quick look over his shoulder, but doesn't say anything. Alice smiles and shrugs. She's definitely in lighter spirits now that she's back with her folk and knowing that Toma will be okay. I want to ask her more about her tattoos and symbols, though. I just need to figure out how. You were signing with Layman before, I whisper. She nods. Do you think he could teach me?
Layman does not cooperate with pirates.
Layman answers for her. Oh, so you know who I am. I smirk.
Unfortunately. Wasn't hard to pick out the Gwyllian pirate with your dragon wings.
He stares straight ahead as he walks.
If I had things my way, there wouldn't be pirates or any competitions promising false peace.
He scoffs, his words turning to mumbles.
Sacrificing the best of our own, battling it out for a crown while evil creatures run rampant and there's less pixie dust to go around every day. Ridiculous.
Alice folds her arms in a huff, and Layman eyes her. So you would prefer war, I say. Layman stops, and like a pack of wolves following its alpha, so does his troop.
That's not for me to decide. We've arrived.
In front of us is a wall of gray, speckled rock. "What do you mean, we've arrived?" I ask. Layman ignores me and reaches into a drawn pouch around his neck, pulling out a lump of green powder. From where I stand, it gives off a fresh, earthy scent. Dipping 2 fingers in the powder, Layman approaches the wall and draws a series of dryad symbols on the surface while whispering unintelligible words. As if the words give the powder a life of its own, the edges of the symbols grow out like vines, forming shapes like Alice's tattoos. Finally, they settle into the image of a vine-covered door. I lean forward to get a better look, waiting for Layman to push it open or pull at a handle. Instead, he walks straight through it. I startle backward.
Did he just walk through a wall?
Hickory asks behind me, his voice climbing with excitement. Before I can resist, Alice grabs my arm and pulls me through after him. I brace myself for impact, but I only feel a rush of air before opening my eyes. Layman stands in front of us as the others step through, motioning to the glorious scene before us.
"Welcome to Vendoria."
No wonder it was impossible for any of Maverick's pirate crews to find Vendoria in the past. In addition to the magical door in the stone, their homes are built right into a series of monstrous trees. Their rounded roofs jut out of the trunks, emulating giant mushrooms that surely help to keep them hidden from anyone flying overhead as well. As evening sets, the light in each of the cabins glows brightly, attracting fireflies that flutter around. It's a magical sight. The most striking aspect is that Vendoria is not like the dying, twisted trees that cover much of the woodlands. Everything is a lush green color, vibrant with life. As we approach the largest tree, a small group is gathered, too wrapped up in their murmuring to notice us until, "Alice!" a shrill little voice calls, and the group turns, rushing our way all at once. A whole slew of dryad sprites and younglings reach us first, practically knocking Alice over. In the commotion, Layman stops 2 dryads on their way over, talking to them in hushed tones. I recognize them as the dryad lord and lady from the previous trials, the lord with his swirling ram horns and his wife with her green tattoos, marking her as a plant changeling. "Sister, sister!" one of the littlest sprites cries out to Alice as she picks her up. "We missed you so much!" another exclaims as he hugs her legs. Quickly moving out of their way before I'm trampled, I mentally count the number of bouncing heads. There are 10 of them, plus Layman and Alice, making a total of 12. I nearly fall over in shock. I've never seen such a large family before.
"The dryads aren't joking when they say go forth and multiply, huh?"
Aaron whispers to me, and I choke back a laugh. "Vale!" The queen rushes toward us from one of the nearby trees. Even with our delay, I'm surprised she beat us here from whatever mysterious royal business she had. She breaks into tears as she reaches us, hugging Vale tightly. "Thank Phelan you're safe." As hard as the queen is on her, it's clear she truly cares about her daughter. Though Vale looks like she might die of embarrassment, I would have taken it any day. If my father were here, he'd probably give me a scolding for not taking out all the goblins myself, then send me back out there to finish the job.
"Thank Phelan they're all safe."
Dryad Lord Torlon and Lady Navi stand with Alice and Layman between us.
"At least until the trial,"
he adds, still smiling. Some of us laugh nervously. Though our travels have been treacherous, the real challenge hasn't even begun yet. Standing next to Layman, Lord Torlon is a slighter, aged version of his son, his black and gray beard reaching down to his chest. As if compensating for a battle wound, he leans on his staff of twisted wood that encircles a clouded orb at the top. His deep brown eyes hold a measure of kindness as he looks at each of us.
"Layman has informed us of the dangers that you face today. Considering the ordeal, I'm instituting a day of rest tomorrow while our warriors scour the perimeter for these goblins. I will also personally give our champions a proper tour of not only the deadly dangers of the forest, but also the vibrant life of our sanctuary here in Vendoria.
He motions to the beauty that surrounds us.
For now, it would do us all good to get some rest.
At the mention of rest, the heaviness in my limbs increases, and I long for a bed. Thankfully, we're led to our chambers nestled in an enormous tree nearby. Entering through an opening at the bottom, we climb up the staircase that winds inside the hollowed-out trunk until I'm dropped off in front of a round wooden door. Inside is a small, cozy space lit by a firefly-filled lantern. The smell of fresh flowers on the little table soothes me as I notice my trunks have already been brought up and unpacked. I collapse on the soft bean-filled bed nestled in the corner. It's hard to feel completely settled and safe, even as I pull a pillow close to my chest. My mind is spinning with the events of the last couple days, so many of them still unsolved. Hickory's vision, the Queen's secret conversation, the strange goblin creatures, Alice's powers, and the Pneuma symbol on her arm. Besides the trial coming up, I have an unsettling feeling that there are even darker dangers ahead. Fearing the nightmares of Gaius that await me in sleep, my hand reaches down between the mattress and box spring. I've stashed my daggers there once again. I touch them for comfort. Eventually, I succumb to my heavy eyelids and drift off, wondering what the days ahead will hold. Chapter 36. The next morning, I'm groggy, but glad not to have woken up from my usual nightmares for once. After I dress, I'm led outside for breakfast on a sunlit terrace surrounded by climbing greenery and the morning songs of birds. A series of high-top tables with legs of twisted wood are scattered throughout the space, with platters of varying fairy fruit featured at each. My mouth waters as I walk from spread to spread, ignoring the stares of dryads mingling around each table as I take one of every juicy fruit I can find. "Lily tarts!" I exclaim, not even ashamed of my sprite-like excitement. I nearly drop my plate to hurry toward my favorite dessert. I pop a few into my mouth, the fresh, tangy flavors sending my taste buds spinning. Lily tarts back home were usually imported, or made with ingredients no longer fresh by the time they reached the mountains. These warm, gooey tarts in my mouth must have just been made. A soft moan of joy escapes my lips. "Sounds like you're eating something simply awful." Aaron approaches my table, eyes traveling from the platter to my face, which is surely smeared with tart juice. "Oh, they are," I say with my mouth still full, putting out an arm between him and the delicious treats. "Truly terrible. In fact, I'd best eat all of them so none of you have to suffer." "How self-sacrificing of you." Aaron folds his arms with a grin. The wounds on his right arm catch my eye, and I reach toward him without thinking, my fingers grazing the slashes that are now scarred over. No sign of infection. "These look better," I say, glancing up at him. "Better now," he says, staring at my fingers and then back at me. Blood rushes to my face and I pull away, returning to the lily tarts. "Good," I say. Internally, I curse myself. "Quinn, what are you doing?" "I've never understood fae who like those things." Vale appears on the other side of the table, her eyes flicking between Aaron, me, and the tarts. Her mouth twists as she uses a delicate hand to toss a piece of fruit into her mouth, holding her plate away from the tarts as if they might infect her breakfast. "They're much too sour. How can you stand them?" I roll my eyes and jam another in my mouth, munching loudly. Can't a pixie enjoy her favorite food in peace? I make a face back at her, mimicking her expression. Even with my mouth full, I'm about to respond with something equally snarky when another voice cuts in. "They are definitely an acquired taste, my dear." The three of us turn to find the Queen approaching, and I gulp down the rest of the tart in one forced swallow. Subtly, I shift as far away from Aaron as I can. Hopefully she knows I wasn't the one instigating our interaction. I trust you are all well rested and ready for the day, she asks, adjusting the amulet around her neck. We nod. Good. We must all put our best foot forward, keeping our eyes on the prize. Her stare lingers on me as if to say, I'm watching you. My insides twist.
If I could have your attention.
Lord Torlon's voice carries over the terrace as he emerges between two flowering hedges with Alice, tapping the bottom of his staff on a nearby rock.
Once you've filled your bellies, we'll begin the woodland tour, as promised. Layman and his warriors have scouted the area to make sure it's safe, and a few of them will accompany us as we go. You'll also get a glimpse of the nursery, where we keep the many young herbs and plants we care for. As you know, the Dryad Fae are protectors and cultivators of all life, and defenders of the sacred vine. We only kill to eat, and some of us don't even do that.
He smiles at Alice. No, she only kills other Fae with her death hands, Vale whispers to me. I nod back, not wanting her to know Alice's secret.
We hope you enjoy our tour today,
Lord Torlon says before his expression grows serious.
If I were you, I'd pay close attention to what you learn, as it may help you with the trial of life later this week.
As we walk through the forest, Lord Torlon points out a variety of plants and their uses. Hickory can't stop feverishly sketching in his notebook, taking in all the sights and colors as well as the many small critters that progressively join our trek through the forest. Like the fish in Isinglass, they seem to gravitate toward Alice. Birds, foxes, and even snakes creep and slither out from the foliage in her wake. At one point, a chipmunk lands on her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. I try my best to stay engaged and remember what Lord Torlon is saying. Though it's all unmistakably beautiful, frankly, I'm bored. Trees and bushes, flowers and vines. After a while, everything starts to look the same, making it easy to get turned around. At least out on the sea, I have the sun and stars to guide me. Vale, on the other hand, is having the time of her life, especially as we enter the enclosed nursery with rows and rows of different vegetables, fruits, and other vegetation. She can't help herself, naming as many different plant species and facts as she can rattle off before Lord Torlon even gets the chance to say them himself. He's patient with her, and I marvel at him. I surely wouldn't be.
This one is...
The Dryad Lord begins again. Oh, that's a moshing fun! Vale exclaims, rushing to crouch near it. I've been looking for this exact coloring for ages. May I? She pulls out a pair of small shears from her dress pocket and gives the Lord a sweet smile. Torlon shakes his head.
Unfortunately, this plant, along with many others in our care, has become so rare that we don't extract it unless it gives itself to us of its own free will.
I see. Vale slowly puts her shears away, trying not to look disappointed.
Why have some plants become so rare?
Aaron asks. Lord Torlon smiles.
An excellent question. Any thoughts?
He peers around at us like an instructor with his students. Hickory looks up from his sketchbook. Perhaps because the rest of the woodlands are much drearier? It's so lush and green here.
Yes, though the woodlands weren't always such a dreary place,
Torlon says sadly. What happened? I ask, recalling the rotting parts of the forest we passed during our travels.
To explain that, I must first tell you more about one plant that we will not visit today, though it is our top priority. The sacred vine.
Lord Torlon motions upward beyond the trees, where we can just make out the vine's stalk climbing into the sky in the distance.
Does anyone know why the sacred vine is so important?
Vale hesitates. Because without it, all of Sylph territory wouldn't exist? I roll my eyes. What a tragedy that would be.
This is true, Lord Torlon confirms. But just as all living things in Eldor grow from the vine's branches, it is our belief that it is the same here on the land, that the sacred vine connects us all. As our creation story explains, it's where all life in Phelan began. All plants come from and are connected to the vine. It communicates to the entire world through its roots that stretch through our land.
A dark cloud seems to fall over Torlon's glimmering eyes.
Ever since the moon rain drought began, the sacred vine has suffered and is slowly dying. This is why our clan holds fast to the moon rain dance, hoping it will one day return. Because when the sacred vine suffers, we all suffer.
Scenes from my dreams and Hickory's painting spin through my mind. The world on fire, the vine crashing down. Out of the corner of his good eye, Hickory steals a glance at me, probably having the same thoughts. "That's why medical and food supplies are dwindling so quickly?" Vale asks, looking back at the marshing fern.
Precisely.
Torlon nods solemnly.
That's partly why we created the protective barrier around Vindoria, to act as a sanctuary where we've been able to better care for the plants and creatures. We must save what we can. Though, of course, we cannot save everyone.
Lord Torlon motions us forward to a field covered in young, budding trees. They're surrounded by wildflowers and piled stones at their bases. The trees look strategically planted in rows upon rows. A sinking thought seizes me. Are those graves? I ask. Lord Torlon nods.
Yes, we plant a new tree for each life we have lost. And we have lost many to famine and plague over the years, including Alice's older sister.
He points to one of the more mature trees where Alice is already kneeling, her hand on the base of the trunk, her head hung low. An ache grows in my chest, remembering the utter despair that overwhelmed me at Gaius's tomb. By the tree's growth, I can tell it's been many years since Alice lost her sister. Yet, tears trail down her cheeks as if the pain of losing her hasn't softened with time, like I would have hoped it would.
Let us continue. Alice will follow,
Lord Torlon says gently. The others meander after him, but I linger for a moment behind a tree. Alice's hands slowly fall to the ground, her shoulders slumped. Then her muscles tighten as she tears out a handful of wildflowers in frustration and casts them aside. I think about going to her, not knowing what I would do or say, just that I know her pain. I hesitate as Alice wipes away her tears. Quickly glancing around, she doesn't seem to notice me and replants the wildflowers with care, removing a glove to press them into the dirt. As her tattoos take on a soft glow, the torn, bent flowers reconnect to the soil and bloom even wilder than before. Sighing, I step back, leaving before I'm noticed. All I can think of is what it must be like for Alice to have such an ability, but not be able to save her own sister. "Do you believe what the Dryad Lord said about the sacred vine?" Vale asks as we spar. The Queen has found a hidden cove for us to train in the forest, but all Vale wants to do is talk. Would it surprise you that I really couldn't care less? I bring my blade down and Vale barely blocks it in time. What I do care about is not having to try so hard to make you look capable of beating me in the final trial. "That's not fair," Vale pouts. "I've gotten better." I snicker. Not good enough. Not yet. Vale's shoulders slump as she draws in the dirt with her blade. I shake my head. I'm not going to get anything effective out of her while she's so distracted. What's wrong? I sigh, trying to channel some of Lord Torlon's patience. Vale shrugs. "I don't know. I guess I figured if my father was such a natural fighter, I would be too. Well, you'll never become a great fighter with that attitude. Come, tell me why you want to be queen. What? Vale seems thrown off by the question. She lifts her chin. What do you mean? It's my destiny as the Sylph Princess to follow in my parents' footsteps. Isn't that enough? Battle isn't just about physical strength. It's about strength of mind, too. I point a finger to my temple. And I don't mean memorizing a million facts. You've got to know the goal behind your actions. You've got to have drive behind the swing of your blade to win. I swing my sword toward the branch of a tree, and it slices in two. The blade is only as strong as the one who wields it. Vale stammers. What would be your first decree as queen? I try to help her along. She just looks at me blankly. Has she really never thought about this before? Okay, well, what would you want to do if you didn't become queen? Vale's fair, freckled skin pales even more at the thought. I guess I like learning things. I'm good at it, at least. Ancient languages, potions. But honestly, I have no idea. My mother's never really been particularly interested in knowing what I find enjoyable. Maybe if my father was still here, he would. For the first time since I've known her, Vale grows still and quiet. Almost sad. Remembering the mother I barely knew, I wrap my dark curly hair around my finger, wondering if it's the only thing I inherited from her. I still don't know what connection she and her daggers might have to the mystics or the Pneuma. There's still so much I don't know. Things I wish I could ask her. Although, Vale studies her blade and swings it through the air. It's strange. I might not be as good as my father was, but I do feel closer to him in times like this, doing something he loved. She looks at me as if she forgot I was here and shakes her head. Must have been nice to have your father teach you all this stuff growing up. Nice isn't exactly the word I'd use. All I can remember from training sessions with my father are times filled with yelling and disappointed looks, and Gaius attending to my cuts and bruises when Phaedon wasn't looking. You didn't really know your mother, right? Vale asks without reservation, as if she's asking me about the weather. I sheath my blade with a snap. I'd rather not talk about it, I say coolly. Oh, so you can pry into my personal matters, but I can't ask you one simple question? I'm the teacher, you're the student. One of my father's favorite excuses. I clench heated fists. Obviously, Vale is done training for the day, and I'm not about to start a story-swapping session with her. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. Quinn, wait. Vale starts. But I've already walked away. Chapter 37. I walk back to the main village in a huff, whacking leaves and branches out of my way as I go. Who does Vale think she is, asking such questions? It's not because she cares about me or my mother. Not really. We can help each other get what we want, but I'm not going to bond with her. It's just not going to happen. As I enter the village, my mood instantly lightens. Unlike the quiet evenings, the space is alive with activity today. Lady Navi is gathered with a cluster of mothers, sorting baskets of fruits and healing herbs. Another group flies among the high branches, hanging clean linens as they chatter. One of them helps as a flock of sprites fly straight through the linens. She scolds them as they swoop around the trees with the local birds in a game of tag. On my right, a group of medics brush past, carrying in wilted plants and injured animals from the forest.
This way.
Lord Torlon guides them with his staff toward a new tent set up for overflow. Past them, Layman and his warriors stand in a fenced-off area. Some practice their shifts to changeling forms while others spar, probably readying themselves for another scouting trip. Amidst the lively scene, there's something calming about the dryad folk and their way of life. They move about their day at a much slower pace than the busy sylphs or performing nymphs. The air is fresh, the village is at peace. No wonder they've hidden their little sanctuary away from the rest of the world. Lost in it all, I don't notice Alice until I hear dragon footsteps stomping through. Alice straddles Toma's back, smiling from ear to ear as she pats his back. "Well, look who's up and about," I say warmly to the dragon. It's the first time I've seen Toma since he saved us. He's still pretty beat up, moving much slower than I remember. Surprisingly, he sniffs my hand and gently rubs his nose against it. Not so afraid of the fire-breathing beast anymore, I pat his scales gently. "He's doing a lot better," says a high-pitched voice from atop the beast. For a moment, I think I'm hearing Alice miraculously speak, until one of her little sisters pokes out from behind her. "His medic says it's time we take him for a walk." She releases her wings and flutters down to the ground, Alice following close behind. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I look down at the little sprite with colorful flowers woven into her long braids. Her bright white smile practically glows against her dark skin, which is lined with green tattoos. "And who might you be?" "I'm Ivy, Alice's sister. Well, one of them anyway. But the best one, right, Alice?" Ivy smiles up at her before turning back to me, talking a mile a minute. "You're Captain Shade, aren't you? I've heard so many stories. Like the one where you fought off 50 sylph guards by yourself in the middle of Shree and made off with their trove of pixie dust and weapons." I smile, seeing my own childhood curiosity and love for adventure in her demeanor. Some of the details of her story are vastly exaggerated, like the number of guards and the fact that I definitely hadn't done that job alone. I wonder whether I should correct her, but she doesn't give me the chance. "I bet you have so many more stories, too. Could you tell me one?" Ivy asks, her big brown eyes wide and eager. Alice puts a hand on her sister's shoulder, shaking her head, and signs something to her. Ivy hurriedly signs back. "What did she say?" I ask Ivy, fascinated by the exchange. Ivy huffs. "She said your real name is Quinn and that I should be more polite. Sorry, I get in trouble a lot for asking too many questions." "That's okay. Thanks for the translation." I laugh as Alice smiles at her sister. "Actually, Ivy, I'll make you a deal, if your sister is okay with it." I crouch down until our eyes are level. Alice and I have been trying to communicate, but I don't know how to read her signs. How about I trade you some stories in exchange for some signing lessons? Ivy's eyes light up. She looks at Alice expectantly. Alice chews her lip. I can tell part of her wants to approve. As many questions as I have for her, I sense there are things she wants to communicate to me as well.
"Ivy."
Layman strides up, placing a strong hand on her shoulder. I purse my lips as I slowly rise to meet his intense gaze.
"I think Mother is looking for you,"
he says to Ivy, though his glower is still intently focused on me. Ivy peers up at him. "Aw, but I was just—"
"No, Ivy,"
he says firmly.
"Alice, why don't you go with her? Make sure she doesn't get into any more trouble."
Alice's brows furrow. Layman narrows his eyes right back until she gives up. Though Alice is older, Layman obviously sees himself as the one in charge. It reminds me of Gaius, and my chest tightens. I almost miss our bickering. I would give anything to have him here still, even if it was just to have him reprimand me one more time. Alice doesn't seem to feel the same. She grips Ivy's hand tightly, and they fly back to the top of the dragon. With a tap from Alice, Toma lumbers away. Ivy looks longingly back at me, not happy about the situation in the least.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Layman grabs my arm hard and pulls me under the shadow of a nearby tree.
"Ivy doesn't need someone like you filling her head with any more crazy thoughts."
Someone like me? I yank my arm away. I was just—
"And I don't know what you want with Alice, but I'm warning you, stay away from her too. Eat our food, enjoy our hospitality, and compete in your useless trial. Live or die, I don't care. Just stay away from my family, pirate. Or else."
My blood boils. I want to yell back. And yet, how can I hold his threats against him? I am a pirate. a pirate who repeatedly looted their clan in the past without mercy. He was probably a part of some of those very hunting parties that my crew used to steal from. There's no reason he should trust me. Fine, I say, though I don't really mean it. I don't need him watching my every move, but I don't want him to think I'm weak either. You better watch yourself too, Wooder, I warn, daring to use the term for a lowly dryad. I lift my chin. For all you know, I might be your future queen.
Ha!
Layman spits out a laugh.
Can you really be that naive? If the Sylphs lose, what makes you think they'll give up their power so easily? Just because of a simple agreement? And if they win, do you think the other clans will accept it quietly? Mark my words, this competition isn't going to resolve anything. So, when that all goes down...
He pats the bow on his back.
I'll be ready.
Pointing his finger at me, he backs away.
In the meantime, keep your distance, pirate. I'm warning you, stay away.
As Layman disappears into the crowd, I lean back against the trunk of the tree. I can't even be mad at him. He's right. The Queen is already doing everything in her power to make sure that Vale wins, even going so far as to bribe me. Though I respect Layman's protectiveness of his family, I need the Queen's deal to work.
Well, that went well,
a voice says from above. Hickory is lounging on an upper branch of the tree with his sketchbook in hand and a pixie dust pipe in his mouth. Layman seems to like me more and more every day, I joke back, shaking off the encounter. How long have you been up there?
Long enough.
Hickory shifts over on the branch.
It's a great view from up here. Come and see.
Hickory's right. As I make my way up, more and more of Vindoria comes into view. Their treehouse homes climb all the way up the trunks into the high branches as vine-wrapped bridges and branch-bended stairs create a maze of connections between them. Dryads poke out of tree holes, calling to each other as the sound of twittering birds fills the air. A group of sparrows flies through cascading beams of light, one landing in a branch above us. I settle down on Hickory's seeing side so he doesn't have to keep shifting his head, leaning over to view his latest sketch of the village. He's captured each detail perfectly. Wow, I whisper, wishing I could create something so beautiful. What else do you have in there?
Mostly sketches of the plants Lord Torlon mentioned, so I can study them. I use some of my watercolors to differentiate them, too. Here's the red Kinto berries. Great supply of energy. Not sure how important all of these will be in the trial, but I want to be ready.
As Hickory flips through a few more, I realize I've already forgotten more than half of them. I try to commit them to memory as Hickory continues.
I think you'll be much more interested in this, though.
Hickory's voice heightens with excitement as he flips to the back.
I'm making some progress translating the tome symbols, though it's slow going.
At least it's something, I encourage, trying to make sense of the scattered notes he's made on each sheet. It looks like a jumbled mess to me.
The best part so far, he continues, is that I came across the mystic prophecy I told you about. There seems to be even more to it than I realized. I can't read the extra sections yet, but I'm hoping to make sense of them soon.
Excellent. What did you write here? I ask, grabbing the book.
Wait, give it back.
Hickory reaches for it in a panic, but I'm too quick. So quick that some loose pages peek out. What's this? I ask playfully, realizing it's something he doesn't want me to see.
Nothing.
Hickory tries to snatch it back from me again without success. Holding it far enough away, I tug out the collection of pages, growing silent as I stare. They're all masterful sketches of us, the competitors, at different points in our journey. Vale tending to the plants in the royal gardens, Alice trying to free the Leviathan in Isinglass, me threatening a group of goblins with my daggers, Aaron stuck up a tree in a dryad trap. I let out a chuckle at that last one. Hickory, these are amazing. They're not his usual portraits or still life. You've drawn all these from memory?
I figure I'll eventually be commissioned to chronicle the competition, as long as I don't die in the trials.
he says, running a nervous hand down the back of his neck.
Might as well get a head start while the memories are fresh.
I flip through a few more. There's one of Vale singing, another of Aaron and I dancing at the masquerade. I try not to blush at that one. Then Vale in her starfish dress, Alice being followed by all the forest animals, Vale in the plant nursery, Vale smiling at Hickory in his squid costume as he holds up the vial of ink. There sure are a lot of sketches of Vale. Wait a minute. I stop, looking at Hickory with wide eyes. He's the one blushing now. Do you have feelings for Vale? The sound of the Queen's voice chills me. Below, the Queen leads Vale under the tree we're sitting on, and both Hickory and I hold our breath.
I thought you were supposed to be working with your trainer for the afternoon, my dear, the Queen says coolly. Not lollygagging about the village.
I was, Mother, Vale insists. But my trainer abandoned me. You should be reprimanding her. If Father were here, he would... It's hard to see the Queen's face, but when Vale halts in her response, I know it can't be a happy expression.
Well, he's not here, Vale. I am, the Queen counters.
I'm sorry. Vale rushes to apologize. Don't worry, I'll find her. She has to be around here somewhere.
If they only knew how close I really am.
The Queen sighs.
Vale, it's my job to worry. You know I have so many other things on my plate without you being behind in the competition. You cannot fall in the ranks any further. Do I make myself clear?
Vale's head drops.
Oh, my dear.
The Queen sighs, tucking a strand of Vale's red hair back into place.
I'm only hard on you because I know your potential.
Her hand drifts to Vale's chin, and she lifts it to meet her eyes a bit forcefully.
Everything I do is for your own good. Do you understand?
Yes, Mother. Vale nods, her chin still in her mother's grip.
Good.
The Queen nods back.
Now come along. Let's go find that trainer of yours.
As they leave, Hickory and I sigh with relief. But as much as I fear for myself and what the Queen will do when she finds me, regret over leaving Vale in the woods creeps in. I know the pain of a demanding, disappointed parent all too well. Thankfully, I'm able to avoid Vale and the Queen the rest of the day. The next morning, I make sure to show up to our training session early, ready to get to work. But it isn't Vale who's waiting for me in our usual spot in the woods.
Hello, Captain,
the Queen says. An empty bird cage sits on the ground next to her as she inspects the rose bushes nearby. Your Majesty. I bow my head. Where's Vale?
Oh, she'll be along in a minute,
the Queen assures me, taking out a pair of shears to cut a flower for herself.
I wanted to have a word with you first. I don't think I made myself as clear as I intended the other day.
Your Highness, before you say anything, I begin. I want to apologize for my behavior with Vale. It won't happen again.
Oh, I'm sure it won't.
She snips the flower.
Because if you don't train my daughter as you promised, I will not allow Vale to prepare you for this trial or any other to come.
She straightens and holds the flower to her nose, taking in the aroma.
In fact, I will be overseeing your training sessions from now on. Until I am thoroughly satisfied with Vale's progress, she will not help you study for the trial of life at all.
There's no tone of anger or frustration in her voice. She simply states the cold, hard facts, completely composed. She peers up at me from the flower, a glint in her eye.
Do I make myself clear?
I swallow hard. Perfectly, Your Majesty.
Good.
She bends to pick up the bird cage and opens the tiny barred door, letting out a soft whistle. A sparrow flutters in from the trees and lands in the cage. The Queen feeds it a seed and snaps the door shut.
Oh, and one more thing.
She walks towards me and stops at my side, her voice lowered to a whisper.
I would choose your friends wisely, Quintessa. The wrong company can easily lead you astray, distracting you with things that are not your business, nor your concern, inviting only trouble. Neither of us want that, do we? Friends, distractions, trouble. I search her unblinking eyes, panic rising in my chest. Is she talking about Aaron again or Hickory? How does she know so much? Whatever the case, the response she wants from me is clear. No, we don't. Chapter 38. Needless to say, I don't skip out on any more training sessions with Vale. And just like the Queen promised, she's always there to watch us. I work Vale harder than ever, though I also try not to be snarky while doing it. She's definitely making progress, but without her help concerning the dryad plants, I'm panicking for myself. Though the Queen warned me to stay away from the others, she also didn't leave me much choice. I convinced Hickory to let me borrow his sketches to study, in exchange for me not telling Vale about his feelings for her. I still don't understand it. Most of the time, she treats him like dirt. He insists there's more to her. Either way, like anything I might feel toward Aaron, it's a lost cause. I also catch Ivy alone any time Layman is off hunting or patrolling for goblins. Learning how to sign is harmless enough, right? If I can communicate with Alice about the symbol on her arm, maybe it'll help Hickory and me learn more about the ancient book. With Ivy's constant demands for more stories before she teaches me anything, I don't learn half as much as I'd hoped. But it's a start. I don't get much opportunity to practice either. As the next trial arrives, all thoughts about the pneumanic symbol and the tome are pushed from my mind. The sun dips behind the trees and gray clouds form above, as the air grows cold and damp. As usual, no rain comes. The 5 of us are met by a dryad servant holding a platter of fruit.
Is this dinner?
Aaron asks. There are only 5 round pieces of faerie fruit that the servant holds out to us.
Don't we need our energy?
A proper celebration feast will follow the trial, she explains. This fruit is freshly picked from Lord Torlon's own garden, providing optimal energy for your trial tonight. I sigh and snatch up the one closest to me. Biting through the skin, I focus on the rich flavors, trying to calm my nerves. Approaching the edges of Vendoria, Lord Torlon meets us near a large archway that's been drawn on the sanctuary's stone barrier. It must be where the other clans have entered to witness the trial. As dryads look out of windows in the trees, the clan leaders and other visiting fae gather on the ground with us in wonder at the wooded scene. The full moons peek out from the clouds, lighting the small clearing with the help of a series of lit torches and clusters of fireflies dancing overhead. Alice stands next to me, staring at her mother and the rest of her siblings. Ivy discreetly moves her hands in a motion that I now know the meaning of. Good luck. She smiles. I give her a small nod. I've enjoyed our encounters more than I expected. On the Minnow, I had younger crew members, like Luna, but by the time I found them, most were old enough to have lost the innocent spark that still lights Ivy's eyes. If I'd had a younger sister like Ivy, I think I would have enjoyed it. Looking back at her siblings, though, one is missing. Alice, I whisper. Where's Layman? Though I can actually sign this to her now, I'm not about to show off my newfound skill in front of all of Phelan. Alice purses her lips and shakes her head. He isn't coming? I know he despises the competition, but he can't even come to support his sister? I chomp into my fruit again as the Dryad Lord calls for attention.
Today, the Dryad clan brings forth the trial of life.
He raises his walking staff to address the crowd.
A true ruler protects their folk and their world, valuing the precious gift of life, having the wisdom to know when to take it and when to preserve it, even at their own expense.
Lord Torlon then looks to the 5 of us.
To be found worthy of this trial, you must enter the dark forest and gather specific healing plants. You see, each of you has been infected with the same illness, which, if not treated fast enough, could be lethal.
My chewing slows, and I gape at the Dryad Lord. He seemed so kind, so fair. But infecting us without us even knowing it? This has to be the cruelest trial yet. Vale hurriedly inspects her skin for signs of disease. How did we get infected?
You ingested your poison through the fruit you ate just moments ago.
I spit out the fruit, coughing into the dirt. It's too late. I've already eaten most of it. My fellow competitors look equally shocked. Even Alice. I wonder to what extent her healing abilities stretch. She healed the jackalope, but can she heal herself? Dryad attendants carry out 5 potted plants, each of them bearing the exact kinds of fruit we ate. Only the plants are glowing.
Each of you have eaten from one of these plants, enchanted with pixie dust, tying your life source to its own survival.
Lord Torlon explains.
While you're in the forest, we'll be able to monitor you based on the condition of your plant. Attached to each, we have recorded the illness and its symptoms. Your job is to identify the 3 plants that will cure each symptom.
A chain is slung over my head, and I jerk back as a spherical pendant lands on my chest. I turn over the transparent orb with my fingers, and the liquid inside starts to glow.
These pendants will help light your way,
Lord Torlon continues.
The juice inside has been taken from the fruit of your plant. As you traverse the woods, it will glow brighter as you near the remedy plants.
I grasp the pendant tight between my fingers. At least I won't be going into the dark forest completely blind.
When you have cured yourself, you may return. Those who return first will be ranked higher than the rest, but points will be docked for unnecessarily destroying life in the forest, even if you are provoked.
Lord Torlon motions to the potted plants.
When you are ready, you may learn of your curse and enter the forest.
All 5 of us dart toward our plants. The leaves on mine are already wilting. I snatch the parchment tied to it with a shaking hand. Disease, fascal delirium. Symptoms, fatigue, rash, hallucinations. If not treated, death. Great. I take hold of the pendant around my neck and sprint through the archway into the forest. I only remember 1 of the healing plants out of the 3. I'll be dead by dinner. As I leave the safety of Vindoria, the dense woodlands is a maze of endless trees. The light of the moons casts blue hues over the normally green forest, creating flickering shadows that play with my mind as the ominous call of an owl screeches from somewhere overhead. How in Phelan am I supposed to find anything here? At least I have the soft glow of the pendant around my neck, but when I hold it out in front of me, it only illuminates a few feet ahead. As I trudge on, my feet slow with each crunching step. My shoulders slump, as if someone has heaved a burden over them. No, this heaviness feels deeper than that, as if it seeped into my body and buried itself in my chest. My eyes droop in the dim light. I force them open. I haven't gone that far. How can I already be tired? I lean my hand against the cracked bark of the nearest tree, realizing I'm struggling to catch my breath. Then it hits me. The first symptom is setting in. Fatigue. All I want to do is lie down in the moss and sleep it off. Another part of my brain screams that it won't do any good. This will only get worse if I don't find an antidote. And there are worse symptoms yet to come. Gathering my quickly dwindling energy, I allow my eyes to close so I can focus, racking my brain for a plant that will help. Lord Torlon's teachings are a droning mumble in my memory. Thankfully, Hickory's drawings of the different plants are clearer. I mentally turn the pages until a bushel of bright red berries appear in my mind. Kinto berries, a plentiful source of energy. I look down at my pendant again. What did Torlon say? It'll glow brighter when we are near the right plants. I take a few steps forward and the glow dims slightly. I step to the right. About the same. A few steps to the left and then backward. The glow intensifies. A headache takes root at my temple, but I force my feet to move in the glow's direction. As I round a large tree trunk, the pendant is blazing so bright it lights everything in sight, including a bush of shiny red berries. There's already a puck there in front of it with stark white hair. Hickory. He has his back to me, pulling off the berries in large handfuls, tossing some into his mouth and more into a pouch at his side. Soon they'll all be gone. "Hey!" I call, and the puck turns. It isn't Hickory. It's Gaius. My breath hitches, lodging in my throat. I was short of breath before. Now I feel as if the air has been kicked out of me. It can't be. But there he is, standing right in front of me. Alive. His hair is longer, but the scars from his burns run from his jawline all the way down his neck. I'm afraid to breathe or blink, for fear that he might disappear. I take a careful step forward. Gaius. His eyes go wide. He bolts. "No! Wait!" I lunge after him. The underbrush of pine needles and burrs scratch my arms. Branches pull at my tunic, threatening to slow me down. I urge my burning legs to follow after the wisps of white hair dashing through the trees. My clothes grow slick with sweat, my pulse roaring in my ears. He's alive. Something deep inside always told me somehow, some way, he couldn't be dead. But why is he running? "Gaius, stop! It's me!" I cry out. Finally gaining on him, I reach out and pull him backward. I flip him around and pin him against the nearest tree. He tries to wriggle out of my grasp. I hold his arms against the bark as firmly as I can. "Gaius, calm down." I try to speak softly while using the energy I have left to keep him still. His frantic eyes dart from me to the darkness around us. "It's me, Quinn. It's all right. Nothing is going to hurt you." His eyes narrow.
Nothing, huh? What about you?
He practically spits. He looks down at my hands around his arms, and I feel him tremble beneath my touch. What? His words shoot like lightning through my body, and I nearly let go of him from the shock. He's afraid I'll burn him again. His look is crazed. He doesn't know what he's saying. Something else truly terrible must have happened to him out here. I tighten my grip. I need to make him understand. "No, Gaius. That was an accident, a mistake. I'm your sister. You know I would never—"
"Never leave me?"
His face twists angrily.
"You mean like when you promised you wouldn't, and then left anyway? You left me with our father, of all folk."
Another stab to the gut. My head pounds as he squirms to break free. I can't lose him. Not again. I won't survive it. "Gaius, I'm so sorry, but you have to listen to me," I plead. "I don't know where you've been. They told me you were dead. We buried you. And ever since that day, I've been trying to make up for what I did."
"You mean by joining the Ethodine?"
He scoffs.
"Did you really believe that taking my place in this competition would make up for anything? Would change anything?"
He laughs darkly.
"Like always, the only faerie you're thinking of is yourself. Father was right after all. You're a screw-up, and you're dangerous. All you do is hurt others. You're doing it right now."
His last words turn into a scream of pain, and I look down at my hands. They don't feel hot, but they're bright red, burning into his flesh. "No!" I yell and let go. He pushes past me, holding his arms as he breaks through the brush. "Gaius!" I run after him again. I need to apologize. He needs a medic, and fast. But as I dart after him, I feel myself slowing, the fatigue growing worse. Still, I push off the trees to propel myself forward, desperate not to lose him again. I trip over something big. My knees and elbows skid against the ground as I fall hard, dirt and pebbles stinging my skin. I hiss with pain. When I lift my hand, it's covered in something sticky. Mud? Sap? I flip my hand over, the pendant around my neck illuminating my bright red palm. It's blood. It smeared across my hand and my tunic. I turn to see what I stumbled over, and my heart shreds into pieces. It's Gaius's body. His frantic eyes stare up at the sky as his body shakes, blood dripping from his arms and chest. "No!" I shriek. The sound tears at my throat as I rush to his side. My hands hover over his body, afraid to touch him. I look for something I can do, anything. He's already lost so much blood, and his skin is deathly pale. Grief and rage ricochet through my body. I'm shaking. My heart is pounding. How is this possible? I just saw him alive, and now he's dying. Again. His eyes roll back into his head, and I grip my teeth. No. I can't stop myself anymore. I clutch his shoulders and pull his limp body against my chest. Squeezing him close, I breathe hard into his shoulder. "No, Gaius, please don't leave me again. Don't go." Pressure builds behind my eyes and grows in my chest. It's so overpowering I think it might crush my heart. I hope it will. But it doesn't. There's no release, no relief from the pain. "I'm so sorry, brother. This is all my fault. You should have been the one who lived." I squeeze him harder, my voice breaking. "Please don't go. I can't do this without you. Take me with you, please. Take me with you."
Quinn.
The word blows into my hair. I pull back from the body in my hands. It's not Gaius. Chapter 39. "Hickory?" I ask, shaking my head. Hickory blinks up at me, mirroring my shock. He opens his mouth to speak, but I cut in first. "How did you—" I squeeze his shoulders, peering around frantically for Gaius, and then back down at Hickory. His shirt is stained with red. I jump back. "Hickory, you're bleeding!"
I am?
He looks down and feels for a wound. Instead, his hand finds a pouch looped on a leather band across his chest. He breathes.
It's okay. It's not blood.
He opens the flap to reveal half-squished kinto berries. I turn my red palm over again and slump backward on the ground, so utterly exhausted and confused. I sniff. Instead of the tang of blood, the scent is fresh and sweet. My eyes dart to the forest around us, my chest still rising and falling uneasily. What happened? And where is Gaius? Was he ever really here?
I don't know.
Hickory starts, looking back toward the trees.
After I found the kinto berries, I thought I heard something. When I turned, there was a black figure surrounded by swirling clouds of smoke.
A goblin? I ask.
I don't know, maybe. Whatever it was, it chased me and I ran. I looked back a few times. Its darkness was growing, swallowing up the forest as it went. It took hold of me once and I got away, but it tracked me here and pinned me to the ground. Everything went pitch black. I couldn't see or hear anything. I could barely breathe, as if the life was being crushed out of me. I thought I was going to die.
He looks up at me.
Then I heard your voice.
My voice? My heartbeat slows as I put the pieces together.
I didn't know what you were saying, but I knew it was you. Slowly, the darkness dissipated, and I found you hugging me.
I look at the ground. I thought I was holding Gaius, I whisper, realizing what must have happened.
Gaius?
Hickory asks. Then the answer dawns on him, too.
It must have been another one of the symptoms. The hallucinations are kicking in.
I nod. Hickory's eyes soften. I don't have to explain my hallucination for him to know what I saw. I still can't believe it. It all felt so real. But Gaius was never really here. I was chasing Hickory, and he was running from me. It was all in our heads. Our greatest fears come to life. I didn't think anything could be worse than my actual nightmares. This was much worse. A rush of cold flows through me, and my eyes grow heavy and droop. I'm either about to throw up or pass out.
Quinn!
Hickory catches me before I hit the ground. He grabs some of the remaining berries from his pouch.
Eat this. Quickly now.
He pushes them into my mouth, and I force myself to chew and swallow. My headache slowly eases its grip on my skull, and energy returns to my tired muscles. I look up at Hickory, his eyebrows knitted together with worry, and give him a reassuring nod. Though a part of me wishes he really had been Gaius, I'm glad to have someone else looking out for me. Thanks, I say, sitting up. Hickory helps pull me to my feet.
Here, why don't you hold on to these until you're sure you feel 100%?
He hands me the pouch of berries.
I ate plenty before.
I nod and tie it to my belt, silently thankful to not be alone in the forest any longer.
Quinn?
Hickory taps my shoulder.
We can't have the same hallucinations, right?
I don't think so. Why?
Because I think I see Alice.
Afraid of what I may see next, I turn slowly. A few yards away, Alice is on her knees, hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. As we draw closer, I see she's looking into an open clearing, lit up by moonlight. Bodies of dead lynxicorns cover the field. What in Phelan? I step toward the clearing to get a better look, but Hickory grabs my arm.
Look there.
He lowers his voice to a whisper, pointing to a group of dark-winged figures descending on the corpses. Goblins. It seems that they've killed the lynxicorns who were once under their control. Now some of them are bent over the beasts, making horrible chomping sounds.
Quinn, real or illusion?
Hickory whispers.
Are those goblins doing what I think they're doing?
I nod, holding back the bile climbing up my throat. The goblins are feeding on the lynxicorn's raw flesh. I'm so sorry, Alice, I say softly. This must be killing her, but she doesn't move. Unsure of what to do next, the glow of my pendant increasingly catches my attention. I hold it out toward the moonlit clearing. To my dismay, it glows all the brighter. The pendant wants us to go out there? Beyond the goblins feasting, a large stone structure stands on the other side of the clearing, covered in climbing vines. Guys? I swallow. I think the next plant we need might be near that building.
You mean the one on the other side of the field of death?
Hickory asks, already shaking his head. I think if we follow the circle of trees, we can make it there without catching the goblins' attention, I say. It might even be a good place to hide out until they move on. Alice isn't listening. Her breathing deepens, turning to seething gasps. Grabbing a fallen tree branch, she lets her wings loose and flies straight toward the goblins. Alice, no! I reach out for her, but she's already out in the clearing, swinging at the goblins. They leave their carcass meals, flocking to her with bloody teeth and sharp talons. With the charred creatures distracted, a clear path to the stone structure is laid out for us. I look back at Alice. She takes down a goblin with one swing to the jaw, another by jamming the branch through its gut. The rest descend on her, yanking her down, raking their talons across her arms and back. I look at Hickory. His eyes say he can't leave her either. Hey! Hey, uglies! Over here! I step out of the brush, waving my hands in the air. Hickory follows my cue.
Why have only one fairy snack when you can have 3?
Dozens of goblin heads turn to us, abandoning Alice to begin another chase. Unfurling my wings, I whip across the field. Follow me! As we fly, I glance over my shoulder. A horde of them are gaining on us, and Alice is still struggling to take down the few that surround her. An idea takes hold. I make a wide turn in the air.
What are you doing?
Hickory follows.
Isn't leading them back to Alice a little counterintuitive?
Get ready to grab an arm, I tell him. Hickory nods. Reaching Alice, we yank her out of the goblin's clutches. At first, she kicks and swats at us, obviously not satisfied with the extent of pain she was able to inflict on the creatures. Then her body slowly goes slack, growing heavier in our arms. Her bloodied wounds glisten in the moonlight. Come on! I guide Hickory through a wide turn in the air again. The remaining goblins join the hunt after us, shrieking as they chase.
Where are we headed now?
He struggles to hold on to Alice's arm. His bat-like wings aren't as strong as mine. There! I pull him along, flying as fast as my wings can carry me. If we head back into the trees, the goblins can easily catch up. If we want to survive, the stone fortress is our best bet. We land and stumble toward the structure's stone door, putting Alice down to push the door open with all our might.
"It's not budging,"
Hickory says through gritted teeth. Goblins land on the steps below, displaying fanged sneers. One of them launches itself at Alice with a growl, but Alice doesn't even bother to shield herself. Heat rising in my gut, I let go of the door and jump in front of her. I lift my bare hands to take the brunt of the goblin's blow. "Don't you touch her!" Before I know it, the searing heat in my gut shoots from my chest, burns through my veins, and fire erupts from my hands. The ash-colored goblin bursts into flames and stumbles backward as it shrieks and grabs at its burning flesh. It struggles to fly and eventually tumbles to the ground, rolling around to put out the fire engulfing its body. The other goblins watch in horror, momentarily distracted by their fallen comrade. Alice's eyes are now wide and alert. Hickory holds the same expression. Both of them are staring at my hands. They've seen my secret. I'll have to deal with that later. We aren't safe yet. "Hickory, the door!" I point. Somehow, it's cracking open. Chapter 40. As Hickory pushes against the door, I grab Alice and fly inside. Hickory follows just as the goblins turn from their smoldering friend and spring into the air after us. Thankfully, we aren't the only ones on the other side of the door. Vale and Aaron must have been pulling on the large handle because they're now hurrying to push it closed again. Moving to help, I catch sight of mossy green spots speckling their skin. The rash. "Hey, a little help here!" Vale yells, and I pull my eyes away from her skin, throwing my body against the door. The goblins whiz toward us. With all of our combined strength, the door closes shut with a loud thud just in time. Goblins shriek as claws scrape against the stone. But we're safe. For now. Panting, I face the others inside the dark structure. Alice and Hickory stare at me again.
"Okay, so, real or illusion?"
Hickory urges me to answer in a fearful yet excited tone. His eyes dart back and forth from my hands to my face. Alice looks at me with wide eyes, as if asking the same question, while holding her bleeding arm. I shrug at Alice. Guess you're not the only one with secrets. "Are you serious?" Vale asks. I freeze. Did she see my fire too? She's not looking at me, though. She's struggling to scratch her back where I'm sure the rash has traveled. "Of course those goblins are real. What were you doing out there anyway? You could have gotten yourselves killed." A sigh rushes out of me. At least Vale didn't see my hands ablaze. I give Hickory a warning glance not to say another word.
"I think what Vale means is, are you all okay?"
Aaron scratches his chest violently, though his gaze is focused on me. I think so. I peer into the dark room. Thankfully, there don't seem to be any windows that could let in the goblins. Our glowing pendants are the only source of light, illuminating only the small space around us. Where are we? I hold up my pendant like a lantern toward Vale and Aaron. And why are you two here together? My pendant led me here, Vale says defensively. I entered through a back door covered by some vines, but I haven't found a remedy anywhere, and this rash just keeps spreading. She runs her nails down her trousers.
"Same here. Just look at it."
Aaron reveals his arms, where his perfect tan skin is tainted by green splotches.
"I was afraid I was becoming a plant myself until I came across Vale here a few minutes ago. We were about to leave when we heard your voices outside."
"Well, thanks for that,"
Hickory says to Aaron begrudgingly, leaning against the nearest wall as sweat beads down his face.
"But we don't have much time, especially Alice."
Alice is still on the ground, holding her arm. Blood streams out, soaking her sleeve.
"If you could show us this back entrance, I think we'd all like to get out of here."
Hickory shudders at the darkness.
"Then we can each go our separate ways."
I've got Alice. I throw one of her arms over my shoulder as the others lead the way. What's happening to you? I whisper to her. The slashes on Alice's arm and back are long and deep, cutting through her beautiful tattoos as a green film oozes out. Is the mossy rash crossing with her goblin wounds? Or are the goblin's talons poisonous themselves? Alice gives a defeated shrug. Blast! What good is your gift if you can't heal yourself? Digging my hand into the pouch Hickory gave me, I pull out some of the Kinto berries and push them into her mouth. Here, maybe this will help. That's all I can do. Though I hate it, once we leave the safety of this place, I know I should focus on making sure Vale gets back to Vendoria first. I can't have the Queen angrier than she already is. But can I really leave Alice on her own like this?
Come on, you two.
Aaron calls to us through the darkness.
Let's get out of here.
As Alice and I stand, torches along the walls ignite. Blazing light fills the large stone hall, and I freeze with Alice still against my side. The space is nearly 3 times larger than I originally thought. What just happened? Vale asks. Hickory looks at me as if I've done something. This isn't me. At least, I don't think so. Looking around, the room is fairly empty. There's just a hallway back near the front door. Something moves into the hallway's shadowed entrance, and I jump back as a figure emerges. He's dressed just like the strange cloaked fairies I saw in Shree, his worn hood covering his face. He just stands there, waiting for something. Hold on. Is he the one who lit the torches? The figure bows his head before backing up, disappearing into the dark hallway. The memory of the voice in Shree speaking into my mind comes back to me.
If you want to learn what really happened to him, you will follow me.
If this is the same hooded figure, maybe he still has the answers I need. Against my chest, my pendant's glowing pulses. Hey! I call after him. Wait! I quickly but carefully sling Alice onto my back as her arms droop over my shoulders and sprint into the hallway.
Quinn!
Aaron's voice echoes off the walls. I saw something! I'll be right back! I yell.
It could be another hallucination,
Hickory calls as their pounding footsteps follow me down the hall. You've got to be kidding me, Vale complains. With Alice's arms dangling over my shoulders, I dart down the hallway as fast as I can, chasing the figure's shadow through a doorway into a darkened room. Slowing, I thrust the glow of my pendant forward into the dim space. There's no trace of the cloaked figure. It's just a dark room with an archway on the other end. It's what's on the other side of the archway that catches my attention. It appears to be a moonlit courtyard full of lush green plants. As I step deeper into the room, drawing closer toward the opening, the glow of my pendant pulses brighter than ever.
Quinn, where are you?
I hear Hickory shout from down the hall. This way, I call back, lowering Alice to the ground. I think I found one of the remedies. Was the hooded figure actually trying to help us find it? The others enter the room after me. The glow of their pendants casts more light into the space as I take a step toward the courtyard.
Quinn, wait!
Aaron's voice rings with warning. A tile beneath my foot shifts down before I can pull away. A heavy stone slab slams over the archway to the courtyard. I whip around just in time to see the same happen to the doorway we just came through. No! Vale lunges toward it. She's too late. She bangs her fist on the slab and then turns to me. Look what you've done! My stomach lurches. The hood hasn't helped us. He's trapped us in here. I curse. What was I thinking? Vale strides toward me, fingers outstretched as if ready to pull my hair out. Aaron steps in front of her.
Vale, relax. Quinn didn't know.
Of course she didn't. She never does. She never thinks about anyone but herself, Vale shouts, scratching more vigorously at her neck where the green rash has spread. Yet you're always defending her.
Aaron's right,
Hickory adds, surprising all of us, especially Aaron.
Turning on each other isn't going to do any good with the little time we have left. Our best chance is to spread out and find a way out of here as quickly as we can. If we do, we might be able to get access to that courtyard again.
Though I can't argue with Vale, I did get us into this mess. I give a nod of gratitude to Aaron and Hickory. Fine, Vale huffs, backing up. As the others split up to inspect the space, I turn and gasp. My pendant illuminates a towering sculpture of a faerie. Its stone face glares down at me. Glancing around, there are 5 of them that line the room in a circular formation around us. They're fairies from each clan, their wings spread out above them, holding a small object with an outstretched hand. Replicas of the 5 clan moonstones. It's what's behind them that surprises me the most. Archaic images are carved into the stone walls. Flora and fauna, flying fairies, even the wingless Numa with their dull ears. On the door now barring us from the courtyard, pneumanic symbols trail down the newly formed barrier. I recognize many of them from the passage Hickory has been studying in the tome. Hickory? I point to the symbols. Real or illusion?
Oh, this is real, all right.
Hickory holds up his pendant as he examines them.
I don't see anything except weird symbols.
Aaron looks exhausted as he crouches next to Alice, checking her wounds.
What is this place? I think we're in an ancient mystic temple.
Hickory gently traces his fingers over the etchings.
I thought these were all destroyed.
A temple? I ask.
They once used them to protect rare plants that they believed to be sacred and to worship the...
He looks back at me. He was probably about to say the word Numa. He casts a wary glance at Vale.
Anyway, they often set traps for trespassers, like the one Quinn triggered, leaving the only key to escape in secret codes like these.
It's pneumanic, Vale says in a soft, wonder-filled voice that doesn't seem to belong to her. She follows the markings with her fingers, mumbling to herself in a tongue I don't recognize.
Wait, you can read this?
Hickory's mouth hangs open, looking equal parts dumbfounded and impressed. Vale pulls her hand away from the wall. Yes, well, sort of. You can read the pneumanic language, I press. I told you, I have a knack for ancient languages, she says. The real question is, how do you know that this is pneumanic? I hesitate, then get an idea. Hickory may have taken a book about it from your library.
Quinn!
Hickory steps forward to stop me, but I put an arm out toward him. My library? Vale asks. Yeah, I say. Old, dusty, leather-bound, strange flower symbol on the cover. Ring any bells? If so, maybe I'll find out if it's the same book the Queen is after. Vale's eyes grow wide with recognition as she lunges toward Hickory. Thief! I've been looking everywhere for that text, and you've had it all this time? Grabbing Vale's wrist, I spin her around to face me. We'll catch you up when we're not all dying and trapped in some creepy temple, okay? Right now, we need to know what these markings say so we can figure out how to get out of here. And if you help us, we might even consider giving the book back to you.
What?
Hickory exclaims. I shoot him a look. I said might. Fine, Vale sighs as she scratches her shoulder. I'm not sure I'll get all of it right, but I'll try. She begins to read. Beasts revolt at darkest death. A tremble in the land will quake. War and famine on your breath. Order, peace, and unions break. The vine will wither, the sky will fall. The Numa's tale, take heed, you must. A plague will mark the end of all. It comes on wings of ash and dust. Stone and dust they must combine with every royal clan bloodline. Together when the moons align, the key to power is the sign. Hickory mutters the words back to himself as if trying to memorize it. Is it making sense now? I ask.
What does it mean?
Aaron adds from the floor. He's got Alice propped up against him, examining her wounds.
I don't know,
Hickory stammers.
It's just more riddles.
He scratches his neck, where green splotches have formed. The rash is setting in. I look down at myself, noticing a few spots on my arms. Great.
Guys, I think Alice has the rash too, and her wounds are getting worse.
Aaron says with more intensity, trying to keep her sitting upright. He puts a hand to her forehead.
She's burning up. We need to get out of here fast.
Riddles. I look around the room, starting to scratch at my own skin. What did it say at the end? Vale translates again. Stone and dust they must combine with every royal clan bloodline. Together when the moons align, the key to power is the sign. The key to power, I say. If the riddle is a clue on how to get out of here, the key to power could be what we need. The key is the sign. I look at the images on the walls. Maybe we need to find the pneumanic sign somewhere. Hickory, Vale, and I each search a different wall. We find vague depictions of the faerie clan serving the wingless pneuma, bowing or bringing offerings, but no sign of the symbol.
Guys?
Aaron is staring upward as Alice weakly points to the ceiling.
I don't know what the sign you're searching for looks like, but I think Alice found the moons.
We lift our glowing pendants to reveal a dome-shaped ceiling depicting the night sky. Indents in the shape of stars speckle the surface with a series of full moons running right down the middle. Together when the moons align, Hickory whispers. It's the moon harvest.
The moon harvest?
Aaron asks. It's a celestial event that only happens once every 10 years, Vale says. All the full moons align like an eclipse, so it appears as if there's only one moon in our sky.
Okay,
Aaron says.
So is that the sign we need?
No, I whisper, thinking back to the riddle. Stone and dust they must combine with every royal clan bloodline. I look at the fairy sculptures around us. They're all looking at the only surface of the room we haven't checked. Everyone stand back for a second. I need to see something. All but Alice move to the edges of the room. I point my pendant to the ground. There are grooves in the floor partially covered by dirt and dust. I start brushing it away with my feet, and other grooves appear. Frantically, I drop to my knees and swipe at the ground to uncover more. Hickory follows my lead, and soon we're all brushing away grime until a symbol takes shape. It's so large it takes up the entire floor. There are the 3 rings and the 10-petaled flower of the pneuma. Alice is seated in the middle of it all. She's on the center ring carved into a singular stone tile that's slightly pressed into the ground. Aaron, help me move Alice, I say. I think this is the tile that triggered the trap. Together, we shift her off of it, and I point to 2 grooves on either side. Maybe handles of some kind? Aaron jams his fingers into the grooves and pulls, the gills on his neck tensing. The stone doesn't budge.
It's too heavy. Even with all of us lifting, I don't think it will come up.
Wait. Stone and dust they must combine,
Hickory mutters.
Remember how Lord Torlon said the liquid that fills our pendants was enchanted with pixie dust? What if we can use the dust's floating properties to elevate the stone?
He shakes his pendant, and some of the dust sprinkles over the circular stone. It trembles, lifting a little, then settles down again. Anxious to see if it will work, we each take positions around the tile and shake our pendants over the stone. Gradually, the tile rises and clicks back into place, flush with the floor. As it does, the stone slabs blocking the doorways rise, the one covering the hallway entrance, as well as the courtyard archway. Finally! Vale exclaims. She rushes into the courtyard as we grab Alice and follow her out into the moonlight. There's a glass ceiling and 4 walls. We must be in the center of the temple. Inspecting the overgrown vegetation, Vale follows her pendant until it leads her to a plant with 5 thick leaves, each the length of my forearm. It's a marshing fern, she exclaims. If we cut open the leaves, there's a liquid inside that's a perfect remedy for severe rashes. Pulling one off and peeling it open, Vale sucks on the inner liquid as well as layering it over her sores. She breathes out in relief, and Aaron follows her lead with the second leaf. Pulling off the other 3, Vale hands them to me. You and Hickory should drink this before your rashes get bad. First, give one to Alice. Its skin-healing properties may also help with her wounds from the goblins. As I help Alice drink and apply the salve, Vale looks to the left of us. Hickory, hurry up and grab your leaf.
In a minute,
He says. He's busy examining one of the courtyard walls.
I found some markings over here that I've never seen before.
Vale sighs and shakes her head as I drink some of the liquid from my leaf. At least the green ooze and blood from Alice's gashes are beginning to dry up. Color returns to her skin and light to her eyes. Alice touches my arm with her gloved hand in gratitude. I smile.
Leaving so soon?
I hear Aaron ask. Vale is already heading back inside. We all stare at her. Even Hickory looks up from studying the wall. Thanks for the help. There's a hint of guilt in her expression. Then she straightens her spine. This is still a competition, though. One I can't lose. The Queen's face flashes in my mind. Keep your eye on the prize. Our silence speaks for itself. Though there's a measure of hurt in Hickory's eyes, he understands too. Our common purpose is done. At the end of the day, we all have our own agendas, and we can't let each other stand in the way. Still, Vale isn't as cutthroat as she lets on. She could have grabbed all the fern leaves and ran out. She could have let Alice die. But she didn't. Before I can say anything, she's gone. I know I should do the same. I should go make sure that Vale safely crosses the finish line first, and that I don't come in last myself. But Alice still isn't in great shape. She won't make it far without me. As I help her stand, Aaron takes hold of her other side. I stop. If I let him help, it could slow him down and allow Vale to get a bigger head start back to Vindoria. But I can't let the Queen find me with him again either. I've got her, I tell him. You should go.
Are you sure?
The ocean of color in his eyes swim with conflict. I'm sure. No holding back, remember? He smiles sadly at our saying.
No holding back.
Slowly, he releases Alice's arm and steps back toward the door, watching me all the way until he disappears inside. Making sure Alice is steady on her feet, I turn to hand the final fern leaf to Hickory before leaving too. I find him standing in front of the markings that he's found on the courtyard wall, mumbling to himself. Hickory, stop obsessing and take your medicine. We've got to get out of here. He doesn't move. Hickory. I walk toward him. Still nothing. Hickory. I pull at his shoulder. When he faces me, his good eye has gone completely white, just like an isinglass. I draw back. Real or illusion? Hickory? He grabs my arms, his nails digging into my skin. Real. Very real. He chants phrases from the prophecy in an urgent yet monotone voice.
Beast revolt, war and famine, the Numa tale. Take heed, take heed.
Hickory, stop! You're scaring me! I try to pull out of his grasp. His hands are unusually strong, his fingers pressing even harder. Hickory, snap out of it!
Stone and dust, moons align, the end of all. It's coming, it's coming!
He chants louder and louder. Hickory! I yell, preparing to headbutt him if I have to. Alice hits him over the head with a rock first. Hickory goes limp and drops to the ground. I look at Alice, who leans against the wall for support. Thanks. I let out a shaky breath. I'm still in shock, trying to understand what just happened. She shrugs with a weak smile, looking exhausted from just walking the few feet over to us. Hickory moans from the floor. Alice and I inch back, preparing ourselves for whatever he's about to do next.
Wow, that hurts.
Hickory sounds like himself as he reaches for his head.
How did I end up on the ground?
I relax. I think he went into a trance or something. You're going to be fine now.
Wait.
Hickory freezes, still looking down. What's wrong? He slowly turns his head and blinks up at us, his eyebrows furrowing. His good eye is no longer white. Still, There's something different about it. His breathing quickens. I bend down and put a hand on his shoulder, searching his face for answers. Just like his misted blue eye, his brown eye that usually moves freely is stationary.
I can't see.
Hickory feels for my arm and grabs it like a lifeboat at sea.
Quinn, I can't see anything.
Chapter 41. Hickory closes his eyes and touches his eyelids with trembling fingers. He opens them, blinking frantically, and then does it all again as if trying to make sure his eyes are open. With every passing second, his chest heaves, his breathing more sporadic. "Don't panic, okay?" I tell him, even though I have no idea what to do.
Don't panic,
He shouts, feeling for my arm again and squeezing it so hard I fear it'll bruise. I've never seen him this undone before.
I've lost my sight. It's finally happened. What am I going to do?
We'll help you get out of here. It's going to be all right. First, we have to take care of your rashes. I look at Alice, and she nods in agreement as she dabs the fern's liquid on his blotchy skin. Hickory shakes his head.
You don't get it. My sight, my art, it's the only thing I can call my own. It's all I have, all that I am. And now it's gone.
He pauses.
You said I went into a trance. What did I do?
When I tell him about his prophetic ramblings, his eyebrows raise.
That's it. I'm cursed,
he cries out. You're not cursed. You thought you lost your sight before in the woods, remember? For all we know, this is another hallucination. We just have to find the last plant. Alice claps her hands to get my attention, and I look at her. She points to herself, and then the remnants of the fern. I don't get what she's trying to say. I look at Hickory, but without his sight, I can't count on him to know either. I could try something else. I lift my hands. I don't understand, I sign to Alice. I know the phrase well, since every time I said it out loud during my lessons with Ivy, she made me sign it instead. Use signs. I try again, grasping for more words I can remember. Alice's mouth drops open, her eyes blinking wide. Tentatively, she signs one word. How? Then she points to me. Ivy, I sign back. Ivy, help. Little. I shrug, hoping she'll get what I mean. The corner of Alice's mouth lifts.
Quinn, why is it so quiet? What's going on? Don't tell me I've lost my hearing too.
Panic rattles Hickory's voice again. Alice signs to me quickly, and I pick up the words. I know, healing, plant, and the number 3. It's okay, Hickory. Alice is offering to lead us to the 3rd healing plant. I tell him slowly, looking at Alice for confirmation that I've understood her correctly. She nods emphatically. I smile. A small voice inside tells me I should be doing this on my own. But without Alice, I wouldn't even know where to start. In her weakened condition, she won't get far without help either. At this point, no matter our rank, we all just want this to be over. Thankfully, there aren't any signs of the goblins when we get outside. Alice leads us across the field to a pond not far from where we were standing when we first spotted her. She must have been heading here before we came across her in the woods. Alice picks some orange wildflowers growing at the rim of the pond and crushes the pollen in her hand. Though Hickory is skeptical that it will help him, he eats the pollen powder with us, and soon his good eye begins to shift and peer around. Hickory blinks back tears as he turns to Alice and takes her hands in his.
Thank you,
he chokes out. More than ready to be finished with this trial, Hickory and I sling Alice's arms over our shoulders and follow her hand signals back to Vindoria, keeping our eyes peeled for any other dangers. We're just able to see the magical archway through the trees when the two of them stop short. What are you two doing? We're almost there, I say. Hickory looks at Alice, and she nods.
You go first, Quinn,
he says. What? Why? I ask.
We wouldn't have gotten this far without you.
I stare at them. Honestly, a huge part of me almost takes them up on the offer. The part that fears the Queen and wants that beautiful flying ship she's promised. but something inside me can't do it. What in Phelan is wrong with me? Shaking my head, I sling Alice's arm back over my shoulder. Today, these two are my crew, and the trial is the storm we just barely survived. No, I tell them. We finished together. I wouldn't have known about the Kinto berries without Hickory's help, and I could still be stumbling around in the forest looking for the last plant without Alice. I'm in their debt. But that ends here. As we enter the village arm in arm, gasps flutter through the crowd. I try to avoid the fuming stares of both the Queen and my father, and the equally surprised looks on Vale's and Aaron's faces. It's all easier to handle when Lord Torlon and Lady Navi rush to Alice. She collapses in their arms. "What happened?" Lady Navi exclaims, trembling at the sight of Alice's terrible-looking gashes. "The goblins attacked her," I explain.
"And you chose to save her."
Lord Torlon looks at Hickory and me with a mix of confusion and gratitude.
"Thank you. I cannot change your ranking, but in my mind you have proven yourselves the true winners of the trial of life."
Though I appreciate his sentiment, looking back at the Queen, I'm honestly relieved he can't. Thankfully, the Dryads fully deliver on the feast they promised. As I approach the terrace, a long banquet table is piled up with a vast array of savory and sweet dishes. The smells invade my senses as I look for an open seat. Her Majesty eyes me and then the seat next to her with intention. Feeling like I don't have much choice, I walk over and settle between her and Hickory. Vale sits across from her, while Aaron and Alice are seated farther down the table with their parents. Thankfully, Alice is looking much better. Even Layman has made an appearance, sitting next to Vale. He doesn't look happy about it. Next to him is my father. He glances my way briefly as I take my seat, then returns to staring at his plate. What a pair those two make with their matching scowls. The Queen hasn't said a word to me or looked in my direction. Frustration emanates off her like heat. Though Vale successfully emerged from the forest first, I'm sure the Queen didn't like the fact that I helped Alice and Hickory, when I could have been helping to keep Vale safe. Spotting a bowl of lily tarts in front of me, my focus shifts. Vale shoots me a look of disgust as I reach for them. I don't care what she thinks. To me, the stuff is as addicting as pixie dust. And besides, I could use some comfort food. I pop a few into my mouth. The flavor of this one is even more intense than I remember.
"Before we eat,"
Lord Torlon looks my way. I swallow hard, placing my hands back in my lap.
"I just wanted to say that you should all be proud of how you handled yourselves today."
Considering they all almost died, Layman mutters under his breath.
"What did you say, my son?"
The Dryad Lord asks. At first, it looks as if Layman is going to say it was nothing. Then something shifts in his gaze.
"I was just saying,"
He speaks loud enough for the whole table to hear,
"that all the clan heirs could have died today, including Alice, and I know you wouldn't want me to be the next ruler."
Many around the table look down at their plates, pretending to be distracted. Feeling a tickle in my throat, I take advantage of the awkward exchange to let out a short cough. It cuts through the growing tension like one of my blades.
"I've never said that,"
Lord Torlon assures him.
"Not outright."
Layman stabs a piece of meat in front of him and points the fork at his father.
"But we all know you'd never agree to how I would lead."
Lord Torlon sighs, caught between the accusations of his son and the judgment of his guests.
"Layman, you're a great warrior, a valiant defender of our clan and the woodlands. But not everything can be solved with brute strength and war."
He eyes my father, who grumbles something under his beard.
"Unlike some clans, we are called to be peacekeepers. That is our place."
Alice tries to catch Layman's attention, warning him with a stare. He avoids her gaze. The tickle rises in my throat, and I try to clear it again.
How does risking the lives of your heirs in some stupid game keep the peace?
Layman demands. The tickle is turning into an itch. I cough louder. What's wrong with me? Layman pounds the table, glaring at me.
Can you please stop?
I cough again, and again, harder each time. My throat is closing. I grab the side of the table tightly in panic.
Quinn, are you all right?
Hickory asks. Can't breathe, I wheeze, trying to suck in as much air as possible. Spots dot my vision. I'm blacking out. I search for Aaron farther down the table, locking eyes with him.
Quinn!
He stands, his chair scraping against the floor as I fall. Hickory catches me, and I look up at a blur of faces. My body goes numb as I gasp for air. My eyes threaten to close. I fight to keep them open. Alice's face comes into focus, her eyes frantic.
Stay with me,
whispers a voice I don't recognize.
Move her to the infirmary now,
Aaron calls out. That voice I know, but all I see in front of me is Alice.
Stay calm.
The voice reverberates in my mind again as if it could be my own thoughts.
This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
Then, there's only darkness. Utter darkness and quiet. Did it finally happen? Am I dead?
Quinn!
Gaius's all too familiar voice screams my name. Another dream. I open my eyes, expecting to be back at the port where my nightmares with him always take place. This time, I'm sitting on a metal chair in a cold room. The only sound is a slow, insistent dripping.
Quinn!
I jolt in my seat, anxious to rise and follow his voice. I can't move. My arms and legs are bound to the chair. I yank at the restraints. I'm strapped down tight. Gaius! My head whips around to find where he could be. Torches light, and a gathering of fae make their way toward me. Their faces are blurred, as if my eyes aren't working properly. Hello? I asked tentatively. I need help, please! Their pace doesn't change. Gradually, their torches illuminate different parts of the room. Large pools of water cover the ground. Something is floating inside each of them. Bodies. No. I start to shake, my forehead breaking out in a sweat. Please, what do you want with me? Whipping my head around, I search for any kind of weapon. On a small table beside me is the mystic tome, the distinct pneumanic symbol on the cover staring me in the face. As much as I want to know why it's here, the book isn't going to help me. My eyes dart to what's next to it. A silver tray of syringes, some filled with murky liquid, others with dark red blood. Next to them, a collection of sharp metal instruments. Torture tools? Maybe I can grab one and turn it on my captors. As if answering my silent wish, one arm comes free. No, all of my limbs. I lunge for the sharp objects. Before I can reach them, hands grab my arms and pull me to one of the pools of water. I kick and scratch. It's no use. These fae are too strong. One pushes my face toward the pool's surface. It's filled with water, but no body. Not yet. All I can see is my reflection. No, it isn't my reflection. I'm looking at Gaius. I reach out to the image, then stare at the strange look of my fingers. Wait, these aren't my hands. I'm not me. Gaius? I croak, trembling as I stare back at myself, at Gaius, in confusion. A second figure appears in the reflective water. A tall, dark shadow stands behind me, their hand lifting high. The faerie is holding something thin and sharp, ready to strike.
Quinn!
Gaius's reflection screams. I startle awake in a dim room. I'm in my dryad quarters. My shirt is soaked with sweat, though my body's chilled. A fever. Someone is sitting at my bedside. His form blocks most of the light, so all I can see is the silhouette of his large, muscular body. I tense, fearing I might still be in the dream. His head is low, his forehead on his folded hands. His breathing is slow and tranquil, as if he's fallen asleep. I lift my head slightly, blinking to clear my vision and identify my keeper. It doesn't help. It only makes the room spin. I lie back down, feeling like I might be sick. The figure's head rises. My movements must have stirred him. Still unaware if he is friend or foe, I shut my eyes, pretending to sleep. The figure takes a deep breath, and a gentle squeeze pulses against my fingers. He's holding my hand. My thoughts flit to Aaron, the only faerie I think it might be. As the figure lets go and gets up to leave, I open my eyes again and nearly call out to him. I stop. This figure doesn't walk like Aaron. He's much too tall, much too burly. With the help of a candle that flickers on the nearby table, my sight improves as he stops and glances back at me one more time. Dizziness returns with a vengeance as I catch sight of my father's dark braided beard. Then he's gone, and darkness overtakes me again. Chapter 42. I awake with a start, eyes frantic. I was dreaming of Gaius again. My breathing hitches. I'm still in my bed, and Aaron is sitting by my side. This time, it's really him. It was only a dream, wasn't it?
Oh, thank Phelan.
Aaron's voice shakes as he moves toward me. Then he hesitates, clearing his throat. In a calmer tone, he peers behind me and adds,
How are you feeling?
All right, I think. My eyes strain to see what he's looking at, hoping I'm truly awake now. What happened? I gingerly touch my throbbing head.
You passed out at dinner. Stopped breathing entirely at one point. You gave us, quite a scare.
Aaron shifts to reveal Alice at the table behind him. She's examining a series of vials with red-colored liquid.
She's been attending to you all night, doing some tests with your blood to see what might have happened.
Alice glances at me out of the corner of her eye. The shirt she wears reveals more of her neck than normal. Down the right side is a delicate new scar tattoo that definitely wasn't there before. The swirls join at the base of the new mark and then splay upwards, almost like a flame. My mouth drops open.
Are you sure you're all right?
Aaron asks, concern creeping into his voice.
Can I get you anything?
I'm still looking at Alice's neck. Yeah, I'll take some rum, I mutter. Aaron's signature dimple makes an appearance.
I'm glad you're feeling well enough to make jokes. I think I saw the servants bring in some fresh goat's milk. I'll go get you some.
As he leaves, I almost call after him that I wasn't kidding about the rum, but I need him to leave so I can talk to Alice. The door closes and Alice approaches, attentive, as if she knows a question is coming. Why did you save me? I ask. Alice just smiles. Blast, I wish you could just talk to me. Alice places a finger on her new fire tattoo, where a part of me will forever be imprinted. You didn't have to do that, I choke out. Alice puts her hand on my arm. This time it's not gloved. Her power runs through me like a calming yet tingling flow of energy. Then I hear a voice, the one that spoke to me before I blacked out.
Well, I couldn't just let you die,
it says. The voice has a faint raspiness to it and a hint of spunk. Alice's mouth remains closed, but she lifts her brows till it finally hits me. I'm hearing Alice speak. In my head. I sit up too quickly. The room spins and Alice guides me back down.
Whoa, you're not ready for that quite yet,
she warns without moving her mouth again. How are you doing that? I ask aloud. Can you hear what I'm thinking too? Is that how your ability works? Alice grins.
Sometimes, at least with animals, my touch connects us somehow. I can speak to them, and they can speak to me.
I stare. You can hear creatures speak to you? Like actual words?
Kind of. It's more like I can feel their emotions so powerfully that I have a pretty good idea what they're thinking. When I'm healing them, sometimes I even see flashbacks from their past, especially events that have caused them pain. Then I just think of how I'd want to respond to them, and it seems like they understand me. Most of the time, at least.
I pause, taking it all in. You need to be touching them to do so.
For the most part, skin-to-skin contact seems to do the trick. But as the bond is strengthened, some creatures and I are able to communicate fairly well without touch or even words.
Like with Toma, I ask. Alice nods.
Exactly. Even creatures that I haven't touched seem to trust me, as if I have a particular scent, as if I've been marked from all the times I've bonded with different creatures.
I think back to our time in Isinglass, and the fish constantly swarming around her. Then during the trial of beauty. That's how you communicated with the Leviathan, I say, and why you were so surprised when the lynxicorns wouldn't listen to you. She nods again, then her eyes flutter. She sways as if she's about to faint. Alice? I force myself up to help her. What's wrong?
I'm fine.
She straightens with a tired smile, motioning for me to lie back down.
It takes a lot out of me to heal, especially when it's a larger creature. It seems I take on their pain myself.
Like the jackalope in the forest. I recall her contorted face. You can do all that for others, but your gift doesn't heal your own body? She looked so terrible during the last trial.
My body does heal itself faster than most fae. It's just not instantaneous. In fact, the more I'm injured, the slower I heal. Like while battling a poison and being attacked by goblins at the same time, for instance.
She pulls up her sleeve to reveal that her goblin wounds are already closed. New pink skin has formed, knitting her slashed tattoos back together. Relief washes over me, but I know she must still be dealing with my pain too. I'm feeling much better now, I say, shifting away from her touch. I don't want you to drain yourself. Alice pats my arm.
It's okay. It took a while to heal you, but I'm done now. You had a lot of poison in your system.
Poison? From the trial? I ask. Didn't the plants we found wipe that out already? Alice presses her lips together.
I know what that poison feels like, but this one was very different. This one was powerful and poised to kill if I didn't act quickly.
What? How in Phelan did I get? I think back to the evening, to the moments before my throat started to tickle. The only thing I'd eaten was the lily tart. I knew it tasted different. The image of the tall, dark figure from my dream poised to stab me flashes into my mind. Was the dream trying to warn me of my attacker? I'm not anyone's favorite faerie. If someone wanted to poison me, any number of fae could be suspect. But there are only a few who knew I'd go right for the lily tarts. And I'm fairly sure I know which one would want me dead. This might sound insane, I say, but I think it might have been the Queen. Alice's eyes widen.
Are you sure?
I don't have time to explain right now, but she definitely has reason to be upset with me. And honestly, I think she's up to something. I go over the details in my head again. Vale basically confirmed in the temple that the missing book the Queen is looking for is the Pneumanic text. If the Queen found out what Hickory and I have been up to, maybe she decided it was time to take me out, especially after seeing us finish the trial together. But would she really want to kill me? She needs me to keep training Vale, after all. Or does she? Vale's fighting skills have improved drastically lately, and she's gotten a lot stronger. The only other competitor who could beat Vale in the test of strength now is me. She already threatened to take Aaron's life. Why should I be any different? Alice studies me as I think.
What do you think she's planning?
She asks. I don't know. Not yet, anyway. But I might be getting a bit too close to it for her comfort. Actually, I look at Alice's sleeve. I think it may have something to do with that symbol on your arm that I pointed out the other day. Alice lifts up her sleeve to reveal it. This is the same symbol we found in the temple, the sign of the Pneuma. Do you know how you got it? She shakes her head.
All I know is it's where my gift began. I was born with this mark, and then, like the seed of a plant, every other tattoo has grown out of it each time I heal.
You must have healed a lot of creatures then, I say, knowing how extensive her tattoos are in the places I've seen.
Against my parents' advisement, yes.
She averts her eyes.
They've forbidden me to use my gift, especially on or in front of other fairies.
Why would they do that? It's a lot better than the rumors about you being an agent of death. Alice lowers her head.
Oh, you've heard about that, huh?
It's true? I ask, now completely confused.
Not exactly,
Alice begins.
I wasn't always the eldest of my siblings. I had an older sister, Laurel. She was as beautiful as she was fierce, born to be a great leader, even from a young age. Then she grew very sick.
The Knolls? I ask tentatively. She nods.
It took hold of her so fast. My gift had just begun to surface, but my parents forbade me to try it on Laurel. I had only healed birds and other small animals. They didn't know what might happen to me. Still, I couldn't just sit back and watch her die. When one of her attendants fell asleep, I snuck in and tried to save her.
Alice closes her eyes tight.
The pain was excruciating, like nothing I've experienced since. I screamed so loudly, all the realm must have heard. My parents came rushing in to find my hands on my sister, my few tattoos at the time glowing and lighting up the whole room. They pulled me off of her, and while they took care of me, a few attendants checked on Laurel. But she'd already passed. I couldn't save her.
A tear rolls down Alice's cheek. My heart aches, remembering how hard it was to lose Gaius, knowing I couldn't save him. How hard it still is. Alice continues.
My parents were devastated, and I'd slipped into a coma as well. They thought they'd lost 2 daughters. Their only hope was that my tattoos continued to grow as I slept. Days later, they stopped spreading, and I woke up. My body had finally healed and repaired itself. Everything except...
She stops and points to her throat. You lost your voice. All the pieces come together. Is that when the rumor started? Alice rolls her eyes, turning toward the window.
Believe it or not, my parents actually spread that rumor themselves, though they deny it's true to anyone who asks. They say it's better for the world to fear me than to know the truth and the extent of my abilities. They're afraid others would try to use me to heal everyone, especially with the Knolls becoming more widespread. Or perhaps the kobolds would experiment on me to figure out how to make a serum for the plague. My parents think my body wouldn't be able to hold up under the pressure, and I'd fall into a coma again. Maybe this time I wouldn't wake up at all.
She looks at her gloved hand.
So, I put these on and keep people at a distance so they can't learn the truth.
But you don't agree that's what you should do. Alice gazes out the window. Her new fire-like tattoo stares me in the face. Both of us have a secret gift that we can't reveal to the world. At least Alice can use hers for good. A rush of warmth and admiration flows through me. Perhaps a bit of jealousy, too. Alice turns back to me.
I just feel like if I could be used to save thousands, even at the expense of my own life, it would at least start to make up for the fact that I couldn't heal Laurel. But since I'm in line for the throne, they won't let me submit myself for study. They almost didn't let me help you in the infirmary, but I'd already begun before they arrived.
Alice, I put my hand on hers. I appreciate what you want to do and what you did for me, but I'm not worth saving. The Queen knows I'm on to her, whatever she's up to. I wouldn't be surprised if she comes after me again. If she does, I don't want you to rescue me. I think you're meant for something bigger, and you need to preserve your strength for whatever that is, okay?
That's just the thing.
Alice smiles.
Ever since we started this competition, this pneumanic symbol on my arm has started burning. As I've studied our interactions, It really flares up whenever you're close by. I'm thinking it has something to do with your fire ability.
Panic rises in my chest. I could still deny the gift. I could chalk it up to another hallucination during the trial. But both she and Hickory saw it. It was as plain as the flame tattoo on her neck. Alice purses her lips.
I saw some of your most painful memories while healing you, Quinn. I know your first encounter with your magic hurt Gaius.
I flinch. I never wanted anyone else to know about that, let alone feel the pain of it. I turn away, but Alice squeezes my hand.
Quinn, gift or curse, your ability doesn't define you. What you do with it, that's what defines you.
Like her healing power still running through my veins, Alice's words rush over me in a wave of emotions I can't place or handle. I swallow hard, speechless.
And I do believe that I'm meant for something more.
She continues.
I saved you because I think it has something to do with you. I have a feeling we're not so different, you and me.
I blink, processing, still wanting to argue, wanting to ask so many more questions. Aaron enters the room with a pitcher of goat's milk and a tray full of biscuits. Noticing our clasped hands and intense stares, he stops.
Am I interrupting something?
He smiles suggestively. You wish, I laugh, trying to look excited about the snacks and not agitated that our conversation was cut short. There's still so much I want to understand. Alice leaves her hand on mine for just a few seconds more to say one last thing.
Whatever you're planning, Quinn, I want in.
Chapter 43. I lie awake in bed, a million thoughts running through my mind. Alice wants in. In on what, even I'm not sure yet. All I know for certain is that I was poisoned, there's definitely something going on with the mystic prophecy, and the Queen might have something to do with both. That, and the fact that I can't keep doing this alone. The door to my room creaks open and Alice enters, carrying a flickering candle. A few minutes later, Hickory follows, then Aaron, and lastly Vale, who softly closes the door behind her. Though every instinct in my body urged me to resist, I asked Alice to secretly gather them in my chambers. If I want to survive another day, I have no other choice. I need help. Setting her candle down on the table, Alice pulls up a wooden chair near my bedside. She places her hand on my arm, but this time, instead of just leather gloves, I also feel her fingertips through small slits.
I hope you know what you're doing,
Alice says in my mind. I nearly flinch. They're the same words Whit used to caution me before the funeral heist. The one that went terribly wrong. Am I about to make another big mistake? Alice eyes Aaron as he pulls up another chair, and Vale sits on the other end of my bed. Hickory looks at me over the top of his open sketchbook, which I requested he bring. He paces back and forth as his good eye glows faintly in the dim room. Okay, we're all here. Vale breaks the silence with a yawn, pulling her robe tighter around her. What was so important that you needed us to meet in the middle of the night? Aaron leans in, examining my face.
Are you feeling worse?
Well, I'm not dead, I say with a weak smile. That's sort of what I wanted to talk to all of you about. Hickory stops pacing as the four of them stare at me. I've called you all here tonight because it's obvious that someone wants me dead, and I think it might have something to do with the mystic prophecy. Hickory, can you read it again? Tentatively, Hickory flips through his sketchbook to where he's written down Vale's translation. After he reads it to us, I proceed to tell them everything. Well, at least what they need to know. I share about the recurring dream I've been having of Phelan in ruins and how it lines up with Hickory's painted vision. I leave out the part about Gaius, though. That part is personal, and I'm already sounding crazy enough. I also tell them about how the tome reacted to my touch and how Hickory has been working on translating it for us. So you stole the book from my library, Vale accuses. No, I didn't. You're missing the point. I shake my head, trying to keep my cool. Think about all the strange things that have happened. The lynxicorns turning on Alice, the goblins trying to destroy us, the moonrain drought, the plague, the threat of war. Lord Torlon even said himself that the sacred vine is suffering. I take a deep breath, second-guessing my plan and my sanity one more time. Hickory thinks it may be the mystic prophecy coming true. Stone and dust they must combine with every royal clan bloodline. I look at each of them. If the Pneuma are returning, it sounds like it may have something to do with us. Aaron blinks before cracking a smile. He turns to Hickory.
You've really got to lay off the pixie dust, mate. Or at least don't go sharing it with Quinn.
Hickory steps forward as if he's about to tackle Aaron. Aaron? My brow furrows, confused. I know how I must sound, but I didn't expect this kind of reaction from him. I haven't taken a whiff, I swear. You saw the prophecy yourself. You can't deny it. It helped us escape the temple. It's also in the mystic tome, word for word. There's got to be more to it. Aaron sighs and softens his tone, leaning forward on his elbows.
I'm sorry, but you just went through a very traumatic ordeal. Can you blame me for being a bit concerned? I mean, you had a dream, Hickory had a vision, some ancient words in some book showed up in a random temple, and now the end of the world is coming? Did I get all that right? I knew he'd make it into some kind of joke.
Hickory looks at me.
Quinn, why are you doing this? We were doing fine without— Now, wait a minute.
Aaron puts up a hand.
What about you, Alice? Are you in on this too?
Without hesitating, Alice pulls up her sleeve to reveal the pneumanic symbol on her arm. Hickory's eyes grow wide and he rushes to her side.
Wow! May I?
He asks before examining it further. Alice nods.
Well, I'm outnumbered.
Aaron huffs.
Vale?
We all look to Vale, who's been suspiciously quiet. I don't have time for this. Vale stands up to leave. There are 2 trials to come, and I don't want to just survive them. I want that crown. I glare at her. Vale, it won't matter who wins if there's no world left to rule. Vale hesitates. Fine. Not that I'm saying I believe you. But if you want my help, I'm going to need that book back. She puts out her hand. Aaron's mouth drops open.
You're not seriously encouraging this.
I shake my head at Vale. No way. You obviously need me to keep translating it for you, she persists. How can I do that if I don't have it? You can meet with Hickory and look over it with him, I say. Hickory's ears perk up at the mention of more time with Vale. But I can't let you take it back. Why not? Vale demands. It's mine anyway. I huff. Because I know your mother is desperate for it, and I know you'd give it right back to her. Vale gawks at me, then crosses her arms. So? It's her book. You said it was yours. I narrow my eyes. What's really going on, Vale? What does she want with it? I try to sound commanding, though my voice is still ragged. I don't know. Vale fidgets. What does it matter anyway?
I really don't think she knows.
Alice speaks into my mind as she looks at Vale.
Her mother is probably keeping secrets from her, too.
It matters, I tell Vale, trying to stay calm, because she's the one who poisoned me.
What? What?
Hickory and Aaron exclaim at the same time. My stare remains focused on Vale. She's the one with a motive. Vale's face slowly turns as red as her hair. How dare you? There's no way my mother had anything to do with this. I know all of her potions and how to test for them. I'll prove it. She crosses to the table and swipes a vial of my blood before storming toward the door, her eyes brimming with tears. Vale, wait, I say. She stops right before the door. Either Alice is right and Vale's mother is keeping her in the dark, or I'm dead wrong. Maybe it wasn't her. Vale turns, her hand still gripping the vial tightly. I choose my next words carefully. But if it wasn't her, that means we still have a killer on the loose. And we have no idea what they want, which means none of us are safe. Vale's gaze drops to the floor before she walks back to my bed, plopping down on the end, wiping at her eyes. Everyone else seems lost in thought as well, wondering what it all means. Together, when the moons align, Vale breaks the silence, sniffing back the last of her tears. So we have a competition to finish, a killer to find, and a prophecy to figure out, all before the next moon harvest, huh? Well, I'll start by examining this. She holds up the vial. Vale is in.
When is the moon harvest again?
Aaron sighs, then gives me a tentative smile. Despite his skepticism, he's in too. Hickory does a quick tally in the air.
Just a few weeks, after the end of the Ethodine.
Alice gives my arm a light squeeze.
That's not a lot of time.
No, it's not, I say aloud, forgetting the others can't hear Alice. They look at me. I mean, it's not a lot of time. We'd better get to work. Chapter 44. The sun will be up in just a few hours, so we put together a quick plan. Hickory and Vale will work on translating more of the book together in secret. Vale will analyze the poison, and the rest of us will take their translation and keep trying to puzzle out what the prophecy actually means. After we're done, they depart my room one by one. Aaron is the last to leave.
Hey,
He says, pausing at the door.
I'm sorry about giving you a hard time earlier.
It's fine. Even I think it sounds crazy.
You only sound a little crazy.
He teases, then grows serious.
Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? If something really is going on, I don't want to see you get in any more trouble.
I'm about to scold him for worrying about me again, but he continues, his gaze fixed on the floor.
I don't know if I could sit by your bedside again, not knowing if you'll wake up. You know?
At his words, all the fight leaves my body, remembering him darting after me when I collapsed at dinner, and his great relief when I awoke. Warmth pools in my chest. I know, I say softly.
Good.
He smiles.
You know what? You look like you could use some fresh air.
It's the middle of the night. I laugh. What's going on in that head of yours?
Well, before you called this little meeting, I had something I wanted to show you. You're right, though. It's late and you're still recovering. You should rest.
He puts a hand on the doorknob. Wait, what was it? I try to push myself off the mattress, too intrigued now to sleep. My legs give out. Even my wings are too tired to release as I fall. Aaron darts over and catches me just in time. I dangle there in his arms, his breath on my skin. Heat rises to my cheeks, and while part of me wants to push away, to stand on my own, the other part wants to lean in a bit closer. Looking down at my useless legs, I try to laugh it off. Actually, it looks like I'm not going anywhere fast. I just get us caught. It's probably for the best. What if the Queen finds out? Somehow, she seems to have eyes everywhere. If she wasn't afraid to poison me, she definitely wouldn't bat an eye at getting rid of Aaron. But he isn't ready to give up. A mischievous smile tugs at the corner of his lips.
There's always the window. This place isn't too far. I could carry you, unless that's too chivalrous for the likes of Captain Shade. I could always go by myself.
Now I have to know what the surprise is, and if I'm honest with myself, I'm not ready to be left alone in the darkness of my room. Or for Aaron to leave. I guess you could carry me. I give in, half begrudgingly. Just this once.
Just this once.
His dimple appears. After making sure the coast is clear, Aaron scoops me up, and we soar out the window into the cool night air, both of my arms tight around his neck. I try to loosen my hold, but remembering the weakness of my wings, I pull closer. Aaron's smile tells me he doesn't mind in the least. Flying through the branches of the dryad homes, their lamps doused long ago, the moonlight guides Aaron to his target, right outside the village. "What's all the way out here?" I ask as we land.
You'll see.
He carries me through the brush, and the foliage opens up to reveal a scene that makes my heart swell. A lake surrounded by tall trees sparkles in the moonlight. Fireflies dance over the surface as a small glittering waterfall pours into the lake. A hidden oasis. Resting near the water's edge is a simple rowboat, with a glowing lantern hanging off a hook on the back. My grip on Aaron's neck relaxes, and my mouth parts. When we reach the boat, Aaron gently lowers me inside, grabbing a blanket to put around my shoulders. I look up at him. How did you?
I came across this place a few days ago, and somehow it made me think of you.
As he looks around, I feel a flush beneath my skin.
When we were stuck in the Mystic Temple, I vowed myself that if we made it out alive, I'd bring you here. I know it isn't your minnow or the Silver Sea, but I thought you might enjoy a little time on the water. And I mean on it. No swimming this time, I promise.
Warmth spreads through my chest. It's actually kind of perfect. No one has ever done something this thoughtful for me.
Good,
He says with a contented sigh. It's hard to tell in the dim light, but I swear he's blushing.
Well, shall we shove off then?
Before I can respond, Aaron rushes behind me, pushing the boat fully into the lake as I struggle not to laugh like a giddy sprite. As the boat settles in the water, Aaron flies over the top and lands on the bench seat across from me. Retracting his fin-like wings, he grabs the oars on either side.
All right. What first, Captain?
He asks, playing the part of my eager crew. I laugh again, swelling with joy at the sound of that title coming from his lips. More than ready to play along, I begin giving commands. Batten down the hatches, raise anchor, set the sails.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aaron attempts his best pirate voice as he mimes the seafaring directions, joining in my laughter as he moves us out to the middle of the lake. Though the scene around us is lovely, I can't help closing my eyes. The rushing water from the falls is so soothing. It's almost as if I can feel it healing me from the inside out. I try imagining a clear night back on the Silver Sea. I can't picture what ship I'd be on. In reality, it wouldn't be the Minnow. And if the Queen tried to kill me, who knows if she still intends to give me a vessel. My smile fades as the vision shatters. Without warning, scenes from my nightmares rush to replace it. Gaius yelling, the vine falling, the tall, dark figure raising a weapon toward me. No, he's raising it toward me in Gaius's body. I open my eyes to meet Aaron's concerned gaze.
Is something wrong?
He asks, bringing his rowing to a stop. What? I blink. Oh no, it's not you. Or this.
Are you thinking about your dreams again?
He guesses tentatively. How did he get so good at reading me? Sort of. I swallow, pulling the blanket tighter as if it can protect me from the visions. One thing's still bothering me about them.
One thing?
Aaron chuckles lightly.
Every part of them sounds pretty awful.
I relax my hands in my lap. True, but there's something I haven't mentioned to anyone else yet. How am I going to explain this? I shake my head. I shouldn't be sharing this at all.
Quinn.
Aaron puts a hand on mine.
You can tell me.
Can I? For a lucid moment, I fear his gaze, his sudden yet comforting touch, not trusting his words. My father's warnings back in Grey Marrow echo in my mind.
You must not trust anyone.
I listen for the tone of Aaron's voice, for the watery effect it takes when he uses his gift. But his voice remains normal, filled with sincerity. The only sound of water comes from the falls. Gaius is in the dreams too, I say. Aaron's comforting grin fades. He pulls back his hand, taking in my revelation. Then he shakes his head, his lightness returning.
That makes sense. You're going through a lot right now. You miss him.
That's what I thought too, I agree. But if these visions are real, they have to be coming from somewhere. What if the Dryad's beliefs about spirits are true? What if Gaius's ghost or whatever has been trying to tell me something? Aaron just stares.
About the Pneuma?
Yes, but maybe more than that too. I pause. I had a different dream before waking up from the poison. One where I was attacked, nearly tortured. Someone was about to stab me with something. I think of the syringes of murky liquid. Were they attempting to inject me with poison? And when I looked at my reflection, it wasn't me looking back. It was Gaius. As I speak, Aaron's skin ironically turns a ghostly shade of white. Or perhaps it's just the reflection of the moon's. When he doesn't respond, I continue. At first, I thought maybe he was trying to warn me about my attacker, about the poisoning. But why would he warn me of something that already happened? I know it sounds crazy. But what if Gaius is trying to tell me something about his death? What if Gaius was poisoned, just like me?
Quinn,
Aaron says, finally finding his voice.
Gaius died from the gnolls. The plague isn't something you can bottle up and distribute.
Not that we know of, I press. The Dryads bottled up the delirium infection they gave us during the trial of life. Who's to say someone couldn't do it with the plague, too? Aaron stares blankly. I'm probably not making any sense. I'm so tired. Worn out. I lower my face into my hands and groan. Blast. I'm losing my mind, aren't I? My voice cracks.
No, I mean... I'm sorry, Quinn.
Aaron's voice falters as he shifts closer, placing a hand on my knee.
Don't cry, okay?
I nearly laugh into my hands. You don't have to worry about that. I don't cry.
You don't cry?
His voice lightens in humored surprise.
Are you serious?
Very. My voice is muffled by my hands.
Like, never?
Not for a long time. He sighs.
That's so...
strange. I finished for him, fearing the answer.
Sad.
Sympathy laces his words. Sad? That isn't the reaction I thought I'd get. I look up to challenge him, then stop. Aaron has moved closer to me, his face much closer than I expected. He's looking at me with those mesmerizing sea blue eyes. Shouldn't that be a good thing? I swallow. I mean, who wants to cry anyway? What's the point? With one smooth movement, Aaron brings my hands down into my lap and tucks a lock of curly hair behind my ear. His touch silences me.
My mother says tears can actually be healing. They help process and release pain, carrying it from the body and out to sea.
He looks into my eyes as if searching my soul.
You must be carrying so much pain.
You have no idea. I can't bring myself to say it out loud.
I wish I could take it away for you,
he says. I try to give him an encouraging smile. Thanks, but you can't. No one can. I think of Alice and how she can take away sickness or even near death with only a touch. Even she can't uproot the inner turmoil of someone's heart. Aaron's hand moves to my cheek, only taking his eyes off mine to glance at my lips.
I can try.
He shifts closer. But, I say breathlessly, trying to think of an excuse to stop him. There's so many I could give. Deep down, I don't want to. I've fallen willingly under his spell after all.
No more holding back,
he whispers. and gently pulling my face toward his, he kisses me. Alarms go off in my mind, bells that ring with the Queen's warnings. They're quickly drowned out by the roar of my heart and the press of his lips. My body ignites, not into actual flames, thankfully, but a warmth courses somewhere deep inside as I lean into him. It's as if we're the only two fairies in the world. And even if it's just for this fleeting moment, the dull pain I carry everywhere drifts away with the gentle waves. Part 5, Cavern of Terrors, the Kobold Race. Chapter 45. I dreamily drop garments into my trunk as morning light filters through the window. Visions of my night with Aaron won't leave me alone. I walk a few paces, get lost in thought, and completely forget what I was about to do. After I drift off for the 5th time, I curse. This is why I told myself not to let Aaron become a distraction. At every turn, I see the lake, the boat, Aaron kissing me. Blast! Why were his lips so soft, so comforting? He tasted like the sea, like a home I've never truly known but have always yearned for. It thrilled and frightened me all at once. It wasn't even a long kiss. Aaron was a perfect gentleman, though part of me wished there'd been more. Aaron rowed us to shore, flew me back to my window, and asked if I needed anything before he departed. That was it. I woke up wondering if it had been another dream. But I'm not one to have pleasant dreams. At least for a few moments, Aaron had chased the nightmares away. It can't happen again. I shouldn't have let it happen even once. The Queen's warnings and her subtle threats echo in my mind. If I don't distance myself from him, then he could be in danger again. Besides, we still have 2 more trials ahead of us, an unknown assailant and a prophecy to unravel. Aaron did what he set out to do. He felt sorry for me and took away the pain, even if it was for a short time. It didn't mean anything more. Not really. He's still a betrothed nymph prince, and I'm still, well, me. It was a nice dream while it lasted. A knock at my door yanks me back to the present. As I go to answer it, I halfway expect it to be Aaron coming to tell me that he regrets the kiss, that I should just forget it happened. Or perhaps it's Hickory coming to berate me for spilling all of our secrets last night. Or worse, the Queen, or whoever poisoned me, coming to finish what they started. Anyone but who it actually is. Layman? As I stare up at Alice's brother, I hold on to the edge of the door, keeping it only partially open. If he's here to yell at me again, I'm prepared to slam the door right in his face. Uncertain eyes peer down at me from his wolf face paint, replacing his usual glare.
Good morning. Yes,
He straightens, muscles tensing. His hands fidget at his sides as if he doesn't know what to do with them.
You look, well.
Is he trying to make small talk? Thank you, I drawl. What does he want?
Ouch!
Layman jerks his leg as Ivy peeks out from behind him with an impish smile.
Hi, Quinn!
She beams at me, then reprimands her brother.
No dawdling. We don't have much time. Now, go on.
Fine. What I've come to say is...
Layman starts begrudgingly.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
And?
Ivy motions him along.
And?
A muscle twitches in his jaw as he puts down his foot tenderly.
I just wanted to say thank you for helping Alice during the trial of life.
His gaze strays to the wall.
I'd heard Alice barely made it out alive, but I didn't know you had helped her until after you collapsed at the feast. I don't know why you did it, and frankly, I don't care. Just thank you.
His eyes are glassy. Is this tall, burly puck about to cry? You're welcome. I'm still holding on to the door, not sure what I should do next.
And?
Ivy prods Layman once again. Layman rolls his eyes.
May we come in?
If it was just Layman, I would have said no. All Ivy has to do is blink her big brown eyes at me, and I give in.
Oh, I can't stand it anymore,
Ivy says excitedly as I shut the door after them.
Layman's come to teach you some more signing before you leave us, as a thank you.
More signing?
Layman eyes her and then me.
I only taught her a few phrases.
Ivy lies as she tugs at both our arms to sit down.
My father says that you leave for the kobold tunnels at sunset. Not very long to learn. Still, I'm sure anything would help. I'm not a very good teacher, but my brother's the best. Aren't you, Layman?
He still looks unsure, and I'm tempted to tell him that he can just forget it. That Alice can already speak to me just by touch. That would probably make him even more upset. Besides, knowing how to sign to Alice when she isn't near me could prove useful. If you're willing, I'd like to learn, I say as politely as I can. I'm a fast learner. A smile tugs at his mouth.
Let's see how fast.
With the sun low in the sky, all the competitors are called down to meet outside the Dryad village, where a line of fishing vessels float in a nearby river. The ships will take us to the nearest tunnel, one of the many entrances to the underground city of the kobolds. As our attendants climb into the other boats, the 5 of us are piled into a smaller one, just big enough to carry all of us. And the Queen, of course.
Ah, Quinn,
Queen Gwendolyn says as I step onto the boat deck. I nearly jump back out.
so good to see you up and about. We thought we'd lost you.
You would have liked that, wouldn't you? She sounds sincere enough, but I can't trust anything she says. Not until Vale confirms her innocence. Thank you, Your Majesty. I bow my head and brush past her. As the Dryads bid us farewell from the land, the other 4 heirs are lined up along the boat's railing. On my way to join them, I bump shoulders with a nearly forgotten, still very unwelcome, foe.
We meet again, and on a ship no less.
Moonface sneers. Where have you been? I ask. The last time I saw him was in Isinglass. Has he been in Eldor looking for the mystic tome all this time?
Wouldn't you like to know?
His crescent-shaped scar creases as he narrows his eyes, his hatred for me as apparent as ever. He looks tired, too. Although it's a perfectly cool day, sweat beads on his forehead.
Make sure not to get too close to the edge there, pirate.
He lets out a dark laugh as I pass him. Reaching the others, I try to block out the vision of him throwing me overboard and grip the railing between Vale and Aaron. Any progress with the you-know-what? I ask Vale, plastering on a smile for the Dryads below. There are so many poisons it could be. I barely slept last night trying to figure it out. A lock of red hair falls over Vale's weary eyes. So far, it doesn't match anything of my mother's, so cool it. I sigh, telling myself to be patient.
Speaking of last night,
Aaron whispers from the other side of me, running a hand over the gills on his neck. Vale's ears twitch toward us. Really? He hasn't sought me out all day, and yet he wants to bring this up now? Aaron leans in to whisper again.
I'm sorry if I overstepped. What are you 2 talking about?
Hickory says from the other side of Vale, his good eye squinting at us.
Did I miss something?
He probably thinks we're referring to the prophecy.
Yes, what are you 2 talking about?
Vale chimes in, pressing up against my arm. Nothing, I blurt out. It was nothing. Whatever it was at the time, the kiss can't mean anything going forward. It was a nice dream, but like all dreams, I have to wake up to reality.
Right. It was nothing.
Aaron confirms softly. In an effort not to take it back, I look over at Alice, who's barely noticed our exchange. She's too busy staring back at her clan, her family. A wind picks up, tossing her black braids, and tears fill her eyes. Every faerie in her clan puts their hands over their hearts and then raises them up to the sky. Alice returns the Dryad gesture, and our boat starts down the river.
Many blessings on your journey, young warriors,
Lord Torlon calls. Ivy waves frantically at Torlon's side while Layman stares directly at me, signing as subtly as he can.
Take care of my sister, pirate.
He cracks a smile. I will, I sign back. Alice catches our exchange. She looks from Layman to me in confusion, before breaking into a smile as well. Wait, where did you learn how to sign? Vale's eyes are wide as Aaron and Hickory give me curious looks. Jealous that I finally know something you don't? I smirk at her. Ha! Jealous of you! Vale laughs, crossing her arms. In your dreams. As our boat rounds the bend, the dryads disappear behind the trees, and I realize how much has changed in just one short week. When we first entered the woodlands, most of us were still fairly fierce competitors. Now we leave as, well, maybe not friends exactly, but definitely with a certain level of understanding and respect for each other. Something I don't think anyone expected, especially not us. We keep all this to ourselves, of course. During our voyage, we continue the usual bickering, throwing around a few insults for good measure. In fact, it soon becomes a game to see who can come up with the best jabs. Alice actually comes up with some of the best ones, but with her signing, only I can understand them. At one point, I catch Hickory at the stern of the ship, staring out at the passing woodlands as daylight quickly dissipates. No sketchbook? I join him at the railing, far enough away that the Queen or anyone else would think nothing of it.
Not this time, Hickory sighs. After thinking I'd lost my sight for good during the last trial, I figured I'd spend more time actually looking at the real thing than trying to capture it on a page. Especially since, well, you know.
I nod. He means before we enter the dark abyss of the tunnels.
So,
he says, lowering his voice more,
are we ever going to talk about this fire of yours?
I let out a soft groan, pretending to look at the passing trees. Do we have to? His lips quirk up.
I thought something funny was going on when you pulled fire out of nowhere during the trial of beauty. I can't believe that you've kept it a secret this whole time. I know your clan is not exactly magic-friendly, especially toward mystic magic.
I'm not a mystic, I say adamantly, looking around to make sure no one is listening.
Of course you're not.
Hickory plays along.
But if you were,
I roll my eyes.
That would be sort of amazing. I'd be lying if I didn't admit I was jealous,
he says.
And you know, finding out more about your possible heritage and mystic-like gift could help us figure out their prophecy.
He looks at me out of the corner of his good eye. It's just, I can't control it. The fire, I mean. I lean on the railing, flexing my fingers. The fact that it aided us against the goblins was a fluke. It doesn't always obey. In fact, it usually causes more harm than good. I grow quiet, thinking about Gaius.
Well, I'm no mystic,
Hickory says.
But once we get into the tunnels, I may have something that could help you learn more.
I look up with hopeful eyes. Maybe Alice was right. Could I really learn to master this ability instead of it mastering me?
We're nearly there,
the Queen announces from the bow of the ship where Alice, Aaron, and Vale stand with her. As Hickory and I join them, I see that the river is guiding us to one of the many caves throughout Phelan. One that will lead into the tunnels of Tartarus. Kobold guards gripping pickaxes watch us carefully, eyeing the Queen before letting our boats pass. As we slip into the shadows of the cave, water rushes around us. I look at Hickory, whose good eye has started to glow.
I'd hold on to something.
He nods to me, taking hold of the railing himself. The rest of us follow his lead just in time for the river to bend and shoot our line of boats down a winding canal. Descending further into the dark underground world, I hold my breath until our boat finally evens out and slows at the bottom.
That was exciting,
Aaron says with a relieved laugh. Sure, exciting. I shake my head. Usually I live for adventure, but I was not prepared for that. As we float along, the tunnel feels more like a damp dungeon, or the belly of a beast who swallowed us whole. Lanterns dispersed along the walls are the only light to our path. Soft plinks of dripping water and the twitter of bats leaves an unsettled feeling in my stomach as the arched ceilings narrow, inching closer to us the farther we go. I loosen the collar of my tunic, suddenly aware of how loud my breathing is. I've always been curious about the tunnels, but I was right to never volunteer for Maverick's raids down here. Give me a sea storm over this any day. I close my eyes, calling forth images of my wide-open ocean. It's not helping. My eyes search for Hickory in the lantern light. He's behind us, holding fast to the ship's mast as a cold, stale wind sends ghostly whirls through the cavern. The glow of his good eye flickers in and out, and his grip tightens until his knuckles turn white. No wonder he dreams of escaping this place for good.
Do you hear that?
Vale asks, stepping curiously toward the railing. My ears twitch as the rest of us shuffle forward to join her. The sharp ping of metal and the echo of distant voices grow louder and more distinct.
It's singing,
Aaron says, surprise and excitement dancing in his torch-lit eyes.
It's the pixie dust miners.
Hickory nods ahead. Soon, lanterns cast their golden glow over a stretch of kobolds who drive pickaxes into the walls on either side of the cave. They chisel away at crumbling debris, and sparkling pixie crystals of varying colors emerge from roots in the dirt as they sing in deep, sorrowful tones. Listening to the melody, I vaguely remember little Luna humming it from time to time while mending the minnow's nets. I half smile at the memory. This tune is sadder than I remember. The music in Isinglass was beautiful, but this simple song is just as enchanting, a lament of the miner's plight. Even Aaron's eyes glisten with emotion. As the sound envelops us, the song turns into a round, and my heart tightens. A pressure builds behind my eyes and stings at the corners. Like Aaron spoke of on the lake, I want so badly to experience the release of tears. But none come. Just accept it. You'll never cry again. We sail through many different parts of the tunnels, even one that brings us under the sea itself. Above us, a transparent material takes the place of the rock ceiling. Lit up by bioluminescent plankton, a cluster of sharks looms over us as crabs scuttle across the surface.
What's this?
Aaron shoots Hickory a hard stare.
Has your clan been trying to spy on my folk?
Don't flatter yourself,
Hickory chuckles.
We have countless tunnels that lead to all different parts of Phelan. Since the deep sea is the only part we can't physically enter, the kobolds built tunnels like this to escape the darkness for a time and study the sea creatures that pass by.
Ah.
Aaron nods curtly, though his gills remain tensed. As we go deeper, more of the distinct, sweet scent of pixie dust mixes with the pungent smell of smoke. It nearly overwhelms me as our boat enters a large cavernous opening, leading us right into the heart of Tartarus. Following the underground river through the busy center of the city, we sail around smoke-billowing structures and under-arched bridges.
Well,
the rest of Hickory's words are swallowed by the deafening cacophony of bustling voices and churning machinery.
What did you say?
I yell, resisting the urge to cover my ears.
I said this is home,
Hickory yells back.
And the crazy lot who live here.
As nearby kobolds notice us, they lift their caps and cave helmets to reveal bright, glowing eyes. While many blink with curiosity, others straighten their vests and patchwork clothing, lifting their proud, soot-stained faces. Alice draws closer to my side. This is a stark contrast from the lush, tranquil forest we just left, and it seems she's struggling to adjust too. Everywhere we turn is earth and rock, gears and tubes, pulleys and smog. Smoke clouds rise from the city, up toward vents in the cavern ceiling. The only signs of plant life are the massive roots of the sacred vine that weave in from the tunnel ceiling, along the walls and throughout the city. As we leave the city's center, I've just begun to think we're clear of most of the noise when a churning rumble comes from the cavern walls. Rock debris explodes like ship cannons, and an odd machine with a sharp twisting head plows through. Alice's eyes widen, and I rush to shield our heads with my wings as flecks of rubble sprinkle onto the ship's deck.
Thanks,
she signs gratefully. I nod. What was that thing? That's a tunneler, Hickory explains, then points to his head. Another reason why kobolds are fond of their hats. Around the newly formed opening, kobold homes are carved into the sides of the enormous cavern, kind of like the mountainside city I grew up in. Stories of them are stacked high, one on top of the other, with long, rock-formed bridges that span across the city. Through one of the lower passages, the Kobe Express whistle blows as it makes its final stop in the cave, full of kobolds who have jobs or other places to be on the surface. Wow, the tracks really do reach all the way down here, I say, stifling a shudder. I'm glad we took the boats instead. As we reach the other end of the city, lanterns illuminate a looming stone castle featuring a huge metal disc embedded in its central tower. Strange spinning arrows rotate over the mechanism of gears that fill the center. Hickory, what is that? Vale draws closer to him, pointing to it. My father calls it a timepiece, or a clock, if you prefer, he says. A slight blush rises in his cheeks at her nearness, as he seems to revel in teaching something to the girl who knows everything. Since we don't have the benefit of measuring time by daylight, my father commissioned it so we could measure the hours. I study the large arrows as they tick by, not sure if I like this contraption. Reminds me too much of how quickly time passes. Lately, I feel like I have less and less of it every day. Vale seems thoroughly fascinated. How curious. She smiles, intrigue dancing in her eyes. How does it work? I can tell Hickory is loving the attention, not wanting it to end, but Vale's eyes are pulled upward. A flock of flying figures swoops down from one of the castle towers, casting their shadows over us before landing on the dock.
Welcome to Tartarus.
The kobold lord steps through his gathered court, swinging his gold cane with one hand and leading his wife with the other. I remember their ghostly pale faces from the previous trials.
Lord Zephin, Lady Irina.
The queen steps off the boat first and nods to them curtly. Lord Zephin removes his tall top hat and holds it to his tailored vest as he bows his head ever so slightly.
Your Majesty.
He then peers down at the rest of us. His disturbingly large eyes blink rapidly through jewel-studded goggles. I draw back until he raises the goggles to the top of his head. A slanted smile slides up his alabaster face.
We're so very pleased to see that you've all arrived safely,
he says with more flamboyance than I expect.
Aren't we, Irina?
Oh, yes.
Lady Irina claps her gloved hands and steps forward with surprising grace, considering her ridiculously tight corset.
There are many dangers in these tunnels.
She gazes over her high, ruffled collar as we step off the creaking boat, her eyes searching. Once she spots Hickory, she ushers him over to join them, seeming to examine him for injuries.
Nothing a little creativity can't solve. Am I right, my boy?
Lord Zephin nudges Hickory with his elbow. He then pulls back his cape to reveal a mechanical leg from the knee down. He taps it with his cane and does a little jig to show off its surprisingly limber function. Irina giggles into her glove admiringly. Hickory stifles a cringe, which Zephin doesn't miss.
Our son prefers playing with watercolors on the surface over fiddling with the gears and grease of our lowly world,
the kobold lord says, looking down on his son as the fae in his court give Hickory disapproving glares. Hickory purses his lips, holding tightly to the strap of his satchel across his chest. Seeing Hickory like this makes me want to kick the cane right out from under the kobold lord. Before I can, he lifts it toward the surrounding city.
As you can see, our etho drives us to the very edges of innovation.
Zephin takes a step toward us, his glowing eyes ablaze with a kind of mischief that makes me want to climb back into the boat.
We can hardly wait to see your own creativity put to the test in what we're sure will be the most challenging trial you've yet to survive.
Based on the dangers of the last 3 trials, I swallow hard. What could possibly be worse than what we've endured already?
Until then, we'll show you to your chambers,
Lady Irina says, whipping around her layered skirts as she starts back to the castle.
I wouldn't get too comfortable, though. We have a fabulous feast along with some very special entertainment planned in your honor.
As we follow them into the dark castle, I already know there's no way I'm going to feel settled here. Chapter 46. After we find our rooms, Hickory ushers the rest of us down the hall to his personal quarters.
Come on, there's something I've got to show you,
he whispers as he looks both ways down the empty hall before putting a metal key into the bolt on his door and turning it. Gears whine and creak as they shift and pop, unlocking the mechanism. As he pushes the door open, a rod on the wall reaches toward a lantern and flicks a match. It ignites a flame inside, bringing the room to life. At the sight, I stifle a gasp. Hickory's room is packed from floor to ceiling. Paints and easels, books and maps, a collection of pixie dust pipes, and mountains of other gears and trinkets, many of which I can't identify. There are so many colors that the entire room looks like an abstract piece of art. Still clustered near the door, the rest of us look at each other, not sure where to step first, as Hickory closes the door behind us.
Don't be shy. Come in before anyone sees. We don't have much time,
Hickory says as he follows the only uncluttered path, weaving through the piles of junk, and lights a candle near his disheveled bed.
Hickory, what is all this?
Vale asks, picking up the hem of her dress as she steps carefully.
Oh!
He gazes at all his treasures with joy.
In the midst of drab tunnel life, this is my sanctuary.
He looks at Alice.
My Vendoria in the midst of an otherwise dreary woodlands, if you like.
Alice's face brightens approvingly. Spotting a pixie dust pipe on a pile of books, he swipes it up, lighting it with a nearby candle. He puts it in the crook of his mouth and gazes around again.
These are all the things I've collected throughout my travels of Phelan. I have to admit, I don't know what some of them are, but it's all quite fascinating, don't you think?
If you don't know what they are, then why do you have them?
Aaron asks, picking up a collection of metal pieces held together by delicate springs. As he examines one of the circular appendages with a smiling face etched into the surface, it nearly breaks off.
Careful!
Hickory flies over a crate of paints to take the metal doll from Aaron before he can do any more harm. He cradles it in his hand as if it's the most precious thing in the world, observing its condition with his good eye.
If you knew there would come a day where you won't be able to see anything at all, then you'd probably do the same.
A pang of sadness for him distracts me, and I forget to look where I'm going. I trip over something, catching myself against the only wall that's not hidden by the stacks. It's covered in flyers, drawings, ancient maps, and scribbles so hurried I can barely read them. Hickory? I stare at the collage of clippings.
Ah, that's what I wanted to show you.
He makes his way over.
These are my theories.
All of them? Vale asks, intrigued.
Yes. I've been studying the mystics for years now. There's all kinds of theories about them, their prophecies concerning the Pneuma and such. At first it was just a hobby, something I found fascinating. But the more I've discovered about them, the more inconsistencies and surprises I've found. The more I've pieced together, the more I've become obsessed.
Aaron lifts a brow.
Dedicated,
Hickory corrects, staying focused on the wall.
To finding the truth. I have a feeling that they were more misunderstood than we realize.
A shadow falls over his features as he runs a finger over a drawing. A dragon-winged mystic holds a book in one hand and a ball of flame in the other. The image makes me shudder, knowing the pain of that fire in more ways than one. But for the first time, I see something else in Hickory's obsession. A possible connection that runs deeper than theoretical curiosity. I wonder, in some way, if he sees a part of himself in the mystic story. A faerie stuck in a world where no one understands him, not even his own already highly eccentric clan. Blinking, his head snaps up as he shifts farther down the wall.
Now that we have the prophecy more properly translated, so many of my findings are starting to make sense.
As he searches, he blows out pixie dust smoke from his pipe like a train.
Like this here.
He points to a drawing that's frayed at the edges, as if ripped from a book.
This mystic sketch depicts two worlds, Phelan here and the Neverworld here.
He points to two clouded spheres with a decorative beam connecting them. Alice taps me and signs.
What's that in between? A bridge?
I shrug, relaying her guess to Hickory.
Precisely, he says, beaming. I think it's supposed to be some sort of passageway connecting the two worlds. After the Pneuma were banished to the Neverworld long ago, this bridge was somehow lost in the process. Then, I painted another vision last night.
Another one? I ask, surprised he didn't tell me before.
Yes. I must have created it in my sleep because I woke up with my hands covered in paint and this was lying on the floor.
He hurries to one of his traveling trunks and pulls out a piece of parchment rolled up like a scroll. Flattening it on his wall of clippings, he secures it with a few pins.
At first, I thought I'd just painted the same drawing from memory, the two worlds present again here. But instead of a bridge in the middle,
It's a door?
Aaron asks, tilting his head as he examines it.
Yes.
Hickory nods.
This door is closed, though there's an opening for a key.
He lifts his eyebrows at us before pulling his sketchbook from his satchel.
Now, stay with me. According to Vale's translation of the prophecy, I think the last stanza is giving us the formula for creating this very key.
He flips to a specific page in his notes and begins to read.
Stone and dust they must combine with every royal clan bloodline, together when the moons align. The key to power is the sign.
Okay, Vale says.
So you're saying these elements might make up an actual key to some kind of door to the Neverworld?
Theoretically, yes.
Hickory confirms, puffing more clouds of pixie dust in quick succession. Wouldn't we want to keep that from happening? I ask.
Theoretically, yes,
Hickory says again, though less emphatically.
But even that isn't clear. Not yet, anyway. Vale and I still have more to translate.
Before that, can we get to the feast that was mentioned earlier?
Aaron asks.
All this theory talk is making me hungry.
Yes, we better get going.
Hickory motions to the door.
If we're all late, someone might get suspicious.
After making sure the hallway is clear, we exit his room one at a time. As I bring up the rear, Hickory stops me.
I know I've been carrying the book around with me for safekeeping. I've been thinking maybe I shouldn't,
Hickory whispers.
There are a slew of pickpockets in the city. Plus, I don't know if you've noticed, but most kobolds are a curious bunch with very little regard for personal space.
He says this while standing extremely close to me. I bite down my laughter as he continues.
I'm going to hide the mystic text somewhere in my quarters under lock and key. Even if someone went rummaging in my room, they'd have to search for hours before coming across it.
All right, just make sure you can find it in this mess, okay? I joke. He smiles.
Got it.
Chapter 47. After the feast, Lord Zephin leads us to a cavern even louder and busier than the city. As we step into the underground stadium, clouds of pixie dust smoke fill the air as cheering kobolds line the walls, looking down at a vast maze carved into the ground below. No way! I smile from ear to ear, feeling the first tinge of excitement since reaching the tunnels. I never thought I'd see it.
What is this place?
Alice signs to me as we find our seats. It's the labyrinth, I say, anxiously peering down into the circular maze of high stone walls. Hickory looks at me, brows raised.
You've been here before?
Not personally. I know many pirates sent on missions down here who would come in disguise to bet on the games, I say. It was one of Zale and Colt's favorite pastimes. They often took their portion of the spoils and Colt's valuable explosives to use in the kobold bets.
How does it work?
Aaron asks.
If you couldn't tell already, living down in the tunnels isn't exactly exciting. So we've had to create our own entertainment.
Hickory points to the maze.
The labyrinth isn't a typical maze with multiple ways you can turn and get lost. That's not its danger. Instead, with one way in and one way out for each of its victims, the labyrinth takes them through a preset path to the center of the maze, making them endure a series of challenges. Fairies must overcome each one with only their wits and resourcefulness to aid them. Kobold folk can be pretty twisted. They get quite the kick out of betting who will be the first to make it back alive.
Alive? Vale's eyes widen. It's deadly?
Oh, yes. It wasn't always so lethal, but the labyrinth has gone through some renovations over the past few years. More danger means more excitement, which also means more kobolds coming and even fae from other clans being allowed to attend and gamble, benefiting our struggling economy.
Hickory nods to a group of kobolds shouting something at two pucks. As one furiously writes something down in a small book, the other collects pouches of fardlings and pixie dust from the shouting crowd. The first puck must be recording their bets.
Seems to be working well,
Aaron says as he settles into his seat. The rest of us follow, preparing to enjoy the show.
It was, says Hickory with a sigh, his voice lowering. Until the dangers of the labyrinth grew so great that fewer and fewer kobolds wanted to compete. My father couldn't have that. So these last few months he's been convincing criminals from the dust mines to take part instead. The first to make it out alive wins their freedom.
My excitement evaporates as gates below rise to reveal a handful of condemned fae approaching the maze. Some walk slowly in anxious, jittery movements. Others stumble toward their fate with vacant, dazed eyes, probably due to the extreme dust exposure in the mines. A few weeks ago, this probably wouldn't have fazed me. Watching the misfortune of others while winning money is most pirates' favorite form of entertainment. But my crew and I were nearly sent to the dust mines ourselves. I shiver as I picture us as the barely sane criminals below trying to win our freedom. Then I see her. I blink my eyes, shaking my head. My mind has to be playing tricks on me. As she shifts her tiny face to the crowd, I know it's her. Luna. I'm going to be sick. How did she get captured? Whit was supposed to take the crew back to Maverick. They were supposed to be safe. At least Luna grew up in the tunnels, so she doesn't seem as affected by the dust mines as the others. Still, how is little Luna going to survive this? She scans the cheering crowd around her. Her eyes pass over me and the other heirs, then jerk back. Her eyes grow wide, focusing on me. I fully expect her features to morph into a look of pure anger, maybe even hate. But her pleading eyes only seem to say one thing. Help me. My stomach lurches as my fingers curl around the railing in front of me. What can I do? I helplessly watch as kobold henchmen strong-arm Luna closer to the maze. Staring down at her from my position as an heir, I wonder which of us has it worse, the labyrinth or the Ethodine. At least she only has one challenge to win her freedom. Suddenly, another terrifying thought enters my mind. Why are we being shown this? Hoping against hope that the fear crawling inside me won't come true, I catch Alice staring at me. "Are you okay?" she signs. "You're turning white." I have a bad feeling, I sign back.
Welcome to the labyrinth,
Lord Zephin announces through a horn lowered by a mechanical arm in the wall. His voice echoes off the walls, seeming to come from all directions at once.
As usual, tonight we have 5 criminals who will compete for their freedom.
I press into the back of my seat, holding my breath.
And at the end of the week, the 5 clan heirs will enter the same maze to compete in the test of creativity.
The kobold crowd explodes with cheers. There it is. Just as I feared. When my father originally gave me the choice of competing in the Ethodine or working in the dust mines, it didn't matter which path I chose. I might still die by the same fate. Chapter 48. This is the first time we're being shown exactly what lies in store for one of our trials. And it's torture to just watch. At the blow of the horn, each criminal steps into the labyrinth through a different entrance with nothing but their bare hands and their wits to defend themselves. Not only do they have to navigate an obstacle course of perilous traps, challenging them to adapt and use their surroundings to survive, but failing to overcome their trial often incurs bloody consequences. One of the criminals tries to escape, flying up over the maze walls. He's immediately shot down, right through the chest, by an arrow catapulting machine from above. All the while, the kobolds in the stands drink, cheer, and make money off of the bloodshed. I keep my eye on Luna, who's thankfully the least injured and in the lead. She survived fire torches, a moat of hungry crocodiles, and is now the closest to reaching the stone tower standing at the center of the maze. The first to reach the top will be proclaimed the winner. All that stands between her and her freedom now are a series of narrow doorways with jagged guillotine blades. They lift at various intervals and drop with a slice that makes me wince. Though her small frame has wasted away during her time in the mines, Luna is still limber and quick. She studies the movement of the blades, finding their pattern, using maneuvers she learned under my training on the minnow to dive through each opening at just the right moment. She has one more blade to evade. It lifts and she leaps, but the hem of her trouser catches on something. A nail? A screw? I shoot to my feet even though I know there's nothing I can do. She only has a matter of seconds. She yanks at her foot, scrambling forward on her elbows. Her ankle is still stretched over the opening. I force myself not to look away as the blade plunges down. Her screams are too far off to hear, swallowed by the sound of the crowd. Looking at her now bloodied stump, she shakes violently with shock. But she doesn't let this stop her. Gritting through the pain, she strips off a sleeve and wraps the wound tight. Then she releases her wings, flying with all her remaining strength onward. As she crashes through the door at the base of the tower, I hold my breath, heart pounding. Please let her survive. An agonizing minute passes. Then another. 2 more criminals enter the tower from separate doors. Finally, Luna emerges at the top, her voice now ringing out above the spectators who cheer or boo as money exchanges hands.
I'm free!
She cries through bloodied teeth. As medics rush to her aid, I collapse back into my seat, exhausted from worrying. There's no way I could have saved her from the labyrinth, but at least she'll be freed from this place. I can't speak as hopefully about the 5 of us. At the end of the unsettling festivities, we're allowed to exit the cavern first, leaving behind rowdy kobolds who are still cheering and arguing over money owed. As we walk down the tunnel leading back to the city, none of us speak. I've never been one to be squeamish, but as I picture us entering the labyrinth in a few short days, my stomach threatens to unload everything I ate at the feast. Bringing up the rear, I stop, bracing my hand against the damp cavern wall as the others continue on. All except one.
Quinn.
Aaron stands in front of me, and I meet his eyes. They're soft with concern.
It's going to be okay. We've survived this far.
At least we could prepare for the other trials in some way. I motion back to the labyrinth. How in Phelan are we supposed to prepare for that? Then again, maybe knowing we can't is part of the torture. Aaron's attention shifts as raucous voices bounce off the walls behind me. A swarm of kobolds are exiting the stadium, pouring into the tunnel after us in droves.
We should keep moving,
he says. I just need a minute. I spot a side tunnel ahead. Aaron follows me just in time for the crowds of kobolds to pass us by. I press my back against the wall, trying to breathe, feeling the space close in.
Are you sure that's all that's bothering you?
Aaron asks, watching me.
I saw your reaction to the criminal who won. Do you know her or something?
I study his face, eternally surprised at how well he can read me. Luna. I breathe her name softly, her bloodied leg and soundless scream etched in my mind. She was one of my crew. He purses his lips.
I'm so sorry.
I nod in thanks, then quirk a brow. Is that compassion for a pirate I hear in your voice? He shrugs, nodding to me.
You've already softened me toward one. I guess it was only a matter of time.
I smile to myself as he turns his attention back to the passing crowd, many of them laughing and clapping each other on the back as if the whole event hasn't fazed them in the least.
Who knew kobolds were so bloodthirsty?
Aaron says. Yeah, I try to ease my breathing. I knew they were eccentric, but not this off the rails. Guess Hickory's pretty tame in comparison, huh? He smirks. Maybe I shouldn't give him such a hard time. Why do you give him such a hard time? I ask, the heaviness in my chest progressively lifting. What did he ever do to you? Aaron hesitates. Let's just say Hickory and I have never seen eye to eye on certain things. You're right, though. Maybe I should ease up on the puck. Feeling any better? Somewhat. I nod. Good. We'd better get going. A high-pitched scream cuts through the side tunnel we're in, shooting toward us from the other end. What was that? I squint in the darkness, stepping toward a flickering light in the distance. Quinn, please, Aaron pleads. Where are you going now? I thought I heard someone scream. Oh yeah, that's a great reason to go walking down a dark cavern, Aaron says. A train whistle sounds and we stop. See, just a train. There wasn't another scream. Definitely not a train. You were saying? I ask smugly before creeping deeper into the shadows. You were only going to find trouble down there, Aaron calls after me. Well, you better follow me and do what you do best then, I shout back. Predictably, his footsteps follow. This Pixie is going to be the end of me, he mutters. As we draw toward the light, I slink along the inner wall. There, I find one thing I expected, the Kobe Express, and one thing I didn't. A sylph soldier is ordering around a group of kobolds as they haul large sacks onto the train. The feather-winged soldier turns, a crescent moon scar running down his cheek. Moonface. What's he doing here? I whisper aloud, mostly to myself. As Moonface paces, shouting commands, he wipes his sweaty brow. He doesn't look well. His skin is darker in the dim light, but also discolored. Sickly.
Jasper, the last shipment is ready for the Queen.
A kobold with a conductor's hat and a tattered, moth-eaten uniform reports. He holds out his hand.
Time to pay up.
Before Moonface can respond, a sack topples out of the train and thuds on the ground, breaking open to reveal pounds of glittering pixie dust. It's just a dust trade, Aaron whispers to me, quietly shifting to leave. I don't budge. The screaming definitely came from this direction. I know it. And if Moonface is here, I wouldn't be surprised if he was the instigator. Besides, while dust trades might be normal enough, this is a whole train full. It's happening far from the city, in secret. Something's up.
This shipment is not for the Queen, you imbecile.
Moonface wipes his forehead with the back of his hand again and points.
And I'm not paying you anything until you clean up that mess.
The kobold conductor sags. Just as he turns, another bag tumbles down the steps as a faerie shoots out of the train into the air. A pixie with kobold wings and a bloodied bandage where her right foot should be. Luna, I say, grasping the edge of the tunnel opening, not believing my eyes.
What?
Aaron draws closer, his chest pressing against my back.
How did she get loose?
Shouts Moonface.
Don't let her get away!
2 kobolds shoot into the air, seizing Luna, and tackle her to the ground.
No, please!
She yells as she tries to wriggle out of their grasp.
I won! I'm free now! You have to let me go!
As they move to gag her, she screams. The same scream I heard earlier. My fingers prick with heat as I take a step forward. Aaron grabs my arm.
Quinn, stop. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do.
The kobold in charge turns to Moonface again.
I guess she wasn't tied tightly enough. These things happen.
Moonface grabs him by the collar with one hand, lifting him like he's a little sprout.
No excuses, you hear me?
He shakes him as he growls, his voice deeper and grittier than I remember. My eyes grow wide. This isn't the bumbling sylph soldier I knew. What's happened to him?
Yes, Jasper. Anything you say, Jasper.
The conductor trembles, dangling in Moonface's grasp until he throws him to the ground.
That's more like it. Now show me the other cars. I want to make sure you're not trying to swindle me out of anything else.
Moonface says.
Yes, of course.
The kobold quickly scrambles to his feet and leads Moonface to the other side of the train. With Moonface out of sight and Luna being dragged back toward the train, I know this is my last chance to help her. I've got to do something. Shrugging Aaron off, I unfurl my wings and collide into the back of the kobold, restraining Luna's right arm. We crash to the ground, the kobold hitting his head hard on the stone floor, knocking him out.
What was that?
I hear Moonface grumble from a few cars down. I only have moments. Captain? Luna's voice rattles. The other kobold holds her in front of him like a shield, sliding a jagged knife from his belt. Luna's face pales. It's okay. Just stay calm. I put my hands up where her captor can see them, frantically thinking of my next move, when Aaron appears from the shadows behind them.
Hey, pick on someone your own size.
The kobold startles, half turning just as Aaron grabs for the knife with one hand and punches the puck with the other. I pull Luna away before she goes down with him. What are you doing here? She asks, peering at me as if she's seen a ghost.
My thoughts exactly.
Moonface growls, a handful of other kobolds in tow as they round the train toward us, blades ready. Aaron takes a fighting stance with the kobold knife as I squeeze Luna's shoulders and look her dead in the face. I might not have a weapon, but I won't let them take her again. There isn't time to explain. Save yourself, I tell her, hoping she'll fly away while she still can. Luna's brows knit with confusion, then narrow with a determination I've seen in her eyes before. She unfurls her wings and rises into the air as if she plans to help us attack. Get out of here, I command in the captain tone I know she remembers. That's an order. Taking one last look at me and the oncoming rabble, she shoots into the air. She doesn't go for an escape right away like I hoped. She whips back to the train, crashing through one of the windows, glass shattering everywhere. What in Phelan is she doing? In the next second, a flurry of wings break free from the express. There are more prisoners. Many more.
This way!
Luna calls as she leads them toward the tunnel where the locomotive must have come from. There's at least a dozen other fairies right behind her.
Go after them!
Moonface roars to the kobolds, then turns on me with his foulest glare yet.
I'll handle this one.
Aaron steps in front of me, but I grab his arm. We only have the kobold knife, and there's a clear shot now to escape the way we came. Fly! I yell. Whipping through the air, we reach the main tunnel where we came in from, weaving and pushing our way through the kobold crowd. I look back just as Moonface emerges. His mouth twists into a snarl. He and I both know there are too many witnesses for him to do something now. Thanks, I whisper to Aaron. That was close.
Too close,
Aaron says in a harsher tone than normal, running his hand through his midnight blue hair.
Seriously, Quinn, when are you going to start listening to me?
He goes on, but I barely hear him. I'm just glad Luna got away. If Luna can find her way back to the crew, then she'll have a new Captain Shade story to tell the mates. Maybe even Maverick will hear of it and allow me to rejoin them once I'm done with this insane competition. Even still, I hope my crew realizes how much I did care for them, that I wouldn't have abandoned them if I'd had a choice. Assuming Luna was the only one of them held captive in this place, of course. I glance back at Moonface one more time. He's gone. I whip around to make sure he isn't nearby, and thankfully, he's nowhere to be found. I relax a bit, ignoring the sinking feeling that I haven't seen the last of him. We created quite a mess for him back at the train. Hopefully clearing it up keeps him busy for a while. What in Phelan was he up to? What could a sylph soldier like him want with half-dead criminals and mounds of pixie dust? Chapter 49. How have you not found anything out yet? I ask Vale. Our blades clash, sparks exploding in the dim, cavernous room. It's been 3 days since leaving Vendoria, and Vale still can't tell me if the poison in my system was her mother's or not. After stumbling upon Moonface's secret deal, however, I've had my doubts that it was the Queen who did it. Still, I told Aaron not to mention the incident to Vale quite yet. I need her to be motivated to finish her tests on the poison. I need to know for sure. Sweat beads down Vale's face, nostrils flaring, her jaw set in determination.
"Oh, I'm sorry,"
she wheezes, breathing heavily, her freckled cheeks flushed with heat.
"I barely have any energy after a certain trainer works me to death every day."
She takes a fatigued swing at me. I evade it easily. Well, if you learn to control your breathing, your opponent wouldn't be able to beat you because of sheer exhaustion. I bring my blade down on hers, hard, and her knees buckle. Pace your breathing, like when you sing. Again. I pull back, allowing her to stand before coming at her from multiple angles. Vale meets me each time with swift, calculated shifts. She's monitoring her breathing more with each blow, fighting smarter. Still, she's worn out. Good. I take a moment to admire how far I've brought her in just a few short weeks. Now, if only I can get her to stop complaining so much. Vale relaxes and lets her blade drop to the ground, hands on her knees as she breathes. One more thing, though, I add. Vale looks up, and I rush toward her with my sword. She scrambles for her blade, but not before my foot lands on it, the tip of my own weapon at her throat. She stares at me, stunned. Never let your guard down, especially with your opponent's weapon still in hand. I smirk. And never underestimate the element of surprise. Vale gulps, my blade still hovering at her throat. Got it. Stepping off her weapon, I kick it up, catching it in the air, 2 swords in my hands. Learn that, and I think you might be ready. I pull back, and Vale's eyes shine with hope.
"Ready? You mean we're done training?"
Ha! I chuckle. I mean you're ready for the next stage. Vale moans, struggling to stand up straight.
"What else can there possibly be?"
Releasing my wings, I rise into the air. I'd requested the Queen find us an abandoned cavern with the highest ceiling she could find. We'll need all the space we can for this lesson. Your enemies won't always be on the ground. Time to learn to fight and fly. I toss Vale's sword back to her. She catches it, surprising even herself at her coordination. Vale's worn expression shifts into a smile as she releases her feathered wings and meets me in the air.
Now this I can get behind.
Later that evening, Lord Zephin instructs the 5 of us to follow Hickory to where we can prepare for our upcoming trial.
How far is this place exactly?
Aaron asks as we walk through the smoky streets. On the way, we pass everything from boutiques with specialty caps and goggles to mechanics bartering with patrons over the price of metal limbs and wing enhancements. There's even a whole shop packed with miniature ticking clocks, one with an annoying wooden bird that pops out at the top and screeches, startling Alice.
It's right outside the city.
Hickory leads us around the next block.
We just have to make a quick stop on the way.
Eventually, he pauses in front of a building where it seems most of the smoke is coming from. Carts of Pixie crystals are being peddled inside. Stepping up to the large windows, we peer through to see the crystals heaved onto the moving belt of a noisy machine. They disappear in one end and come out the other as powdery dust. Ah, so this is what a pixie dust factory looks like. I press my fingers against the glass. Kobolds working the machine scoop the different colors of dust into pouches and labeled bottles before pushing carts of them into a back room. Where are they taking the dust? I ask as Hickory leads us around the side of the building into an empty alleyway.
Certain amounts are usually brought to the surface to be sold and traded, though there's less and less of that happening with the crystal shortages,
answers Hickory. I look at Aaron, thinking of Luna and all the pixie dust we saw Moonface transporting. We still need to find out what he was up to.
Other shipments are brought to our inventors,
Hickory adds. For what kind of inventions? Alice signs for me to ask. Oh, all kinds, Vale pipes up in her didn't-you-know voice. There are many different crystal types. Kobold inventors are constantly experimenting with combinations, often mixing them with other elements to find new uses, from powering the floating vessels in Eldor to finding new medicinal cures. Alice looks at her healing hands, and I remember what she told me in Vendoria.
Perhaps the kobolds could experiment on me to figure out how to make a serum for the plague. Though her parents don't want her to reveal her gift, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the first thing she'd do if she became queen. Reaching a side door, Hickory looks both ways before giving the door a uniquely patterned knock. A small window in the door opens, and a mechanical hand shoots out so quickly that I jump back. Hickory places a pouch of fardlings in the hand, which retracts, and then reappears with an unlabeled pouch of pixie dust. Aaron crosses his arms, raising a brow.
That wasn't sketchy at all.
I shoot him a look, reminding him he promised to be nicer to Hickory. Aaron shrugs in a half-hearted apology.
It's for the pain in my eye, okay?
Hickory points to his misted one, tossing the pouch into his satchel.
A puck's gotta do what a puck's gotta do.
As we reach the far outskirts of the city, Hickory finally stops in front of a dusty shop with clouded windows. I would have figured it was abandoned, if not for the loud snoring coming from inside.
Sketchy place number 2?
Aaron asks. Hickory ignores him, leading us inside. Nice. I shake my head at Aaron.
Oh, come on.
He laughs.
He makes it way too easy.
As we enter, the room is small, with only an elderly kobold hunched over a large wooden desk. A strange device is strapped around his balding head, and his sleeping face is pressed into a smattering of scrolls. Hickory slides a piece of parchment across the desk. The kobold startles, practically falling out of his seat. A dozen or so lenses on his head device bounce on wired hinges with the movement. Seeing Hickory, he straightens.
Sir Hickory! So glad to see my favorite customer is back,
he says, beaming.
What can I help you with today?
Based on the condition of this place, I assume Hickory is his only customer.
Just this, Beckett,
Hickory says warmly, pointing to the parchment he put on the desk.
Of course, of course.
The kobold shifts one of the lenses down, magnifying his left eye 3 sizes as he peers at the paper.
Ah, yes, this way.
Stepping away from his desk, he ushers us around to a series of doors. Rotating a large circular gear on one of them with a lot of grunting, he opens it wide, revealing a stairway.
Thank you, Beckett.
Hickory pats his shoulder.
Anything for you, sir.
He bows. We follow Hickory down the stairs until they lead to a landing where a passageway opens into yet another tunnel. This tunnel is unlike any I've ever seen. Instead of stretching out in front of us, it runs vertically from floor to ceiling. Shelves upon shelves of books line the rounded walls of the large room, while the tunnel stretches on for miles above us like a never-ending tower. Aaron walks forward, then stops short, shooting out his arms as Alice and I nearly crash into him.
Have your wings out and ready in this place,
he warns, releasing his fin wings with a swoosh. Alice and I look down. The floor only stretches out halfway through the room. Below, the tunnel of shelves continues into the dark abyss. Devouring the shelves with her eyes, Vale smiles wider than I've ever seen. Hickory catches her expression and his good eye lights up. After noticing my smirk, however, he quickly looks back at the shelves.
Though the sylphs loved their books,
Hickory explains,
the Sky City would never be able to contain them all. Held up by only the vine and pixie dust, Eldor has a very delicate balance. Too much weight could bring the whole city crumbling down.
Hickory motions to the tunnel.
Thus, the kobolds were commissioned to build massive libraries down here to store the extra volumes.
Hickory. Vale lets out an odd breath. I knew these places existed, but I never imagined they'd be this expensive. Her eyes are glassy as she looks from the books to Hickory. I honestly might never want to leave. She looks at him, all smiles, and I can tell Hickory is struggling not to blush.
Yes, well,
He clears his throat.
I convinced my parents to give us access to the libraries to better prepare ourselves for the trial. As you saw, I don't know if we can fully be ready. The labyrinth isn't designed to test our brain power as much as what we can do with it. Our creativity, wit, and problem-solving skills.
Hickory lowers his voice to a whisper.
But I figured with all that's here, there must be more literature about the Pneuma or the prophecy somewhere.
Ingenious! Vale exclaims. Releasing her wings, she flutters up a few stories and lands on one of the ledges. Hickory smiles.
Why build stairs when you can fly from shelf to shelf, right? Kobolds aren't just eccentric. We're smart, too.
I guess we can start here. Alice signs with a shrug. Looking a little overwhelmed at the vast amount of books, she moves to some shelves closest to us. How much time do we have? Good question, I say, before asking Hickory.
Barely anyone comes down here unless sent for a specific volume, he says. So we probably have a few hours until we're expected for dinner.
Great!
Vale squeals as she flies back down to us, grabbing Aaron by the arm.
Aaron and I will take the top shelves. Come on, you won't believe what I found.
He glances at me as if I'll give him an excuse to refuse her. I avoid his stare. Stay focused, I command myself. Don't encourage him. I'm grateful for his help with Moonface yesterday, but being around him will only make things harder. Still, I deflate as he allows Vale to pull him along, flying up as high as they can go.
Don't wait for us,
Vale calls back. Hickory sighs, looking longingly after her, then puts a hand on my shoulder.
I'll help Alice look through the shelves here. If I were you, though, I might start about 3 stories down.
He points to a cobweb-covered section below. Pushing Aaron out of my mind, I fly to the shelf Hickory indicated and land on the ledge in front of it, wiping away the cobwebs to reveal a silver-plated label above the books. It's engraved with this simple inscription: The Mystics. Chapter 50.
I'm surprised you're still here.
Hickory and Alice smile down at me as I sit on the dusty ledge, surrounded by a scattering of books and old maps.
You even beat Vale.
I huff. She and Aaron fluttered out of the tunnel a short bit ago for dinner. Aaron stopped to ask if I wanted to join them, but I declined. Stubborn as the day is long, I'm afraid. I pore over the ragged piece of parchment in my hand again, the words starting to blur together. Too bad I don't have Vale's nodding potion to help this time, I mutter to myself.
Vale's what?
Hickory asks. Nothing, I say quickly. What are you studying? Alice signs before she picks up one of the texts and flips through a few of its delicate pages. I translate her words for Hickory before responding. Just trying to learn more about the mystics. Hickory thought studying them might help us decode more of their prophecy.
Speaking of,
Hickory turns to Alice.
Could I perhaps get a look at your tattoo again?
Putting down the book in her hand, she removes her glove and rolls up her sleeve, offering her arm to him. His fingers hover just above her skin, tracing the symbol's curves in the air.
Where did you get this again?
He asks. Alice faces me and starts to answer in a slew of signs. Whoa, hold on. I stand to meet her. I'm a beginner, remember? What was the first thing again? Shaking her head, Alice pulls off her other glove. What are you doing? I don't like the look in her eyes. Before I can stop her, she grabs both Hickory's and my arms with her bare hands. Is this better? Alice speaks into my mind, her energy coursing through me. Hickory must hear her too, because he goes rigid and nearly topples over.
What in Phelan?
A different voice echoes in my head. It sounds like Hickory, but his parted mouth hasn't moved. Shock and elation dance in his eyes. Could I be hearing his thoughts too? Hickory's eyes dart to me, growing bigger.
Quinn?
Wait, did you just hear me thinking? I try to send the thought to him. He nods and I whip around to Alice. Did you know you could connect other fae with each other? Alice shrugs.
Hold on, you already knew Alice could do this?
Hickory's gaze is still trained on me. Will both of you quiet your minds for 1 minute? Alice barks, her eyes pinched shut as if our inner voices are giving her a headache. No, I've never done this before, and I definitely didn't know I'd be connecting you to each other. Happy accidents all around, I guess. Opening her eyes, she raises a brow at Hickory. Now, do you want to know about this tattoo or not?
Yes, please.
Hickory nods emphatically, mouth pursed. We do our best to keep our thoughts clear as Alice catches Hickory up on the basics of what she's told me. From her ability to heal and her failed attempt at saving her sister, to how new tattoos have literally grown out of the pneumanic symbol on her arm every time she uses her gift.
It's something I was born with, but that's all I know.
Alice finishes as she lets go, lowering her body to the ground, looking tired.
Incredible,
Hickory says with a sigh as he sits as well. I follow suit. Incredible, yes, I say. It doesn't exactly help us learn more about the Pneuma or the Mystics, though, and not much of what I've been reading is new information to me.
What do you know so far?
Alice signs. I motion to the material littered around us. Concerning the Pneuma, just that the Mystics studied them religiously, that they authored the prophecy we've been decoding and wrote everything else in the tome we already found. I motion to another pile of books. Besides that, they were Gwyllian magic users. They were convinced that all Gwyllians could do what they did because they believed we were descendants of dragons. I still think that's ridiculous, but if all Gwyllians really do have the potential for fire-wielding, maybe that's why I can produce it. Though I'm not sure why I'm the only freak who can.
Unless you are a mystic.
Hickory smiles, still hopeful. I sigh. Not possible. My father is the descendant of the royal Gwyllian line. No mystics there.
And your mother?
Alice asks. I put a hand on my boot where I've hidden the daggers my mother had commissioned. There's no way I'm walking around Tartarus unarmed with Moonface around. Though the pneumanic symbols on their hilts were my original clue to all this, I still don't like talking about them. Or my mother. She died when Gaius and I were very young. She was a Gwyllian commoner, though. Grew up the daughter of a local welder. Except for the fact that my father chose her as his bride, there was nothing particularly special or unusual about her. Hickory considers the literature on the floor again.
Does anything say how the mystics call forth and manipulate fire?
As far as I can tell, I should be able to just open my hand and have fire appear on command. I stretch out my palm and focus, straining as I wish it to come forward. Nothing. I throw up my hands. I've been in this dreary tunnel with every ancient Gwyllian text under the moons, and still nothing.
Maybe something's blocking you?
Hickory suggests. I don't know anymore. My body sags under the weight of all my unanswered questions. Even more than learning about the prophecy, part of me had started to hope I would read about some special flick of the wrist or magic words I could use to keep my fire in check, to control it. If I can figure out how it manifests, then maybe I can make sure its flames never spontaneously surface again. No more singeing pain, no more inflicting agony on others. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I give up. I throw up my hands and start tossing materials onto a pile so I can put it all back and return to my room.
You can't give up now,
Hickory says with pleading eyes.
Magic isn't as hard as you think.
Easy for you to say. I shake my head. You've probably been teaching paints to obey your every command since you were a sprite.
Actually, most kobold sprouts figure out how to do that one pretty easily,
he says with a shrug. That makes me feel heaps better, thanks. I sigh.
Maybe we can help.
Alice nods in agreement, moving to the shelves behind me, clearing away more of the cobwebs. Hickory picks up a scroll.
Have you looked at this one yet?
I shake my head. They're just going to waste time uncovering what I've already found. A dead end. Both of them mean well, but Hickory isn't going to quit. I know that he really wants me to embrace whatever mystical gift he thinks I have, but his persistence is starting to grate on me. What if I can never do what he wants? It's too much pressure. I grew up with enough of that from my father, and I'm not going to bend to it again. If there's anything left to find, I'll figure it out myself, in my time, in my way. You want to help? Just go and let me focus, all right? I snatch the scroll from Hickory and unroll it on the ground. Though I'm more angry at myself than anything, I just want to be left alone.
Whoa, touchy much?
Hickory frowns, and Alice slowly puts down the book in her hand.
Just one last tip. You're looking at that one upside down.
I know that, I mutter. I flip it over and pretend to read, waiting for them to leave. They don't. In fact, Hickory yanks the scroll from under my nose, staring at it in amazement. Hey! I grab for it. He eludes me, not taking his eyes off the page. Where did you find this one? He asks urgently. I don't know. Why? My teeth clench, and I curl my fingers into fists. My nails prick painfully at my palms. I vow to give him one more chance before my daggers come out. Hickory sniffs once, then twice. He glances up at me. Quinn, what? I snap. Alice, wide-eyed, points at my hand. I follow their stares to where orange and red flames lick between my fingers. I uncurl them to reveal a ball of fire swirling in my palm. Ugh, see? I shake my hand in the air, trying to make it go away. I can't control it, especially when I'm angry. Watch it! You could set the whole tunnel on fire! Hickory shouts as both of them raise hands of caution. Wait, the flames come when you're angry? No other time? Holding my hand steadier, I wince at the burn, as I try to remember a time the fire reared its ugly head without anger. Aaron. At the thought of him, my cheeks burn and the fire roars bigger. I yelp as Hickory and Alice draw back. The heat courses through my body, helplessness washing over me. Any kind of strong emotion, I guess. I grit out, just wanting it to stop. In all my years as a pirate, I never used to struggle with keeping the fire at bay. I've always been able to keep my emotions in check. What's happening to me? I'm stronger than this. Remembering what I used to do at sea, I close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. Slowly, the fire begins to recede. A groan of relief and frustration escapes my lips. Just another reason to hate them, I grumble. Hate what? Emotions? Hickory watches the fire become a tiny flame before it flickers out, evaporating into thin air. Alice grabs my hand, looking for burns, ready to heal. There's no sign of the flames, just the lingering memory of pain. She looks up curiously. Your hand doesn't even feel hot. I shrug. The flames don't permanently hurt me, just everyone else. I can hear my father in my head and believe his warnings against emotions now more than ever. All my feelings ever do is cause problems. So you try to avoid them, Hickory concludes. Or stuff them down? Pretty much. That might be your problem right there, he says. If your fire comes out by way of your emotions, maybe mastering them is the key to controlling your ability. That's what I've been trying to do. I shake my head. It doesn't work. No. Alice squeezes my fingers before grabbing Hickory's arm so we both can hear her. I think Hickory is saying, you need to learn to let go. Hickory nods, still wide-eyed at Alice's ability. Let go of what? I have no idea what she's talking about. She smiles. If I blocked all the pain and emotion I feel while healing someone, I'd never be able to help them. If your gift is anything like mine, maybe you need to let yourself feel. Let myself feel? Has she been talking to Aaron lately? Alice continues. You need to learn to deal with what's inside, or that fire will always be a volcano just waiting to erupt when you least expect or want it to. She looks at me more intently. If you let me, I think I can help you with that. No. The voice inside my head shouts as I nearly jerk away from her. I don't need to listen to this. I don't need help. I'm stronger than that. I can hold it down so the fire never comes out again. Alice gives my hand a squeeze. I forgot she can hear my thoughts. Strength can take many different forms, my friend. Gaius's words from our last day on the shores of Greymarrow come back to me. Sometimes strength can be weakness, and weakness can be strength. You have a different kind of strength. I know it. Someday, you will too. The tension in my shoulders eases as I play the words over in my mind. Could Gaius have meant what Alice is saying? Could there be a strength in letting others in? A power in letting go of the chokehold I have on what I've always been told is weakness? I guess there's only one way to find out. I take a deep breath. What exactly did you have in mind? Chapter 51. Friend. That's what Alice called me. Is that what we've become? I called Wit a friend once. Trusting her was what got me into this mess. That and my own recklessness. Alice is different, isn't she? And Hickory. I've trusted them this far. Can I trust them a bit further? Part of me wants to. Still, my ideas of how to deal with my feelings and Alice's ideas are very different. You want to do what? I ask again. She still holds on to me and Hickory.
I told you before, when I heal someone, I can see into their memories, especially the painful ones. I've never used it like this, especially with a fellow faerie. But if I can see your memories again, maybe I can experience them with you, help you process through them. Maybe even help heal them.
Incredible. Hickory stares in awe. Hickory. Sorry. His head drops. Alice directs her next thoughts to him.
I have no idea what this is going to be like with just me and Quinn, let alone if I took you along too. I want you to stay nearby and keep watch. Make sure no one comes. And if anything concerning happens, break our connection by removing my hands. Okay?
Hickory reluctantly nods, obviously disappointed he'll be left out. But this is not a game. These are my memories, my pain. I'd do anything to switch places with him right now. In fact, it's taking everything I have not to call the whole thing off and fly out of here. Alice takes my hands firmly in hers. As the tingling of her healing energy increases, her tattoos start to glow and my body trembles.
Relax, she says, though her words waver with a bit of nervousness herself. You don't have any physical wounds, so I think I'll have to do some searching to access your memories. Just close your eyes and focus on your breathing.
Picturing Alice's energy swimming around my subconscious doesn't exactly help me relax. I try to concentrate on the last part of her instructions. Close your eyes and breathe. Those are two things I can do, right? As I try, my shaking slowly subsides. Then I jolt. Memories flash before my eyes, but in reverse. Alice revealing her gift to Hickory, me catching Moonface in the tunnels with Luna, the train whistle sending a bolt of shock through me, the labyrinth, signing goodbye to Layman, kissing Aaron, his lips pressed against mine, his ocean scent filling my senses, Alice saving me saving Alice, training with Vale, the Queen's watchful eyes. Is Alice seeing all of this too? I thought she was just going to find the painful memories. Is this part only in my mind?
Relax,
I hear Alice say again.
Stay with me, Quinn. I think we're almost there.
Almost where? Further back we go. Before the Ethodine, before my time as a pirate, even past the dreaded day I burned Gaius. Past the years of rigorous training and disappointment with my father. How far back are we going? Dizzy with the spin of images, I think I might pass out. Finally, we stop. I'm lying on my back as a Sprout's mobile rotates over me. One that usually hangs over a cradle. A warm face with long, dark curls appears above me. My breath catches.
Is she your mother?
Alice's words wash over me gently. Yes. Is this real? A memory I've long forgotten?
She's beautiful,
Alice says. She is. Her sparkling eyes peer down at me, creasing with joy as a gentle smile spreads across her face. The whole world seems to stand still. Even the mobile turns in slow motion. I want to reach out to her, to touch her rosy cheek. I can barely breathe. Another face appears. This one I recognize right away. But for the first time that I've ever seen, he grins. Father. He smiles at my mother first, then at me. He's smiling at me. The corners of his eyes crease with happiness.
My little warrior,
He says softly, a lilt to his voice I've never heard before. I was wrong. This isn't my father. It can't be. I'm so confused. Aren't these supposed to be painful memories? My chest tightens, something pricking at my eyes. A different kind of pain. Both figures move out of view. I wait as the cutouts of metal arrows and dragons dangle from the mobile above. Then I start to cry. The memory self does, at least. Where did my parents go, Alice? I ask, the panic of sproutling me rising. Why are you showing me this memory? I don't know. I'm not the one who led us here, Quinn, she says. You did. What? Why is this memory so important? Then I smell it. Fire. In a matter of moments, the nursery clouds with gray smoke, orange and red flames licking up the sides of the walls. No, no, no! My mother calls my father's name, screaming for help. My heart leaps, my eyes darting for her. My crying turns to shrieks. She appears over me again, holding little Gaius. She reaches out. I cough through the smoke as she holds me close. I'm short of breath, the fire growing around us as my vision blurs. The memory is drifting away. My mother coughs, still calling out for help through the fog. No! I yell. Quinn! Hickory's voice cuts through the blackness as he pulls Alice and me apart. I open my eyes, sucking in fresh air. What happened? Hickory asks hurriedly. When Alice touches my hand again, I flinch. Quinn, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. She strokes my arm as I reel from the memory. I think... Alice, was it my fault? Could I have possibly... She shakes her head. Don't even think that. We didn't see everything. It's going to be okay, Quinn. We can... I pull away before she can finish, silencing her. I don't want to hear or see any more. This was supposed to help, but yet again I'm only plagued with more questions. I only feel more pain. No more, I say. Both of them stare at me as if I'll fall apart any minute. Maybe I will. I'm done. Releasing my wings, I shoot up to the main landing and back through the corridor as fast as I can. Chapter 52. Landing in front of my room, I swing the door open, ready to lock myself inside. I'm not alone. Ethodine is standing at the far end of the room near my bed. What are you? I try to catch my breath as I close the door behind me.
Quintessa!
He bellows, his smile from my memory replaced by his usual scowl.
Where in Phelan have you been? I've been looking...
He narrows his eyes at my face.
What's wrong with you? What happened?
His tone lowers, yet still has a bite. I put my hand to my face, wondering what he can see. I can't get the vision of his youthful smile out of my head, the way he'd looked at my sproutling form, the way he looked at my mother. My beautiful mother. The image of her in the flames threatens to drag me to the floor again. Did I cause the fire that killed her? Even if I was an innocent sprout at the time, it would at least start to explain why my father hates magic so much. Why he hates me so much. Yet, if he knew what I could do, what I did do all those years ago, why has he never said anything? Why has he never revealed me to the world, even after I burned Gaius too? Was he protecting me, or protecting himself? I close my eyes. It's all too much to process with him standing in front of me. Nothing. I'm fine, I say. I hope that when I open my eyes, he'll be gone and I won't have to face him. When I don't hear movement, I look up to find him still analyzing me. What do you want? Maybe my indignant tone will get him to go away. Did you come just to yell at me some more? He never properly reprimanded me for failing the trial of life. Why? The image of him sitting by my bed in Vendoria comes back to me. He was waiting for me to wake up. He was holding my hand. It had been him, right? Was it even real or just another poison-induced dream? My father blinks at me before shaking his head.
I just wanted to make sure that you weren't getting into any more trouble. You still have 2 more trials to complete.
Of course. It always comes back to the competition. To power.
Right then.
He moves past me toward the door. Is that all he came to say? Father. The words feel strange in my mouth. I haven't dared call him that to his face since Gaius's funeral, and definitely not with the gentle tone I just used. He never liked the term, and frankly, I decided a long time ago that he didn't deserve to be called it. After what I did to my mother, his wife, maybe I don't deserve to be called his daughter either. He glances back, the same way he did the night of my poisoning. He waits. I have to know. After the trial of life, I say slowly, did you visit me? In my room? He stares, unblinking, like a stone statue.
Yes.
Why? I ask, afraid of the answer. His jaw shifts.
They said you were recovering, but I needed to see you for myself.
My eyes drop. He probably wanted to make sure his investment was safe, that he still had a piece in the game. Is that really all I am to him?
When I saw your brother's body.
At his words, my eyes shoot back up. He stares at the wall.
I couldn't believe it until I saw him for myself. The plague had ravaged him, but it was him.
I imagine my father hovering over Gaius's pale, disease-ridden body. I wonder if he shed a tear over the loss of his son. Though my father's frame remains rigid and cold, the slightest wavering taints his voice.
I needed to see you for myself,
he repeats. I swallow, though my mouth is dry. I nod, though I don't understand. Gaius wasn't just a pawn to him. Phaedon was hard on both of us, but he always favored Gaius, maybe even loved him in his own way. In this moment, my father speaks of us as if my brother and I hold the same value in his eyes, that we're equals. I lower my gaze, not knowing what to say. He steps to the door again, then stops once more.
Stay alive, Quintessa,
he says with a firm but quiet voice.
I won't bury another.
Then he leaves, slamming the door behind him. I don't see my father for the rest of the week. Not that I'm in a hurry to see him again. Strangely, his last words are what keep me going. Stay alive. I won't bury another. Whenever possible, I keep to myself, mostly in my room. We all promise to keep figuring out the prophecy, but there'll be no use in any of it if we die in the next trial. I need to focus.
You've been quiet lately,
Vale says through panting breaths as our training session comes to a close.
Not that I'm complaining.
I shrug, keeping my back to her as I wipe away sweat with my sleeve and pack up my things. I've purposefully kept our sessions focused and to the point. I don't feel like talking or bickering or whatever it is we do. I haven't even pestered her about how the poison testing is going. Here. She's next to me, holding out a small leather-bound book. It's a book of kobold riddles. I found it when we were in the library, and I thought it may be helpful in decoding the prophecy. Maybe even helpful for the upcoming trial. She places it on top of my bag. I've already memorized it, so I figured I'd pass it on. Her voice isn't laced with her usual condescension. Her face is devoid of any snark or mischief. I nod, taking the book in my hand. You did good today, I say, and I mean it. Her eyes crease with her smile.
Thanks,
She starts, but I've already turned, heading out of the cavern. Walking back through the city toward the castle, I spot Alice heading down the same street in my direction. I dart behind a building and wait until she passes. I've been avoiding her, too. Though I know she didn't mean to hurt me, I can barely look at her right now. Her face is a constant reminder of the painful memories she awakened. Now I'm not only haunted by Gaius while asleep, I'm also plagued by the memory of my mother's screams while awake. Retreating back to the safety of my room, I light a fire in the small stove and crawl into bed under a patchwork blanket, cracking open the Kobold Book of Riddles. It isn't long until a knock sounds at my door. I freeze. Hickory has come by multiple times, even going so far as to slip his latest theories, scribbled on parchment, under my door. I'm not ready to talk to him either. Maybe if I just stay really quiet, he'll think I'm out. Another knock. Persistent Puck. "Go away, Hickory," I warn from my bed.
"It's not Hickory,"
says the voice. My pulse quickens. It's Aaron.
"Can I come in?"
"No," I say, my voice much too shrill as I leap to my feet. I cough. "I mean, I'm not feeling well. Don't want to get you sick." I inch toward the door on quiet feet.
"Is that why you've been cooped up in your room so much?"
Concern rises in his voice. Considering the last time he saw me sick I was poisoned, I guess I can't blame him.
"Maybe someone should check on you."
I see the gears in the door start to shift. I curse, realizing I must have forgotten to lock it earlier. Quickly, I grab a fire poker in front of the stove and jam it into the gears. The mechanism halts, and I let out a breath. "I'm fine, really." There's a pause before he speaks again.
"Quinn."
A shudder runs through me at the sound of my name on his lips. The nymph-like way he softens the usually harsh Q, like a whisper.
"I'm worried about you,"
he says softly.
"Please don't shut me out."
I picture him on the other side, and I press my fingers to the door, yearning to open it, to tell him what I saw about my mother, what I now fear, to let him hold me like I can hear in his voice that he wants to. But even his touch can't take this pain away. Not this time. "I'm sorry," is what I mean to say. The words won't come. Instead, I wait, holding my breath, a lump settling in my throat. I hold it there in the quiet until I hear his footsteps shift and patter away. I swallow hard, chest thumping, resisting the urge to run after him. It's for the best. Right. Keep telling yourself that. I move to return to my bed when a folded piece of parchment slips under my door. "Hickory," I groan. "Enough of this." I pick up the paper, ready to open the door and thrust it back out. Instead of Hickory's hurried scrawling or line sketches, it's an architect's scaled drawing of a ship. A stunning, masterful ship that makes the minnow pale in comparison. It looks exactly like one of the flying ships I coveted in Eldor. Only a few words are written below the drawing in an all-too-familiar swirling penmanship. "2 more to go, and she's yours." The Queen. I crumple the paper in my hand, as if there might be someone in the shadows of my room who can see it, and rush back to my bed. Slowly unwrapping the message, I press out the creases, gazing at the beauty before me. The Queen must be pleased with Vale's progress. Provided that I follow through, it looks like she still plans on delivering my reward after all. A ship. My freedom. Even if she was the one who poisoned me before, perhaps all has been forgiven. Perhaps. This time I fold the paper up carefully into a tight little square and hold it close. Just a little longer, and I can escape this living nightmare. Chapter 53. On the day of our trial, the stadium booms with voices, and the air is hot with the press of bodies. As I'm guided down steep clay steps through the crowd, I pass the visiting clansfolk who, as usual, are sequestered in their separate sections, eyeing one another with disdain. My fellow competitors are already gathered at the labyrinth's base when I reach the bottom. Part of me regrets pulling away this past week. This could be the last time that I see any of them. Yet the other part of me is grateful. It'll make any deaths that occur that much easier to handle. Right? As each of them disappear around the curve of the maze to their designated entrances, I look back to the crowd. The Queen's eyes pass over me briefly with a nod. She knows I received her message. Next to her, my father stares hard and intent, as if reminding me again.
Stay alive, Quintessa.
I nod. I plan to.
Without creativity and resourcefulness, nothing else matters.
Lord Zephyr says bluntly through his horn. This snaps all the clans to attention, an unmistakable cutting blow to the other ethos.
Knowledge, beauty, life, and strength are useless if you can't see how to use them to your advantage.
He continues.
The ultimate leader must know how to take whatever is at their disposal and use it for any challenge placed before them. For our trial of creativity, you will display your ability to do so in the labyrinth.
The maze comes alive as the cranking and screeching of machinery bellows from inside like a hungry animal. The crowd cheers, but I wince. The sound grates against my already shattered nerves.
The dangers of the labyrinth are never the same twice, and they are not always what they appear. So you must be alert. Along the way, you will face 3 doors. You must use your creativity and resourcefulness to open them. Do not rejoice too quickly, however, as each new section of the maze presents new dangers. Survive these trials and you will reach the center tower, where your final challenge will reside.
I look at the stone structure in the middle of the maze. This is where some of the criminal competitors never materialized. If they did, they emerged at the top, bloody and screaming. Seeing Luna with her bloody leg in my mind, I turn away from the maze, my heart thudding. I can't do this. I have to get out of here. 5 smug kobolds stalk toward me, holding pickaxes over their shoulders, ready to attack if I try to escape. Lord Zephyr continues.
Overcome the obstacles, reach the top of the tower, and you will have completed the labyrinth. The order in which you finish will determine your ranking.
Bringing his arm down, a boom sounds as an explosion of glittering pixie dust shoots into the air. The crowd bursts into applause. Lord Zephyr's voice roars.
Begin!
As I step between the looming stone walls of the labyrinth entrance, a hazy mist covers my feet, blanketing the floor. The stretch of maze before me is a bleak gray. A damp chill runs down my neck as I step in deeper. The sound of cheers muffles until all that's left is my ragged breathing. The maze grows deathly quiet. I look up. Some magical sound barrier must reside over the labyrinth. I almost would have preferred to hear the crowds. Just as Lord Zephyr warned, I stay alert. Following the twists and turns, I come to the first door. It's made of thick wooden logs, with a dragon-headed gargoyle perched above it. I look around. All that I can see through the mist is a pile of junk. Among the items are a short plank of wood, a cylindrical steel rod, a hammer, and spare leather straps like those of a belt. I pick up the plank of wood and turn it over in my hand. How am I supposed to use any of this to open a door? Rock shifts above me, and I jump back. The gargoyle is moving. And if that isn't shocking enough, it speaks.
I cannot talk,
It begins ironically.
but I'll always reply when spoken to. Who am I?
A riddle. It sounds similar to the ones in the kobold book that Vale lent me. Could answering it be the way through the door? I snort. It can't be that easy. And if so, what are these for? I look back to the plank in my hand and the other items on the ground. I repeat the riddle to myself. I cannot talk, but I'll always reply when spoken to. Immediately, I think of Alice. She can reply to me without literally speaking. Could that be it? Someone who's mute? I say to the gargoyle. Even if it's wrong, what's the worst that can happen? The ground rumbles as cranks shift in the walls and something shoots toward me. An arrow whizzes by my face, skimming my cheek. I touch my stinging skin, a thin line of blood smeared across it. That was close. Whoosh! Another arrow flies from the opposite direction. I whip the plank in front of me just in time. The arrow thunks into the wood. The point just barely breaks through the surface. It had nearly pierced my chest. My heart pounds as I inch closer to one of the walls. A million small holes puncture its stone surface. These aren't the only arrows that are coming. I better keep thinking. Fast. And in case I guess wrong again, I'll need better protection. As I go back over the riddle, I launch myself at the pile of scraps. I use the sharp back end of the hammer to punch 2 holes into the wood. Though my fingers shake with adrenaline, I slip either end of a leather strap through each hole, tying them off with a tight knot. Securing the makeshift shield to my arm, I grip the steel rod in the other like a sword. Though they're far from Gwyllian weapons, they'll have to suffice. This time I pivot in a circle, keeping my eyes on the walls as I refocus my thoughts to the riddle. Okay, what about a bird, I guess, thinking of the sparrow call I used with my crew. Birds don't exactly talk, but they can respond in their own way. Another arrow shoots toward me. Lifting the rod, I spin it in my fingers like the spokes of a wheel. The arrow zings off the metal. Ping! Another arrow comes from the other wall at the same angle. Ping! Wrong again. I shake my head. Suddenly, Lord Zephin's warning comes back to me. Things are not always what they seem. I shouldn't think too literally. I have to get creative. I have to think like a kobold. Before I can shoot out another guess, 2 more arrows release in succession, faster this time, and I block them with my shield. Thunk, thunk. My ears twitch at the familiar sound. There's a pattern. I can't always anticipate where the first arrow will release from, but based on its angle, I can predict the next. I wipe sweat from my brow before it can drip into my eyes. I don't have long to rest. The arrows come quicker. It's like a dance as I move to evade each one. Though I'm surviving, I can't keep this up forever. I need to solve the riddle and get out of here. I can barely concentrate. Like a mirroring effect, the arrow keeps coming, one side and then the other, like a call and response, echoing one another. My mind locks back on the riddle. I cannot talk, but I will always reply when spoken to. Wait, what if the danger itself is a clue to the riddle? You are Echo! I yell. The wooden door creaks open. Yes! The movement distracts me, and an arrow releases, driving itself into my thigh. I yelp at the shooting pain, dashing through the door, slamming it closed. Safely on the other side, I cast my shield and rod aside and yank out the arrow with a hiss. Biting the inside of my cheek, I tear off the hem of my pant leg and wrap it tight. As I stand on my good leg, I grab my shield and rod again. They might still be helpful with the other dangers in the maze. Releasing my wings, I fly across the next stretch of maze, making sure not to rise above the walls and risk looking like I'm trying to escape. Blood is quickly soaking the cloth, dripping down my leg. At least I haven't lost my leg completely. I have to keep going. After a few more turns, I see the second door. Landing gingerly before it, my stomach churns with a mix of relief and apprehension. This one is metal, with another gargoyle stationed above it.
You hold me without using your hands or arms. Who am I?
It says. What in Phelan can I hold without my hands or arms? Something metaphorical, perhaps? Gears grind again, but this time it's accompanied by the sound of rushing water. What now? The sound grows louder behind me, and I turn. A wave of water whips around the maze, charging my way, preparing to engulf me. Blast! I drop my makeshift weapons, grab the door's handle, and yank hard. The wave collides with my body and thrusts me forward. My head hits the metal slab, and the water pulls me under. The waves force me deeper as my head throbs, and I'm brought back to the memory of drowning at sea. Only this time, Aaron isn't here to save me. Aaron. His words from last night come back to me.
Please don't shut me out.
I think of him and the others. I shut them all out. Maybe I should have opened the door. I should have at least said goodbye. I picture them all struggling to endure their own challenges. If we were all together now, maybe we could have helped each other survive this, just like we did in the woodlands. It's then that I realize I don't want this to be the end. I want to see them again. All of them. To apologize. This time, I have something to live for. I have to survive. Above me, I glimpse something floating on the surface. My wooden shield. Though my injured leg stings with pain, I use my good leg to kick toward it. I grab on and break through to the open air, coughing up water. "Do something!" I call out to the gargoyle. It only repeats the riddle.
You hold me without using your hands or arms. Who am I?
Another wave crashes over me. I clutch tightly to the shield before I'm pulled under. Then the answer hits me. I'm holding my breath. Breaking the surface again, I yell, "You are breath!" The door swings open and water rushes through, pulling me with it before it recedes into grated holes in the floor. Coughing, tired, and soaked to the bone, I touch my forehead. Blood trickles down my face. I wipe it away. You're fine. Practically halfway there. Keep going. My wings are too waterlogged to fly, so I brace against the maze walls to stabilize my woozy head and stagger around the next bend. Breaking through the mist, I finally reach the third door. As I watch for any hint of danger, this door's gargoyle speaks with such a soft voice, I barely hear it. "What did you say?" I ask, wringing water from my still dripping sleeves. "Speak louder." The gargoyle raises its tone just a hair. "I'm so fragile, just saying my name can break me. Who am I?" It even cowers in fear as it speaks the words. I rake my hands through my damp, tangled curls, frustration building. These riddles are so bloody irritating. The gargoyle's eyes grow wide, shaking its head in warning. "Don't you shake your head at me," I yell. "If you just give me some kind of hint." Again, the clashing of metal and grinding of gears sounds. A large panel in the floor far behind me is rising. Is the maze giving me a secret passageway out? I should know by now. I'm never that lucky. A low mechanical growl comes from the pit as two large glowing eyes appear in the dark. I draw back as the figure marches out into the light on two steel legs. Standing 3 times as tall as I am, the iron giant gnashes its sharp metal teeth. Except for the smoke billowing out of the pipes on its shoulders, it looks exactly like the giants in Eldor's murals. The kobolds have constructed a mechanical pneuma. It takes everything I have not to scream as the giant stumbles toward me, the ground shaking with each of its steps. Thankfully, the beast's movements are slow. Eluding it, I dart between its legs as its monstrous hands try to grab me. If I can just get through the door. The giant is too big to follow me through. Think, Quinn, think! With my shield and rod left behind at the last door, I have nothing left to aid me. I look at my cursed hands. Even if I wanted to use my fire, I'm too wet from the earlier flood to summon even a spark. Before the iron pneuma can turn toward me, I notice something sticking out of its back, and an idea takes hold. Sprinting forward, I leap into the air and grab onto the nuts and bolts of its armor. Finding the loose screw I glimpsed, I clamp my fingers around it and twist furiously until it comes free. The giant growls, trying to reach for me, smoke pumping out of its pipes in a rage. Climbing to its shoulders, I reach around and thrust the sharp end of the screw into one of its eyes. Metal crunches. I go for the other eye, but the giant's hand seizes my waist with its metal fingers. The force nearly squeezes all of the air out of me. I hear and feel a terrible crunch. I cry out in pain and conviction. I'm not finished yet. With one hand still free, I lodge the screw into its other eye, and the beast lets go of me, throwing its hands over its face. I hit the ground hard, pain radiating through my ribs and across my back and chest. As the giant reels, I slowly force my body to stand and creep toward the gargoyle. I'm so fragile, just saying my name can break me. I repeat the riddle. The Numa's head turns, searching for the source of the sound. It might be blind, but its hearing is perfectly intact. Hearing. I look at the gargoyle as the answer comes to me. "You are silence!" That definitely gets the giant's attention. It sprints in the direction of my voice as the door opens. I leap through. Thankfully, it closes behind me and the giant collides against the other side. I take a moment to breathe. That was the third door. I just need to get to the tower and all of this will be over. The wall shudders. Pebbles trickle down as banging comes from the other side. The giant is trying to break through. Pushing through the pain, I scramble further into the maze. Maneuvering through more twists and turns, I finally spot it ahead of me. The tower. The tower also has a door. This one is covered in small stones, secured by 3 locks. Of course. "Open the door!" I command the gargoyle above it, fearing the iron Numa will break free at any moment. This gargoyle has 3 heads.
To open this door, you must touch the 3 correct stones.
The first head speaks slowly, in no hurry at all. My eyes rake over the door, each stone marked with its own distinct icon. How do I know which one to press? I ask frantically as the giant's growl rumbles through the maze.
The answer lies in these 3 riddles,
says the same head.
The first. We've been around since the beginning of time, but we are never more than a month old.
My eyes ricochet back and forth over the stones. Once I get out of here, I never want to hear another riddle again. No time to think about that now. Focus. What could be so old and yet so young? Raking my eyes over the stones, I spot one with a collection of round white circles. They almost look like the moons? The moons are only full once a month and then start all over again. That makes sense, right? I don't have time to hesitate. I press it, and the first lock unlatches. Thank Phelan. "Next," I command, feeling encouraged.
The more of me there is, the less you see,
says the second head. I close my eyes, trying to clear my mind. Unable to see anything else, the answer hits me square in the face. Darkness! I comb over the stones, spotting one that's completely black. Pressing it, the second lock unhinges with a satisfying snap. The third head doesn't hesitate.
Feed me and I will live, but give me a drink and I will die.
That doesn't make any sense. All living things need to drink. But like each of the riddles so far, not all things are as they appear. Water drips from my clothes, and my whole body aches as my eye stops at an icon of a flame. I look at my useless wet hands. Of course, you can feed it with wood and kill it with water. Fire, I whisper. The roar of the giant sounds again. Behind me, it barrels down the stretch of maze, stumbling in its blindness. Pressing the firestone with all my might, the last bolt unlocks. The door shifts open and I shoot through, slamming it closed behind me just before the iron beast reaches the threshold. It locks itself, keeping the giant out, but also keeping me in. I let out a shuddering breath. The room I'm in now is long and dimly lit by a series of candles. At the back stairway, a shadowed figure appears, barely visible in the flickering light, wings stretched out. Another gargoyle with a final riddle? Or perhaps one of the other competitors?
Hello, pirate,
says the shadow. I couldn't have been more wrong. Chapter 54. It's as if all the air has been sucked out of the room. Though the voice of the shadowed figure is garbled and distorted, I know who it is even before he steps into the candlelight. It illuminates his crescent-shaped scar. You! I hesitate. It's Moonface, all right, but he's taller, stronger, disfigured. Fangs hang over his snarling lips, and his arms droop, elongated at his sides. Claws extend from his fingers, scraping along the ground as he stalks toward me. His skin is darker, charred-looking, and flakes of it flutter to the ground as he moves. His sylph wings are stripped of feathers so only a leathery surface remains. They flap, creating a gust that threatens to extinguish the flickering candles around us. Somehow, Moonface has become a goblin. What happened to you? I blinked through the darkness, not believing my eyes.
I've gone through a bit of an enhancement. An evolution, if you will.
Jasper motions to his new form with his ridiculously muscled arms. I remember him sweating in the tunnels, the discoloring of his skin, his incredible strength with the kobold conductor. Had he been transitioning to this? How? I back up against the locked door. No way out.
It's complicated.
He takes another step toward me.
But if you know the right folk, you can get what you want.
The right folk? Does he mean the goblins? Or maybe whoever he's collecting the fairies and pixie dust for? As he draws closer, I fear the answer to another question more. What exactly do you want? I stand straighter as my eyes dart around for an escape route, a weapon, anything. Moonface lets out a guttural laugh, only a few feet away now.
Why, you, of course.
He reaches out and takes hold of my throat, raising me off the ground, just as he did to the kobold conductor. I gasp for air, grabbing at his hands. They're too strong. No, please, not like this.
You've been the bane of my existence for far too long, pirate. Terrorizing my crew, humiliating me, giving me this scar. And now you think you can snoop around in my personal affairs and get away with it? I don't think so. They've been watching. They know you've seen too much, and I was all too pleased to volunteer to finish you off.
They? They who? I want to ask, but he squeezes harder. Spots dot my vision. I kick with all my might. Nothing phases him. Moonface only laughs.
Ah, so much like your brother. He too put up a good fight.
My eyes grow wide. Gaius? Did Moonface have something to do with his death? He leans in closer.
Now it's your turn. Then I'll be going after your friends.
No. Even as I'm losing consciousness, something inside me snaps. Deep in my gut, a flame sparks to life. He can do whatever he wants to me, but I can't let him hurt the others. Before I know it, Moonface's threats stoke a fire so savage I can't contain it, and I don't want to. It explodes, shooting through my body. It races through my blood like a fever, burning away every lick of water left on my skin and clothes until my palms begin to smolder. Even the candles around us seem to blaze brighter. I've been afraid of this puck for far too long. But now I'm angry. My hands are set ablaze with fire, and I push through the blinding pain as I grab Moonface's wrists. He shrieks as he pulls away. Released from his clutches, I crumple to the floor, gasping for air. His arms flail as he tries to shake the fire away. He isn't getting away that easily. I need to make sure he never threatens me or anyone else ever again. With still burning hands, I lunge forward. As I do, flames from the candles shoot into my hands. They stoke my fire into an inferno. I don't know how this is happening, but I don't have time to care. With terror flaring in his eyes, Moonface tries to back away, but I swipe at him again and again as the flames crawl over his skin. His terrible cries pierce my ears until I finally collapse. Fire spreads over Moonface's entire body. He's engulfed in flames, just like the goblin in the woodlands. As his screams continue, all I can do is cover my ears and squeeze my eyes shut so I don't have to watch him burn. It feels like an eternity until the room finally falls silent, descending into darkness. Moonface is reduced to a smoldering pile of ash on the stone floor. My breath hitches. The reality of what I've done sinks in. I've killed Jasper. In place of my heat, a violent chill fills the void and courses through my bones. While part of me feels relief, justice even, the other part wants to scream. I curse, pounding my fist against the floor. He'd known more about the goblins, about Gaius's death. They've been watching. They know you've seen too much, he'd said. Now he's gone, and his secret's with him. There's nothing I can do. Every part of my body aches, and blood still streams from my leg and head. I stagger past Moonface's remains toward a single stream of light coming from the stairway. Forcing myself to climb with great difficulty, I finally reach an upper door. I throw it open. The shouts of the crowd hit me like a gust of wind. I made it. I don't care where I rank. I survived. And if I heard Moonface right, though he could have been the answer to so many questions, I might have just avenged my brother's death. Chapter 55.
Quinn!
Aaron rushes toward me with the other three in tow. My legs buckle and I sag slowly to the ground. Aaron skids to his knees, pulling me into his strong arms. I let my head fall to his chest. I don't even care who sees. The others rush in around us, Hickory fumbling as he nurses a heavy limp. He yells out into the arena for help to come, battling with the roar of the stadium as Alice and Vale gawk at the extent of my wounds. Each of them have their own battle scars from the labyrinth as well. Vale stares at me through a swollen eye that's already bruising. Alice holds an arm that looks like it's been yanked out of its socket. At least they're all alive. That's what matters. Though, there's one who didn't survive the labyrinth in the end. I killed him. It's all I can say, over and over. My skin feels coated in ice. I reach out a shaking hand to Aaron's chest. My fingers find skin. Holes rimmed in black are torn through his shirt, revealing singed muscle. The faint smell of smoke reaches my nose. No. I flinch back. The thought that I could have burned him too rips through me.
Shh, it's okay. It's not as bad as it looks.
Aaron assures me as I stare at the burns, telling myself they had to have come from the maze. He pulls me closer.
Quinn, you're shivering.
Aaron rubs at my arms, but it's not helping. It's as if there's always been a dull heat inside me, simmering beneath my skin, keeping me warm. And now it's gone. I suck in a breath, the air in my lungs winter sharp. Even growing up in the chill of the mountains, I've never felt so cold. So numb. I killed him. I killed Jasper. I say slowly, the reality setting in. Speaking his true name aloud sends tremors down my spine.
What?
Aaron's brows knit. They all look at me as if I've gone insane. Maybe I have. Before I can say more, kobold medics fly in from above, pulling us apart. The world becomes a blur of blankets and airborne stretchers as we're liberated from the tower and rushed back to the castle. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I know, I'm waking up with a mess of heated compresses and comforters piled on top of me. A strangled grunt of pain sounds from somewhere in the room. My head whips around to take in a small space filled with cots, a few sinks, and a series of medical mechanisms hanging from wheeled devices. I'm in an infirmary. Hickory and Vale sit in their own cots across from me. Hickory's leg is elevated on a pillow and a healing herb patch is over Vale's swollen eye. They're watching as kobold medics treat Aaron's burns. He winces as they wrap his chest in bandages. Next to me, another medic sets Alice's arm in a sling. As kobold medics attend to us, we're told our ranking. I came in last again, which means I'm fairly certain I have the lowest amount of points in the Ethodine so far. But that's the furthest concern from my mind. Still reeling from everything that happened in the maze, I sink lower under the blankets. I breathe in deeply, trying to collect my thoughts. By the time the 5 of us are finally left alone to rest, at least I've stopped shivering. I try to fully explain to the others what happened, how Moonface somehow became a goblin, found his way into the labyrinth, and attempted to kill me. Vale's bruised face twists, her expression stricken.
How in Phelan did he become a goblin?
You said he mentioned an evolution of some kind.
Hickory sits up straighter. It's like I can see the gears turning slowly in his head, until something clicks. Does this mean all goblins were once fairies?
And someone sent him to kill you?
Aaron paces near his cot, refusing to lie down any longer.
What does all of it mean?
Alice stares at me in stunned silence as the drip of a sink ticks by the seconds. I don't know, I say finally. I pull my blankets closer, running my fingers over the frayed edges. If only I'd controlled myself, I could have tortured him for more information, especially what he meant about Gaius. Maybe I'd been right in thinking Gaius's plague was a poison. Is that what my dream in Vendoria was trying to tell me? He also made it sound like we're being watched, I add hesitantly, picturing Moonface's goblin snarl.
Then I'll be going after your friends.
Another shiver shudders through me as I look around at each of their faces. I won't put them in danger anymore. I think we should lay low for a while. I mean to say it firmly, but it comes out soft and unsure. I try again. We should put this prophecy stuff aside, at least until the Ethodine is over.
No way.
Hickory throws off his blanket and shifts his injured leg over the edge of his bed.
The moon harvest will practically be on us by then.
We don't even know if this moon harvest is the right one, I say. It could just as well be many harvests away.
I think Quinn is right,
Aaron nods resolutely.
For now, we should just focus on the final trial.
Hickory groans.
But I was finally making a breakthrough. Remember that scroll you found in the library, Quinn? It had some of the same symbols as the tome, which has been helping me decipher it more. It looks like some of the pages might be spells of some kind.
Vale pauses in bringing a cup of water to her lips. What kind of spells? Hickory jumps up on his good leg and grabs a crutch leaning by his cot.
The book is in my room. I'll show you.
He quickly hobbles out of the ward, and we wait. Vale collapses back onto her pillow with an exhausted sigh, adjusting the patch over her eye. I look across the room to Aaron, who's studying me as if he wants to say something. But then Alice joins me on my bed, touching my arm with an ungloved hand.
Did you use your fire? To kill him?
Yes. I pull the comforter to my chest. Something else happened too. I'm so cold. I swallow hard as she stares at me. I think my fire might be gone. Alice's grip tightens. My skin tingles. A low vibration of her healing energy courses through me, just enough to make the tattoos on one of her fingers glow without anyone noticing. But I'm not getting any warmer.
I can usually sense your gift when I touch you, but I don't feel it now.
Alice hurriedly touches different parts of my arm as if that will help, looking more distraught every second. I'm still numb, as if the coals that always smoldered in my gut have been doused and turned to ice.
I do sense one thing,
Alice thinks to me. What's that? I shift uncomfortably under her gaze, a sense of dread creeping in.
Fear.
I look away, not wanting her to see it in my eyes. I am afraid, more than I've ever been. Afraid of the trials, of whoever is after me, of losing anyone else. The fire served its purpose one last time. It protected me. But its power scares me too. I can still smell Moonface's burning flesh. I see Gaius's scars and hear my mother's screams. If it's truly gone forever, maybe it's for the best. At least now, like Moonface, it can never hurt anyone ever again. Hickory rushes in from the hallway, his skin nearly as white as his hair. What's wrong? I ask. His mouth hangs open.
I can't find the tome.
What? Vale sits up, wincing at the quick motion. What do you mean you can't find it?
Maybe you lost it in that room of yours,
Aaron sighs, not as easily frazzled.
Honestly, it's like a maze all on its own in there.
It's called organized chaos.
Hickory glares at him, gritting his teeth.
And I know exactly where I hid it. It's not there.
Hickory, I say firmly, and he looks at me, our eyes locking. Are you sure? His gaze falls to the ground.
I tore the whole room apart.
He drops onto his cot in a bewildered daze.
The tome is gone.
Part 6. Edge of Fates, the Gwyllian Battle. Chapter 56. Sailing back through the dark abyss of the tunnels, the ship creaks under my feet as I stand at the bow alone. I reach for my daggers hidden under my cloak for comfort, but when my icy fingers grip the patterned hilt, I shiver. The others have stationed themselves elsewhere on board. No secret conversations or comical insults are thrown around this time. Behind me, Vale leans quietly on the starboard railing, her feathered wings drooping as she stares aimlessly into the murky water. Hickory has his back pressed against the mast, hands clenched around his notebook, lost in thought. Alice is probably still resting in one of the cabins below because I don't see her. A splash in the water sounds. Aaron is swimming alongside the boat, his fin tail bobbing up and down. He must really be homesick for the sea. I don't blame him. After a day of medicinal pixie dust treatments in the Kobold Infirmary, we've been cleared for travel, sent off to Greymarrow for the final trial of the Ethodine. As we glide out of the shadowed tunnels into the sunlit silver sea, the relief I'd hoped for doesn't come. Sunbeams hit my face, but they do nothing to warm my frigid bones. It's gone. I can feel it deep in my gut. In the place where heat used to churn, bitter cold swirls in my stomach. My fire is gone for good, just like the mystic tome. Last night, Alice took me to a vacant room near the infirmary to filter her healing energy through my body. She urged me to try to summon the fire again and again. It was no use. Eventually, she sagged with exhaustion, and I convinced her to go back with the others to rest. "I'll be there in a minute," I'd told her. At the sound of Hickory and Vale's endless bickering, I stopped just outside the infirmary doorway, cloaked by the hallway's shadows.
"That tome has been part of the Sylph archives for generations," Vale fumed. "I've been telling my mother it must be somewhere back at home. I knew I should have made you give it to me. Now that you've lost it, she's going to kill me."
"I didn't lose it. Someone stole it,"
Hickory asserted again, poring over his notes about the tome as if he'd find some answers there. If Vale didn't seem just as distraught about its disappearance as he was, I wondered if Hickory would have accused her of stealing it herself. "Well then, we only have one choice now, don't we?" Aaron rolled over in his cot with a tired grumble, his back to them. "It's time we get some sleep and turn our focus to the final trial." Amidst their squabbling, I'd stayed silent in the hallway, not wanting to incite another argument by voicing what I feared. Could the faerie who stole the book be whoever Moonface was working for? The ship rocks suddenly, and I grab at the railing, anchoring myself to the present again. A hawk screeches overhead, and the screams of Moonface as he burned alive echo in my mind. The sound tears through my body, and I tuck my wings gingerly around me. When I first thought I'd killed Jasper after my crew attacked his ship, he was just a nameless soldier in a sea storm. At the time, I was working for Maverick, doing a job, following the pirate lord's orders. I did what I had to do in order to keep my true identity hidden. This time, it was personal. Self-defense, sure, but I'd completely lost control, consumed by my fiery rage until he was a heaping pile of ash. In an instant, I lost the one key I had to the many questions about my brother. I tuck my wings in tighter. It's only when the familiar beach at the base of the mountain comes into view that I feel like I can start to breathe again. Without the pomp and circumstance of a royal funeral, the scene of fishmongers casting nets and merchants preparing their sails is strangely nostalgic. Above the docks, familiar steep slopes of gray rock and craggy cliffs loom over us as low-hanging clouds cover the tall mountain peaks in mist. Wood-burning smoke billows from the far east end of the beach, and my eyes follow it to the weather-worn shack of Finnegan's Pub, a tavern often frequented by sea-sailing visitors and local Gwyllians after a long day's work. I lick my lips, wishing we could stop there for a pint. Maybe that would warm my frigid body. Then I spot it. Unlit ceremony torches and a large boulder fitted over a tomb in the mountainside. Gaius's tomb. A gentle gloved hand lands on my shoulder as Alice steps up beside me. She stares at it too. I'm comforted to have someone who knows the pain of losing a sibling. It feels like just yesterday and yet a lifetime ago since I've been here last. Returning home should fill me with dread. Somehow, it ignites a small spark of hope. No matter what's happened thus far, it'll all be over soon. Then I'll finally fulfill the vow I made to my brother on this very beach. I've nearly made it, Gaius. This is for you. I won't let your death be in vain. After making port, Gwyllian guards guide our party up the steep mountain path. The deep roar of a dragon sounds from the high peaks above as we tread through shifting shale, up the meandering trails to Grey Marrow City. As we rise in altitude and set foot in the smog-filled city, the others stifle shivers, especially Aaron in his thin chitin, his breath turning to gray mist in the air. You all might need some warmer clothes in these parts. I motion to a stand displaying fur and hide skin garments in the market we just entered. No thanks, Alice signs with a shake of her head. She frowns at the animal skins and their carcasses hanging from the butcher next door. The gamey smell of smoked meat wafts toward us from the tavern at the other end of the square.
Suit yourself. More for us.
Vale runs a shivering hand over a fur coat, looking like she might snatch it up and wrap it around herself at any moment. Aaron leans closer to me and whispers,
"Do they have anything that can thaw the cold stares we're getting?"
Around us, muscled bladesmiths and weapon crafters look up from their forges with hammers and jagged blades gripped tightly in their hands. Even sprouts at their mother's feet stop to glower at us. Don't worry, I sigh. They're staring at me, not you. Like they did when I was first captured and paraded through these streets, my folk scowl at me with stern, ash-smeared faces. I shouldn't be surprised. Besides not being their favorite Pixie to begin with, word has surely made it back here that I've been failing spectacularly in the competition. Except for the trial of beauty, I've come in last for every one of the challenges. And even if I'd been doing well all this time, even if I'm their only hope at the crown, I'm still the princess who deserted them to be a pirate. Gwyllians are never quick to forgive, if they do at all. Forgiveness is just another sign of weakness. I feel for the folded piece of paper in my pocket, the Queen's promise of my ship. I haven't come to win over the Gwyllians or even win the competition. I have one objective before I can be free and return to my own life. I must make sure Vale becomes queen. A chorus of steady drums and heavy boots pound down the main road. All in the vicinity turn to see Lord Phaedon, followed by a unit of 20 Gwyllian guards at his back. Instead of standard patrol garb, they're outfitted with razor-sharp weapons for active combat. Even my father wears his flowing military cape, sunbeams gleaming off his polished battle armor. They march in a slow, rhythmic beat that resounds off the mountain, heading straight toward us. The others draw back, but I stand firm as the Queen and a few of her own guards step in front of us.
Each clan agreed to welcome the competitors in peace,
she calls out above the march with her head held high, a bite to her words.
What's the meaning of this forceful display?
Phaedon halts and shoots a sharp hand into the air. His unit stops at once with a final stomp of their boots, the city square settling into silence.
We're merely displaying our etho,
Phaedon says coolly.
The strength each competitor must exhibit to become the victor of the final trial.
He strides over to the nearest blacksmith, holding out his hand. The burly faerie turns to his collection of blades and pulls out a two-handed longsword. He humbly kneels before Phaedon, offering up his very best to his lord. My father nods, gripping the leather hilt, swiping the blade hard a few times as the metal rings through the air.
Like its people, Gwyllian steel does not bend or waver. It's not enough to appear sharp and strong. It must be tested.
He walks with the sword toward the butcher's shop across the way. The butcher steps aside as my father approaches an elk carcass hanging from a thick rope. Phaedon examines the blade one last time before thrusting it straight through the meat, the point of the blade cutting clean through to the other side. The queen flinches, and the others wince. I've seen this before. My father isn't finished testing the craftsmanship yet. He yanks the blade out and swipes long slashes again and again, testing either side of the double-edged weapon with guttural huffs that ruffle his braided beard. Finally, he releases his dragon wings and rises in the air. Leveling his arm at the rope above, he strikes with a spin that swiftly slices the coarse material in two. The carcass drops to the floor in a heap. Breathing heavily, my father snaps his fingers and two guards approach. One pays the butcher with a sizable pouch of farthings, while the other slings the heavy elk onto his back. They'll probably take it back to the fortress's kitchens for tonight's feast. Returning to the blacksmith, Phaedon wipes blood on his crimson cape and hands back the longsword.
Fine work,
says my father. The blacksmith puffs out his chest with pride as he receives it and bows low to Phaedon. With the display and my father's seal of approval, he'll sell that sword for 10 times its value now. Phaedon then turns to us with flecks of splattered blood on his armor.
For your final trial, each competitor will be allowed armor and a single or paired weapon. My folk have agreed to sell you any items you desire.
He motions us to the blacksmith's display, and we move tentatively to it. As Vale studies the inscriptions on some of the swords, Aaron picks up a warhammer, turning it over, testing the grip in his hand. Alice lifts a pair of flails with spiked metal spheres that jangle on chains at the end. Hickory picks up a large battle axe and nearly buckles over with the weight, the large head of it landing back down on the table with a thud. I move toward the throwing knives and pick up a pair. Each mirror their partner. I consider my daggers hidden at my side. Maybe I'll use those in the trial. As I watch Vale eye a saber with an intricate swirling hilt, I reconsider. Battling with my daggers wouldn't exactly honor my brother when I plan to lose to Vale on purpose.
You may also select a non-Gwyllian weapon, if you wish,
Phaedon adds.
But it must be made of non-magical material, as no magic is permitted here.
He waves his hand and the unit recites the Gwyllian mantra in booming voices. Magic is a crutch. Laughter is frailty. Tears are poison. Before I realize it, I'm mouthing along with the words I know all too well. Gwyllians are strong as steel. They do not yield.
This will be the final stage of the Ethodine.
Phaedon continues, stepping closer, keeping his eyes trained on me.
Even those of you at the bottom may yet have the opportunity to rise in ranks and win.
My eyebrows raise, but I school my features, giving him a stern nod. Though I'm not sure what he has planned, or how he thinks I could possibly secure him the crown now, I can't let my true intentions slip. Not when I'm so close to securing my freedom.
You have one last week for final preparations.
He straightens, hands folded behind his back.
So, train hard. The full rules will be explained on the day of the trial. All I can reveal is that you'll prove your strength by battling the greatest threat to your success yet.
His eyes scan the 5 of us.
Each other.
Chapter 57. As the week drags on, I work Vale tirelessly in my private training room, readying her for the final trial. In order to win, Vale will have to be skilled enough and strong enough to beat the others, and at least appear to be able to beat me. Today, she's actually doing fairly well. Her sleeveless tunic highlights the new tone in her arms that were once thin and pale. Again and again, she matches each of my blows. That is, until I sideswipe her with my leg, sending her to the ground. Cheap shot! Her eyes flash up at me. I laugh. You've been doing too well. I had to throw you off somehow. Stepping closer, I offer my hand. She smirks and grabs it. Instead of allowing me to pull her up, she yanks me down. Taken off guard, I stumble to the stone floor as she jumps up and holds me at the point of her blade. Never let your guard down. She repeats my own words from Tartarus back to me.
How's that for the element of surprise?
Very good. I laugh harder this time. Very pirate of you, in fact.
Why, thank you.
She curtsies. All right, let's go again, I say while getting up, brushing off my trousers. This time, no funny business. You only have a few days left. Vale doesn't raise her blade. Instead, she steps up to one of the narrow windows lining the stone wall, quietly watching a hawk dip and soar over the mountains nearby. Before we begin again, I want you to promise me something. She turns back to me, resting the point of her sword on the ground, holding the hilt with both hands. Her eyes narrow as she lifts her chin, a muscle twitching in her jaw. Okay, I say, keeping my stance ready. If this is another trick, I'm not falling for it again. Vale takes a deep breath.
I want you to promise me that you won't let me win.
I lower my blade. You want me to beat you?
Well, no, I mean, she groans. Why must you always make everything so difficult?
Me? I exclaim. You're the one who's not making sense. Spit it out already.
Fine,
Vale yells, then shakes her head.
Honestly, Quinn, with how we bicker, you're like the sister I never wanted.
A smile tugs at her lips.
What I mean is, I'm going to take everything you've taught me and do my best. But I want you to do your best too. If I'm truly meant to be queen, I'll beat you and anyone else on my own. Win or lose, I want to do so fair and square.
She looks to me for a response. My mouth hangs open. I can only think of one thing. What about your mother? What about her deal?
Screw her deal,
Vale says firmly. I gape again. Vale lives for her mother's approval. Who is this Pixie standing before me?
I'm so tired of worrying about what my mother thinks, always following her orders. Aren't you? She steps toward me. I want to offer you a new deal, one where we both find out what we're made of. Either way, you can return to being Queen of the Sea, or you become Queen of all the Phelan. Not a bad deal, if you ask me.
Me? A queen? I spurt out a laugh. Faden did say even the lowest-ranking competitor could still have a chance at the crown during this final trial. I scoff at the idea.
Queen Quinn. Do you know how ridiculous even the name sounds?
Vale stares at me without a hint of humor.
Quinn, I'm being serious.
Seriously insane? I fold my arms. Listen, we've both gone through so much to get this far, to get what we want. Even if it's cheating the system, why mess that up? Since when did you start to care so much? I eye her suspiciously. There has to be a catch, a new game she's playing. What do you gain if you lose? My dignity. Vale's eyes drop. If I win because you hold back, I'll never know if I'm fit to be queen. She raises her sword. It's different from the one she usually uses. This one has a thin, double-edged blade, a golden crossguard with gilded feathers, and the sylph's half-sun, half-moon crest etched into the pommel. This was my father's sword. Mother gave it to me to use for the trial, she says with a sad inflection to her voice. She shakes her head. I can't go out there and wield his weapon of honor, knowing what we're about to do. Vale, look, I start to argue with her again. She takes a forceful step forward, and I resist the urge to draw back.
You once told me that in order to win, I have to know the goal behind the swing of my blade. That a weapon is only as strong as the one who wields it. Her eyes bore into me as I nod, impressed that she actually listened to what I said, let alone took it to heart.
Well, she sighs.
I think I'd rather know that my father would be pleased with me for doing the right thing instead of cheating my way to the throne. Besides myself, he's the only one I really want to make proud. Will you help me do that? A tightness pulls at my chest. Like Vale with her mother's expectations, I think of my father. How much do I let what he thinks affect my life, my goals, and my decisions, for better or for worse? Though I'd never admit it out loud, all I ever wanted was to be strong enough for him. Now, the only faerie I truly want to make proud is no longer alive to see me win or lose. Still, the urge to honor Gaius above all else bubbles to the surface. So, Vale takes another step toward me, holding out a hand to seal the deal. What do you say? I trudge through the sand, running my fingers along the jagged mountainside as I make my way down the beach toward Gaius's tomb. Reaching the stone that separates me from where his body lies, it's as if the past 5 weeks never happened. But so many things have changed. I've changed. Hello, brother. I stuff my hands into my pockets. I'm not sure what I've come to say exactly. I guess I just want to feel close to him. Since Moonface's death, my nightmares of Gaius have ceased. For the first time in over 5 weeks, I sleep soundly, as if his spirit has finally been able to move on from haunting my dreams, as if avenging his death has brought him peace. I thought I'd feel peace too. Instead, not having the nightmares is somehow unsettling. Maybe my dreams didn't have anything to do with the mystic prophecy after all. Most of all, I find myself missing seeing him. I just wanted you to know that I didn't let you down this time. I mean, things started out rocky. You know me. I half smile. If you were here, I think you'd be proud of me. I think I've even made some friends. I kick a pebble toward the mountainside and watch it tumble to the unlit torch near the tomb, the one I ignited with my fire just before I left for the Ethodine. My fire. Though I've stopped shivering, my heat hasn't returned. I've tested it a few more times, trying to summon the anger that usually brings it out. Not even a spark manifested. Looking at my hands, I see Moonface in flames again. Gaius scorched. My mother fighting through fire and smoke. I hear their screams and wince as Alice's words come back to me. I do sense one thing, though. Fear. I lean back against the cold stone barricading the tomb. I wish you were here, brother. There's so much I still don't understand, like this trial. You always knew what to do. I pace, focusing on the more immediate trouble. If I let Vale beat me, I'll be on the sea in a matter of days with a new ship and crew. That's where I belong. I try to hold on to my confidence. Instead, it drifts out to sea like the tide. Vale wants me to fight my hardest. She wants to have the chance to win with her own strength. I admire that, I do. But if I go back on my deal with the Queen, who knows what she'll do? Or worse, if I win. I hesitate. I'd become queen. Though that possibility is what I feared the most, as I speak the words, my heart leaps in my chest. If I were queen, what kind of queen would I be? Chapter 58. I agree to Vale's deal the next day, and she trains with me more vigorously than ever. She's not the only one. Throughout the week, I glimpse the others practicing around the fortress grounds as well. They're all drilling hard. They each have something to fight for. Still, whether we want to admit it or not, we aren't the cutthroat competitors we started out as. Most of the others still want the crown, but all of us can't wait until this madness is over. Before I know it, it's the last night before the trial of strength. I suggest that we sneak out of the fortress to celebrate, and I know just the place. This is the place you were so excited about? Hickory takes a long look at Finnegan's pub as we join Aaron and Alice on the beach outside. Alice makes a sour face.
It looks... She starts to sign, then pauses and finishes with, nice. I laugh. Finnegan's Pub is a complete hole in the wall, I have to admit. The sea salt from the waves have stripped the siding, there's still a hole in the roof from a brawl that happened years ago, and the sign above the door sits just as crooked as it always has. Still, it'll be perfect for tonight. Trust me, I say. Only the lowest dregs of society trek out here at this time of night. It's perfect.
How can we refuse when you've given us such masterful disguises?
Aaron's voice drips with sarcasm as he yanks the wool cap I gave him further over his midnight blue hair, though it still peeks out at the brim.
No one will recognize us, for sure.
I roll my eyes with a smirk. Anyone in the pub will be too drunk to care who we are. Still, I pull my hood over my head and feel for the daggers under my cloak. If there's any trouble, I'll be ready. Plus, the Pixie Ale is the best you'll find in all of Phelan, I add.
I'll be the judge of that.
Aaron rubs his hands together. We all laugh.
Where's Vale?
Hickory asks as we approach the doorway of the noisy tavern. Aaron shrugs.
She said she's busy getting some last-minute training in.
I admire Vale's increased dedication since she decided to compete fairly. I glance back at the city, wondering how she's doing. Aaron grabs my hand, shooting me a dimpled smile.
She'll catch up with us later. Don't let her delay our fun.
Inside the pub, we're assaulted by boisterous shouts and the strong scent of ale and battered fish. Bodies sweaty from the day's work fill the wooden chairs and bar stools. Many are already in heated arm wrestling matches or too busy throwing knives at a target to notice us. An angry grunt followed by a chorus of low chuckles sounds as chairs skid back from a nearby table.
What was going on over here?
Hickory peers at the abandoned cards and empty steins left behind. Looks like they were playing a little Fury's Field, I say. And somebody lost. Badly.
A game?
Aaron puts a hand to his chest in feigned shock.
You mean some of you actually indulge in fun here?
I shoot him a look. The Gwillian Guard always said the game's purpose is more to teach battle strategy. Growing up around the Guard, Gaius and I learned Fury's Field young and played it often. I smile fondly at the memory. We'd eventually grown so good at it that the Guards refused to play with us anymore.
How does it work?
Alice signs as she takes a seat and the rest of us follow. My hands itch with anticipation as I shuffle the deck and flip over a few cards. Okay, each player starts with 10 cards that either have different-sized platoons, weapons, or armor.
Interesting.
Hickory picks up one of the cards, critiquing its crude depiction of an axe with his good eye.
What are these?
Aaron asks, pointing to numbers at the bottom of a shield card. Each card has a farthing coin value and an attack or defensive value. I pick up a die and roll it between my hands. Based on rolls and trades in each round, you build up the strongest army you can and attack opponents until they're slaughtered. I pound the table joyfully. By Phelan, I've missed this. The three of them look at me with concerned stares. Until they lose all their cards and are knocked out of the game, I hastily amend.
You know what would make this more fun?
Aaron strokes his beardless chin.
Adding cards for incantations or charms.
Yes, or magical herbs and creatures. Alice signs, leaning in closer. I throw up my hands. Look, I didn't make the rules, okay?
This is a Gwillian game.
Hickory shrugs in agreement.
No magic here.
Right. I can tell they'll need a bit more convincing. I arch an eyebrow. I've heard it gets more fun if you have to drink each time you lose a battle. Aaron slaps the table.
I'm in.
The four of us drink and laugh well into the night. On our third round, Aaron's the first to get knocked out again after Alice steals his armor and Hickory throws down a weapon that pulverizes his platoons.
Aha!
Hickory crows smugly.
I honestly thought you'd be better at this. Well, I would be if you all weren't ganging up on me,
Aaron says, tossing his now useless weapon cards on the table before draining the last of his ale. We thank you for your contribution, I smirk, scooping the cards up and distributing the spoils between the three of us remaining as he stands.
Giving up so soon?
Alice signs to him, and I relay the message.
Can't keep losing properly if I don't have something to drink, now can I?
He tips his empty mug at us before taking off to the bar. It's possible I've had one too many drinks myself, as I somehow get knocked out of the game next. Aaron still hasn't returned, so I get up to look for him. My head feels a bit dizzy as I stand, and I grab onto the back of my chair to steady myself, stifling a giggle. I guess I haven't had a real drink in quite a while. Looking around, I glimpse Aaron's midnight blue hair peeking out from under his wool cap and slowly make my way over, making sure not to bump into anything. Not surprisingly, he's at the bar, hunched over another mug of ale. You drink enough for the both of us yet? I ask. I expect to face the drink-hardy Aaron I first met aboard the Calypso, but as I reach the bar, the stein is still filled to the brim. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen him drink at all since we entered the Ethodine. He sighs, thoughtfully turning the mug in a circle.
I thought I'd need a few more drinks in me to have the courage to say something. Something I've been meaning to tell you for a while now. Maybe I don't need it.
He nudges the mug away, foaming ale splashing over the side. Is that right? I lean on the bar, snatching the mug and taking a swig myself. Can't let a good drink go to waste. Lay it on me. This should be interesting. His dimple surfaces as he points a finger at me.
See, that's the kind of thing I like about you. You never pull any punches. In fact, that's what I've been wanting to talk to you about.
He turns on the stool to face me, his hands on his knees.
I like you, Quinn.
I've grown fond of you, too. I pat his shoulder absently as I lift the mug to my lips again.
Quinn, I'm being serious.
Aaron persists, trying again.
I mean, I really like you. Heck, I might even love you.
I snort, the ale practically spurting out of my nose. I wipe it on my sleeve and struggle not to laugh in his face. You're obviously more drunk than I thought. Come on, let's get you back to your room before you hurt yourself. I take his hand and pull him off the stool toward the front door.
No, really?
Aaron insists as I drag him through the crowd. As we reach the outskirts, he tugs me back into his chest until I'm face to face with his ocean eyes.
I haven't had the nerve to tell you before, but I think I love you. Not because I can't have you or even the alluring way you can resist my persuasive gift. In fact, I love that I can't control you. I love your crazy laugh.
He tucks a straight curl behind my ear with a gentle chuckle.
I even love the way you bicker with me, the way you challenge me to be a better version of myself.
I blink. He sounds as sober as it gets. When I approached him at the bar, a profession of love was the last thing I expected. Recalling his soft kiss in Vendoria, I take a step back and command the flush in my cheeks to dissipate. Well, I promise you, you're the only puck in Phelan who sees those as desirable traits. And need I remind the nymph prince that he is already betrothed?
I don't care anymore.
He shakes his head, still holding my hand gently in his.
I don't love Arista, and we both know any feelings she has for me are fabricated.
He leans in close again, and my heartbeat pulses in my throat.
If you love me, I'll know it's not because I'm making you do it. Or anyone else. I know it would be real.
He searches my eyes, waiting for me to say something. I can barely breathe. I let go of his hand and turn away, though my heart thuds with the desire to hear those words again. The 3 words I've never heard from anyone in my life. Not even my own father. Not even Gaius. Can I really believe them coming from a puck I've only known for a few short weeks? How am I supposed to know if I feel the same, let alone have the courage to say them back? Panic chokes me, and suddenly the noise of the pub mixing with my woozy thoughts makes the room spin. Someone enters through the pub door, letting in a gust of cool, salty air, and I all but dash through it. As my feet sink into the sand,
The chatter of the pub turns to muffles, and I breathe in deeply. Aaron's footsteps follow.
If you don't feel the same, it's okay, really. You don't have to say it back. I just needed to be honest with you. I can't keep playing these games. I needed you to know the truth.
He pauses, a heavy silence filling the space between us.
And because I love you, there's one more truth I have to tell you.
More? I don't turn around, pretending to focus on the clouded night sky, searching for the calming anchor of silent stars. I don't know if I can handle more. Aaron lets out a heavy sigh.
If I have the guts to tell you that I love you, I should have the guts to tell you where Gaius is.
I whip around. Now he's just being cruel. How can he bring up Gaius so casually, especially right now? I know where Gaius is, Aaron, I try to say calmly. He's buried just down the beach. We can go visit him tomorrow if you'd like.
No.
Aaron steps toward me, gently taking hold of my shoulders.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Quinn.
He looks me straight in the eye.
Gaius isn't in that tomb.
My eyebrows furrow. He might be a little drunk, but he's also dead serious. His words crash over me like a bucket of cold water, sobering me immediately. What are you saying? I'm either about to punch him in the face or have my world flipped upside down. Aaron hesitates.
Gaius is alive.
What? An icy chill runs down my spine. He's alive? My head spins so fast I almost don't hear Aaron as he continues.
I thought he was dead until recently, too, though for different reasons than you might think.
He takes off his wool cap and runs a shaky hand through his hair before looking up at me.
I didn't want to tell you until I was sure, but I'm sure, Quinn. Gaius is alive, and you're so much more like him than you know.
I hold my breath as fear and conviction swirl in his eyes.
It all started when Gaius and the rest of us first arrived in Eldor for the Ethodine's opening ceremonies. During our time there, he'd started researching all he could find about the mystics and the Pneuma, just like you have. And once Hickory found out, that loon kept encouraging Gaius with all his insane theories.
Aaron glances back at the pub to make sure no one else is listening, dropping his voice.
Then Gaius went as far as to run away with a pneumanic relic. That's when the Queen summoned me. She assured me that he wouldn't be in any trouble, that she just needed the item back. So I told her where I thought he might have gone.
His gaze strays to the sand, kicking at it with his foot.
When the Queen returned with her guard, she said he wouldn't let them take him alive. At the time, I believed her. She said he killed himself, Quinn, that his obsession with the Pneuma drove him mad. Whatever the case, the Queen knew your father would blame her for Gaius's death, threatening war again, with the rest of the clan sure to follow. She said in order to keep the peace, she needed to cover it up.
Confusion knots my stomach as I search his eyes, trying to weave together Aaron's string of stories into any kind of logic. Schemes? Relics? Cover-ups? Aaron is sounding less like himself and more like Hickory every minute. You're not making any sense, I finally say, shaking my head. First you say he's alive, and now you're saying he killed himself? You're confused. Gaius died of the plague. My father saw his body. The words die on my lips as Moonface's confession comes back to me.
Your brother put up a good fight, too.
He never actually said he died. Aaron lets go of me and leans on the pub wall, turning his face away.
The Queen was concerned your father would want to see Gaius's body before he was buried. I didn't want to do it, Quinn, honest. But somehow she knew about my silver tongue and my short-term fling with Vale. She said that if I didn't help her, she'd expose my gift and claim that I used it to enchant Vale into falling for me. I told you that if my clan found out about my gift, it would destroy their trust in me as their future leader. Never mind the fact that I'd started a relationship with the princess of another clan. At the time, it seemed like the end of the world if the truth came out. So I did what she asked.
His eyes turned back to me, pleading, full of remorse.
I'm so sorry, Quinn. I wish I hadn't. You have to believe me. No. Aaron can't be saying what I think he's saying. I grip his shoulders hard and give them a shake, forcing him to look me in the eye. I need to hear him say it.
Spit it out, Aaron. What did you do?
Pain swims in his eyes. The Queen. She brought a body riddled with the plague back to your father, and she made me persuade him that it was Gaius. I'm the one who made him believe that Gaius died of the gnolls. Dizziness threatens to knock me over again. I picture my father staring down at the plague-riddled body he was forced to believe was his dead son. Is this why Hickory warned me to stay away from Aaron? Did he suspect Aaron had something to do with Gaius's death all this time and not tell me? I turn to face the mountain, unable to look at Aaron any longer. My fists clench as I try to make sense of the revelation shooting through my mind. When I did it, I really believed Gaius killed himself. The Queen said he was crazy, that it was his own fault. Aaron tries to explain. I hate myself for it. Lying to your father, lying to you. But I was trying to protect you. When I first realized you were Gaius' sister, I felt responsible for you. I vowed to myself that I would keep you safe, to make sure you survived when I thought Gaius didn't, to make up for my part in what I believed had happened. I had no idea that I'd fall in love with you. Then Vale found out that he's alive. I spin back around.
Vale knows too? I yell, inches away from his face, my pulse pounding in my ears. Where is he, Aaron? Where's Gaius?
Aaron stumbles backward. Vale didn't want to tell you yet, but she's been digging deeper into her mother's affairs while testing your poison. She overheard her talking about Gaius. Vale thinks her mother has had him all this time, maybe in the royal dungeons or something. We don't know why. We didn't want to tell you until we had a plan to get him back. I just couldn't keep lying to you. It's been eating me alive. I stare at his sincere face, but all I can see is wit. The betrayal, the lies, all of it. Bile rises in my throat. He reaches for me. I pull away. I can't stay here another second. I'm going to be sick. Where are you going? Aaron stumbles after me as I pound through the sand.
I can't believe you waited this long to tell me, I yell.
Vale only found out that he's alive last week.
No, Aaron! I spin around. No matter what the truth is now, all this time you knew he didn't die from the plague. You even knew that the Queen had something to do with it. I'm shaking, bitter cold rushing through my veins. I buried my brother. I've been mourning his death, and you just watched. I opened up to you about my dreams and suspicions, and you let me believe that I'd gone insane. Aaron hesitates, which only angers me more. I storm off. Quinn, Aaron pleads. I pick up my pace. Would it really have done you any good to know what I thought was true? That Gaius killed himself? The last thing I wanted to do was break your heart all over again. Even though we know he's alive now, who knows if we can even get him back? We? I shriek, whipping back to face him, sand kicking into the air. We will not be getting him back. You've been lying to me ever since we met. I haven't kept anything from you since we were in Dryad territory. At least, not anything this important. I glare. There's no we anymore. Please, Quinn. Aaron staggers closer, but I draw back and lift my chin toward the mountain. I need to find her, I say, my heart pounding like a platoon of Gwyllian drums. Who? The Queen. I clench my fists. Quinn, don't. Worry furrows Aaron's brow as he searches my expression. It's late. She's probably already in her chambers back at the fortress, guarded by her soldiers. You'll only make things worse. I don't wait for him to finish. Flying off in a fury, I leave Aaron alone on the beach. Landing on the Queen's balcony, I draw my daggers. My ragged breath forms white puffs in the cool air. I'm so livid, I wouldn't be surprised if it's smoke coming from my flaring nostrils. All this time, she's had my brother rotting in some dungeon. She pretended to be kind to me, made promises I'm not sure she even intended to keep. None of that matters anymore. I whip back the balcony curtains and 2 guards spring into action. Eyeing the gaps in their armor, I charge forward, driving my daggers deep into their flesh. "Where is she?" I roar as they writhe on the floor. They only moan in response. Another voice clears her throat. On the other side of the candlelit room, the Queen is dressed in her violet nightrobe, surrounded by her birds, reading a scroll in a corner chair. Unprotected and unarmed. Perfect. She looks up as I approach, but shows no alarm at my unannounced arrival or at the blades in my hands.
"Ah, Quinn, just who I wanted to see."
The feeling's mutual. I point a dagger at her. "No more games, Your Highness. I know you have my brother, and I demand to have him returned. Now." I expect her to call for help, or at least look shocked. She does neither.
"My dear, I have no idea what you're talking about."
Standing, she walks to a crystal bottle of red wine sitting on the nearby mantel. "You can't deny it," I practically spit, following her with my blade. "Aaron told me everything. Vale knows you have him too. Tell me where he is, or I'll—"
"Or you're what, exactly?"
She casually pours a glass.
"If you kill me, I won't be able to tell you where he is."
My stomach drops. For all my anger, the truth didn't truly hit me until she confirmed it. "So, you do have him." I step closer, my hand shaking. Gaius is really alive.
"My dear, you should know by now that I don't take kindly to threats or thieves, or those who persistently snoop in my business."
She turns, drink in hand.
"I've tried to be patient, given you all the proper warnings. I thought for sure that after miraculously healing from my poison, you'd come to your senses."
There it is. I was right. She poisoned me, the witch. Does Vale know this too? My supposed friends, keeping so many things from me. The Queen takes a sip of wine, eyeing me.
"You continue to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, just like your brother. I told you to keep your distance from those who would lead you astray. Aaron, Hickory. You don't listen very well, do you, my dear? You've even corrupted my precious Vale with your ridiculous plan for a fair fight."
I gawk at her. "It wasn't my... How do you even know about that?" Vale never would have told her, and I haven't told anyone. How does the Queen always know so much? A half smile creeps up her face.
"Oh, I have little spies everywhere."
She lifts her hand and a hawk flies in from the window, landing on the mantel. It stares back at me as the Queen pets its feathers, feeding it an odd-looking pellet. The bird swallows and immediately opens its beak. Like a parrot, my voice miraculously comes from its mouth. "What about your mother? What about her deal?" the bird says in my voice. "Screw her deal," the creature says next, this time in Vale's timbre. My stomach plummets. No. The Queen shakes her head solemnly.
"If that's how you both feel about it, then you've given me no choice."
She snaps her fingers. 4 more guards emerge from the shadows, blades drawn as they surround me, along with the original 2 guards who force themselves to stand.
"I gave you the deal of a lifetime, Quinn, and you spat in my face."
Queen Gwendolyn sighs.
"You could have walked away tomorrow, a free faerie with a bright future. But I'm cancelling our deal, effective immediately."
Her expression turns fierce, eyes flashing. She speaks slowly and clearly so I don't miss a detail.
"If you don't make sure Vale wins tomorrow, or if you tell anyone about what you think you know, then you'll never see your brother again."
She takes a step toward me as her guards close in.
"And I assure you, this time, he'll really be dead."
Chapter 59. I'm lost in a daze as the Queen's guards escort me back to my room. My brother's alive. He's been out there all this time, in her clutches, and I don't even know why. The door locks behind me and I sink to the floor. I'm right back where I started, with nothing to show for it. I risked my life entering a competition to honor a brother who never died, and now I'll lose on purpose for a freedom I can no longer have. The Queen tricked me. She lied about everything. So many of them did, including my supposed friends. One more to add to my list of betrayers. I claw my way onto the bed, wrapping myself in the sheets. But all I do is toss and turn. I picture Gaius alone in some murky dungeon, possibly being tortured day after day. Or worse. When I try to close my eyes, the fear of my nightmares possibly returning snaps me awake. Though, how could any bad dream be worse than this reality? Throwing off the sheets, I pace my room, trying to think of something, anything I can do. If I run away and Vale loses to someone else tomorrow, the Queen will kill my brother. If I try to tell anyone, she'll kill him. If I try to win, she'll kill him. I want to scream. My fingers itch to destroy something before I destroy myself. Digging my nails into the curtains draped around my bed, I drag them down with a rip. I reach for my daggers, ready to fling them at the mirror above my dresser. But the painting of my mother stares back at me. I halt. The memory of her choking in the flames, my flames, seizes me by the throat. I grip the dagger hilts tighter, my fingers finding the ridged patterns where the pneumanic symbol resides. Dropping the blades, they clatter to the ground as I slump to the floor. Aaron's words from Isinglass come back to me.
I suppose none of us are really in control of our own fate.
Maybe he was right. Even if I can't gain my freedom, Gaius stays alive. Before I know it, a red sun is rising and a dull hangover from the pub settles in. When the servants come for me, I'm a disheveled mess, my eyes ringed with dark circles, my room in tatters.
By Phelan, we have a lot of work ahead of us,
one of them says as the other crosses her arms with a grunt. It doesn't matter. The Queen has won, and I've lost everything. Underneath the arena, pebbles skid down the walls of my preparation room as the rumble of the crowd radiates through the stone ceiling. It isn't helping my headache or my nerves. My attendants can tell I'm tense. One works on my shoulders while the other sharpens my daggers. Don't bother, I want to say. I might as well be going out there with my bare hands. Before I can do anything rash, my father's voice comes from behind me.
Quintessa,
he starts. As I stand to meet him, he corrects himself.
Quinn.
With a wave of his hand, the attendants scatter, leaving us alone. Father. I nod, straightening my back. I'm surprised to see him, never mind to hear him use the nickname that he hates. He takes a step closer and I freeze. He awkwardly pats my shoulder, his last touch landing with a squeeze. I nearly fall back into my chair. Is that the smallest hint of a smile on his face? He reaches to his side, pulling his own sword from its sheath and holding it out to me.
Do Grey Marrow proud, little warrior.
My mouth parts, pressure forming in my eyes. Little warrior. The name he'd called me and the memory Alice recovered. I swallow hard. I grip the leather-bound hilt of his broadsword tentatively, admiring the craftsmanship of the double-edged Gwyllian steel blade. Dragon icons are carved into each end of the crossguard. I swing it through the air. Perfectly balanced. Light, but deadly. I look back at my father in awe. He's already walking down the hallway that leads up to the arena. I can't believe it. After all this time, does he really believe in me? Has the past really been forgiven? Sucking in a breath, I move to follow. My feet are heavy with every step. My father thinks I'll try to win today. My stomach drops. You may not feel the same after I lose. As I step into the open arena, a blast of wind stings my cheeks. At least my lightweight armor and the dragon scale garment underneath block some of the cold. Scanning the space, I recall watching many training sessions and battle simulations that were fought here. Built on top of an extinct volcano, the sealed-up mouth of the crater forms a perfect surface for a battleground littered with pillars and other obstacles. The elevated stone seating encircling the battlefield is packed with fae from all clans, each relegated to their own section around the stadium. They wave their clan-colored flags and banners, vying to see who will finally become their supreme ruler. I even spot Layman and his warriors in the Dryad section to my right. He's looking at Alice, who stands below her clan with her preparation team. As she meets his gaze, her face lights up. Though she'll do her best today, I know Layman being there is already a victory for her. Her gaze pans, landing on me. Her smile falters.
Where did you go last night?
She signs the question as discreetly as she can.
Are you okay?
Alice is the only one I might want to talk to. But now is not the time. There are fairies in the crowd that can translate our signs. I'm fine, I lie. Alice frowns, not convinced. I look away. From the other clan stations around the wide open area, Hickory's brows raise in question while Aaron's wings tense, as if he might fly over to me at any moment. Then there's Vale. She's busy inspecting her feathered helmet before practicing the swing of her father's sword. My fist tightens around my own father's blade. My current predicament isn't exactly her fault. Still, she lied to me too. As your current ruler, I welcome you all to the fifth and final trial of the Ethodine, Queen Gwendolyn calls through a horn. My father stands next to her, both of them on a canopied platform between the Sylph and Gwyllian sections. The stadium quiets, though anticipation thrums through the air like the buzz of locusts. By the end of today, we will all know who is the master of the collective Ethia, and the next queen or king of Phelan, she says, and the clans cheer wildly. Lord Faden will now explain the rules of the trial of strength. May the best faerie win. The queen offers my father her horn, but he waves it away.
Every leader must exemplify great strength in order to lead well and command respect.
His voice booms across the arena, and the crowd grows still. The five of us exchange glances. The time has come.
2 at a time, the heirs will battle in a series of elimination rounds, with only their weapon of choice and their raw strength to aid them. No magic. Only 2 outcomes will end each match.
His eyes land on me, and they glint in the sunlight.
Surrender or death.
I nearly drop my blade as gasps ripple through the crowd. What? He can't be serious. It's one thing to possibly be killed by a creature, a poison, or a trap. To kill each other is murder. I look to the other heirs as we share the same confusion and terror. I may be livid at most of them right now, but it's not enough to want to kill them. The Gwyllians remain stone-faced while the other sections murmur in the stands. For the other clans, I can tell surrender is just as unacceptable. The ultimate sign of weakness. Just what my father intended. To show the rest of the clans how weak they really are without their magic. And if death is an option, it'll be that much easier for the winning heir to appoint a new figurehead for that clan. One they can more easily control. Just what the queen desires. My father motions to a series of flags mounted vertically on a tall wooden board. Each one waves a different clan's color next to our collective points thus far.
The order of who will battle whom will be determined by the current ranking from the previous trials, giving the higher-ranked competitors the advantage.
As the points currently stand, Alice and I are in last place. We'll face off first, our red and green flags at the bottom. The winner will then face Hickory, then Aaron, and then finally Vale, who has the most overall points. In the previous trials, we gained more points based on how we ranked in performance. In this one, we'll only gain points if we force our opponents to surrender or leave them lying lifeless on the arena floor. My gut twists as my father continues.
If an heir chooses to shame themselves and surrender, then they'll relinquish their weapon and kneel, recognizing the victor as the stronger opponent. In this case, the winner must halt in their attack, allowing the loser to live with their failure. This will continue until we have one supreme winner and ruler of Phelan.
Though my father knew my ranking before finalizing the rules of the trial, he appears thoroughly content with the arrangement. Based on the scoreboard, I'd have to beat every single one of them to get enough points to gain the crown. If he truly wants me to win, then he's not making it easy. The Queen catches my eye. She looks just as pleased, reminding me of what I truly need to do. It's my responsibility to make sure Vale wins. Gaius's life depends on it. Either way, I'll have to battle all of them to get to Vale. By then, I'll be good and tired, possibly pretty banged up, making it easier for her to beat me. But first, I have to get there. If Vale loses to anyone else, then my brother is dead. Maybe I should have told my father about Gaius when I had the chance. Maybe he would have believed me. Maybe he could have done something. Too late. Chapter 60. As the others clear the ring and take their seats, I take a deep breath. Alice and I slowly approach the center of the battlefield. Alice carries a dryad spear. The staff is nearly as tall as she is, with a jagged blade on one end that's longer than her forearm. Stopping a few feet away, she grips the staff tightly, resting the base on the stone floor. She searches my face as if trying to read me and how hard I intend to fight. I avoid her gaze, looking to the stands, tensing my muscles. Out of all of them, I want to face Alice the least. Layman leans forward in the crowd, furrowing his brow as his eyes dart between me and his sister. I promised him I'd protect Alice, but I can't show weakness and risk losing Gaius again. My only option is to force her to surrender. A gong sounds. Alice and I circle each other. Don't make me hurt you. I give her a hard stare, wishing she could hear my thoughts. Instead, Alice firms her features and sprints toward me, raising her spear. Eyes widening at her aggression, I leap back. I catch my balance on the pillar behind me and swipe at her side. She blocks with a rapid strike, graceful and practiced, like a fierce dancer. I knew Alice was skilled, but she's obviously gone through considerable training, perhaps with Layman himself. I'll need to slow her down. Ducking under another stab, I dive past her, slicing the back of her calf. The dryads gasp as Alice lands on her knees. Her face scrunches in pain and determination as she faces me. It makes me regret what I'm about to do, especially because with the crown, I know she could finally take control of her own life, exposing her healing gift to the world. She could use it to help so many without hope, like her sister had been. Rising, Alice releases her wings and charges. I'm slow to deflect the jagged blade, trying not to wound her more than I have to. I flinch as the cold steel slices my arm. The gash stings with fresh blood and cold air. She has much to gain. I have everything to lose, I remind myself. I picture my brother in my mind, hardening my resolve. Alice can heal herself with time, but Gaius could die today. Rolling my shoulders back, I charge. Slash, slash, slash. I get in multiple cuts at her arms before she can react. Every cut punches me in the gut. She doesn't deserve this. If only I can just get her to drop her weapon. She lifts the spear to block my next attack. I come down hard on the staff. It slices in two. Alice falters, but holds firmly to the half with the blade, casting the other to the side. Blast. I thrust a kick to her chest. She goes down hard. I pin her down, a knee on her arm and my blade at her throat. "This is your last chance. Drop your weapon and surrender," I say loudly so all can hear, especially the Queen and my father. They have to believe I would kill her if I have to. Alice wriggles under my grip, not ready to give up. My fingers find where I cut her arm before. She hisses from the touch. I shoot my thoughts to her as quickly as I can. "I'm sorry, Alice." I grit my teeth, hoping she can hear me. "I don't want to kill you, but I can't lose this fight. Please understand. I don't have a choice." Alice tenses, her deep brown eyes searching mine, then softening. Her body relaxes. Has she seen my memories again? Does she know Gaius is in trouble? Before I can ask, Alice drops the remnant of her weapon.
"Quintessa of the Gwillians is the victor!"
My father announces, relishing the victory. The arena is devoid of applause. Most of the crowd doesn't seem to know how to react to a pirate nearing the crown. Fae of every clan turn to each other in soft whispers. Even my own folk only offer blank stares. I don't care. I'm one step closer to Vale, to freeing Gaius. Shifting off Alice, I offer my hand, and she takes it as I pull her up. Her attendants rush in with wound wrappings. She waves them off. Still focused on me, Alice bows in a sign of respect before taking a knee. Wiping away the wavy ringlets sticking to my forehead, I give her a small bow in return. "You fought bravely," I say. I wish I had time to say more, to fully explain. Alice nods, her only signal that we're okay, as my father's voice rings over the stadium.
"Hickory of the kobolds will now enter."
Of course, my father gives me no time to recuperate. Still bleeding from my arm, I take my stance. Hickory approaches the field cautiously, looking back at Alice's injuries as she passes. I don't want to have to hurt Hickory any more than Alice. In many ways, he's become like a second brother to me. One glance at the Queen reminds me that my true brother is still in grave danger. Why didn't Hickory tell me he'd been feeding Gaius the same obsessions that would lead him to wherever he is? Sure, he tried to warn me about Aaron, but why not tell me of his own involvement? Why let me get wrapped up in all of this, just as Gaius had? As I raise my sword, the reminders of his betrayal fuel my resolve to show no mercy. Hickory tentatively grips his battle axe as it glints in the sunlight. The gong sounds. I lunge. He meets my blade in the air with a clang, deflecting the strike with the axe blade. I swing again. Another block. Hickory doesn't go on the offensive, though he holds good form as I advance. Even with his blind eye, he counters every one of my strikes, ready for every swing before I can even make them. In a moment of distraction, he catches me by surprise and swings low, nicking my leg. I stagger backward in shock. I know how great his desire is to escape the dark tunnels. Is he willing to kill me for it? I come at him harder, slicing at every angle. My muscles are burning. I don't get in one hit. How is he doing this? I need to try something else. I kick at the dirt, and Hickory raises his hands as dust flies into his face. Boos sound from the kobold section, but I'm not going in for a cheap shot. While his eyes are closed, I dart behind a pillar, catching my breath as I observe him. Then I notice it, the slight twitching of his ears, listening for the sound of me. That's it. With every shift of my foot across the ground, his sensitive hearing keeps him aware of my movements, making up for his blind spot. Almost. Seeing a cluster of pebbles at my feet, I kick hard again. They scatter, sending a ripple of clattering sounds in all directions. Hickory startles, frantically following the sounds, searching for the one that ties back to me. I release my wings and silently leap into the air, diving to his blind side. Using the blunt end of my hilt, I strike forcefully on the back of his weapon hand. Hickory cries out as his axe clatters to the ground, leaving him defenseless. Kobolds stand to their feet with shouts as I grab Hickory by the scruff of the neck, the point of my sword pushing threateningly into his side. Hickory seems more concerned with the hand that he's cradling to his chest. His fingers are swelling, one of them bent at an odd angle, and I realize I've injured his sketching hand, which to him is probably 10 times worse than what I'm about to say. "Do you surrender?" I ask, breathing hard.
Yes,
Hickory chokes out.
I surrender.
I release him and he falls to his knees, gasping.
The Gwillians advance again,
my father announces. Murmurs in the stands increase. Some of my folk lean forward, watching as the gold kobold flag is taken off the scoreboard and our red flag is raised to a higher notch. Hickory walks off to attend to his hand, but glances back for a moment. I look away, pressing down the guilt rushing to the surface. If needed, Alice can heal his hand as good as new, though I'm not sure any amount of her power will be able to heal our friendship. My chest heaves, fatigue setting in as Aaron takes Hickory's place. 2 down, 2 to go. As I approach him, pain and anger rises with every step. I channel it into what I have to do next. Aaron is my last obstacle before Vale. Then I can finally lose. Gaius will be safe, and this will all be over.
I'm glad to see you're okay,
Aaron whispers. His hand is on the sword sheathed at his side, but his eyes tell me he doesn't want to fight. Not like this.
When you ran off last night, I was worried you'd...
Save it. I take my stance. I've heard enough from you.
Competitors ready?
My father calls, giving Aaron one last chance to prepare his weapon. Aaron hesitates, looking back at his own father. Lord Kaito gives him a stern nod. Aaron's sword scrapes against its sheath as he slowly unveils a sea glass-crafted blade. The nymph lord beams. His smile is fleeting, however, as Aaron lets the blade slip from his fingers and it clatters to the stone.
Aaron!
Kaito growls as the nymphs explode into a chattering frenzy. His son is already lowering to the ground. No. I whip out my blade and catch the point right below his chin. He lifts his hands, mid-kneel. What are you doing? I demand.
I won't fight you, Quinn,
he whispers. I grit my teeth. Yes, you will. I catch the curious eyes of the Queen and my father. It would be so much easier to let him do this, to accept his gesture and move on. But whatever he thinks he's doing won't erase what he's done. Whether he feels sorry or not, I won't let him just give me the win. He doesn't get off that easy. Stepping back, I nod to his weapon. He reaches for it slowly, watching me all the while. If what you claimed last night is true, then you will do this, I say, challenging the feelings he declared. If he knows me at all, then he knows that I'll never accept a pity win. No holding back. Without any more hesitation, I launch myself high into the air and hurtle downward with a warrior's cry. Grasping his sword, Aaron parries and sidesteps with ease, his movements as smooth and fluid as water. I strike again. He pushes against my blade, sending me flapping back. Releasing his own fin-like wings, he meets me in the air, swinging again and again, though not as hard as I know he can. He doesn't want to hurt me any more than he already has. This only makes me angrier. He still thinks I'm some helpless pixie who needs his aid. I'll show him. I advance, pressing Aaron higher into the air. I attack with more fervor, telling myself every blow is retaliation for Gaius, for taking part in staging his death, for every time in the last 5 weeks that Aaron could have told me the truth, but didn't. He takes the brunt of every hit, groaning with the effort. The air is thinner up here among the clouds, and I can hear the struggle in his breaths. But he's not giving up, and I don't have much energy left. Changing tactics, I swing outward against Aaron's blade. His arm flails, and I only have a second to seize the opening I've created. Tightening both hands on my sword, I bring the hilt down on Aaron's shoulder as hard as I can. Thud. My strike sends him straight to the ground, colliding with a boulder. With the wind knocked out of him, Aaron lets go of his weapon, gasping. His team releases their wings, ready to charge the field and help him once this is over. Aaron holds up a hand to them. Slowly, he rolls onto his chest and kneels before me.
Can I surrender now?
He manages, coughing up blood. As he looks up at me, I steel myself for his expression. I expect to see betrayal raging in his ocean eyes like a storm, hate for me surely swirling inside. Instead, they're soft with remorse, as if I've given him a punishment he justly deserved, and he received it gladly. My stomach twists with the temptation to drop to my knees and forgive him right there, to ask him for forgiveness myself. But the image of Gaius half dead in some cellar steals it away. Forgiveness is just another sign of weakness. I turn to my father so I can't stare into Aaron's ocean eyes anymore. I lift my sword in victory, though I feel anything but victorious.
Lady Quintessa advances to the final round,
my father's voice thunders. This time, I think I hear bits of scattered applause. Most of my folk are still silent, but many of them are standing, looking from me to the scoreboard. A sylph noble nervously rubs his hands together as he and his clan watch the Gwyllian flag rise to meet their purple one at the top, while the blue nymph flag is cast to the side. Many nymphs shake their heads, and I catch one fainting from the shock. Even with my Gwyllian background and reputation as Captain Shade, it seems few want to believe I could actually become their queen.
Since this is the final battle,
my father continues,
she'll be allowed 5 minutes to ready herself before facing Princess Vale.
I let my muscles relax, resisting the temptation to collapse. Sheathing my sword to avoid dragging it along the ground, I stagger to my attendants. My father flies toward us. I narrow my eyes at him as an attendant brings a chalice of water to my lips. "Why have you done this?" I gasp. "You had complete control over how the trial would run. You could have given me more of an advantage. I thought you wanted me to win."
"I'm still confident you will,"
he says, then leans closer.
"If you are to win, our clan needs to see your skill, your determination, and your strength."
He looks up to the stands, satisfaction on his face.
"And now they see it."
A soft rumble comes from the stands where my clan resides. Gwyllians are not the cheering kind, but they are warriors. They pound their feet on the stone steps, just as they did for Gaius all those years ago during the Gwyllian Guard tryouts. It starts out slow and quiet, then grows into a thundering roar as they chant, "Quinn, Quinn, Quinn, Quinn." My clansfolk are chanting my name. The ultimate sign that I'm not only accepted back into the clan, they truly want me to win. To rule. A surge of emotion hits me like a crashing wave at sea. All this time, I didn't think I wanted their approval or their acceptance. Now that I have it, the pain of knowing that I'll soon lose it forever feels like it's crushing me under its powerful current. If only they knew what was on the line. "Father, I must tell you something." I grab at his robe. Even if he thinks I'm crazy, this is my last chance to tell him the truth. To warn him. He gives my hand a squeeze.
"We'll have time to talk when you win."
"But, Lord Faden, I think you've given your daughter quite enough of a reprieve." The Queen is at our side, towering over us. Her eyes bore into me, daring me to reveal her. Daring me with my brother's life. "We wouldn't want all of Phelan to think you're giving Quinn an unfair advantage, now would we?" My father hesitates. He searches my face for what I was about to tell him. No, I can't risk it. For all I know, it would take a snap of the Queen's fingers for one of her lackeys to snap Gaius's neck. I pull myself together and give my father a firm nod before I brush past him to meet Vale on the field. She has the nerve to smile. "Funny seeing you here," she says lightheartedly. To her, everything seems to be going according to plan. She still thinks we've agreed to fight fair. Maybe the fact that no one has died yet has kept her at ease. Catching my scowl, she stops. You all right? I grunt in response as I unsheath my sword, though I might as well just throw it down right now. Okay, Vale says slowly. Do your worst. I'm ready. I nod, and Faden quiets the crowd.
This final duel will decide the next queen of Phelan. Will it be Vale of the Sylphs?
The Sylphs cheer.
Or Quintessa of the Gwyllians?
The Gwyllians stomp their feet again.
The same rules apply,
he reminds us.
The first to surrender or die loses.
His gaze lingers on me meaningfully, and I force my features not to falter. All I have to do is put on a good show, let Vale beat me up a bit, and surrender. As exhausted as I am, it shouldn't be too hard. The gong sounds, and I remind myself that Gaius's life will be worth the humiliation. Vale advances with forceful strikes and skilled footwork. She's truly a warrior now. Still, I know her favored moves by heart. I block her first few strikes, then let her get in a few slashes on my arm and side. I hiss through the sting. Though my supposed mishaps might be faked, the pain is real. I hope that's enough for the crowd. The murmurs begin. My father isn't falling for my act, his brows knit together as he furiously twists one of the rings around his finger. Vale isn't falling for it either.
What's wrong with you?
She whispers sharply as our swords collide.
You're not even trying.
The student has surpassed the master, I snarl back. You should be happy.
No.
Her tone is vicious.
You know the win means nothing to me unless I win it fairly. You promised.
You keep forgetting, Vale. I spit, pushing her hard so she falters back. I'm a pirate.
No.
She sneers venomously.
You're a coward.
My whole body shakes. It feels as if the ground beneath me is trembling too. I rush at her.
There's the warrior I know.
She narrows her eyes, bracing herself. Her smile fades as I leap into the air and come down on her blade with all my strength. Sparks fly.
Careful!
I've had enough, I yell and swing at her again.
Enough of this competition.
Another swing. Enough of your lying mother. Metal clashes.
And enough of you!
Another blow knocks her to the ground. Her sword escapes her grip, skidding away on the stone floor. I'm too angry to stop now. I'm no longer in control. Rage is. I raise my sword high above her, ready to strike a final blow.
Quinn, wait!
Aaron, Alice, and Hickory are rushing the field. What are they doing? I look down at Vale's frightened form. It isn't just my body that's trembling. Pebbles dance on the arena floor around her. They aren't coming to stop me. They're trying to warn me. Screams ring out at the violent tremors as cracks form beneath my feet. A tremble in the land will quake. I look at Aaron. Our eyes lock just before the ground gives way, and I disappear under its surface. Chapter 61.
Will she be all right?
I hear a deep, raspy voice ask. Her wing is pretty damaged, comes a much lighter tone. She'll need to rest.
Rest? For how long? We don't have time for this.
Give her some time, Pilo. My head throbs as I try to place the voices hovering around me. Dampness coats my back. Where am I? My eyes blink open. At first, I think I'm looking at a darkened sky, devoid of moons and stars. As my vision sharpens, I realize that I'm staring up at the towering stone ceiling of a cave. The last thing I remember is falling through the arena floor. I must be underground, deep in the mouth of the extinct volcano. But there aren't any cracks in the ceiling that I can see. I shift to get a better look, then cry out as a sharp pain radiates through my right shoulder blade.
I told you this was a mistake,
the deep voice says from somewhere in the room. The kind face of an elderly pixie appears above me, her dragon-like wings draped down her back. My first thought is that my clan must have found me, but this fairy is smiling from ear to ear. Strange. Gwillians barely ever smile. Oh, hush, Pilo. She scolds the other voice before turning back to me. Her gentle eyes wrinkle at the corners as she brings a cool cloth to my forehead. Just hold still, dear. You've injured one of your wings. I'm setting it for you. Shouldn't be long. She shifts to tend to my mangled wings spread out on the ground. I grimace, focusing on her face so I don't have to watch. What happened? Who are you? Her wrinkles crease further with a chuckle. Oh, you must excuse my manners. It's been a long time since we've had guests. My name is Lyra, and my very impatient husband over there is Pilo. Another elderly Gwillian with a fur cloak and long white beard leans on a twisted staff close by. He nods to me, warily taking in my presence. You fell a long way down after the, earthquake, Lyra says, glancing again at Pilo. Some debris hit your wing pretty hard, I reckon. We were able to slow your fall, minimizing any further damage. Slow my fall? I don't understand. Why don't you come join your friends and we'll explain everything? My friends? I ask as Lyra helps me to my feet. A small fire flickers at the other end of the large cavern. She gently guides me by the hand, but I halt when we're a few feet away. I'm not the only one who fell from above. Vale, Aaron, Hickory, and Alice huddle around the fire with fur blankets, silently staring into the flames. They're not my friends, I say quietly. Though I'm relieved they're all right, I'm in no hurry to face them. Vale catches sight of me and stands. Too late. What was your problem up there? She lashes out as I approach. First, you don't even try, and then you come after me like you're the one who has the right to be angry. I thought... She stops, whispering sharply. I thought we had a deal. What deal? Hickory's blanket falls to the floor as he stands. Is that why you were so intense during the trial? He folds his arms, and I notice the bandage wrapped around his injured hand. Pushing down the guilt rushing up again, I thrust a finger at him. You don't get to talk to me. I whip to Vale. And neither do you. They both draw back. Hickory's eyebrows furrow. What's wrong with you? You seemed fine last night at the pub. Where did you disappear to after...
She was with me.
Behind them, Aaron remains seated at the fire. His worried gaze is trained on my injured wing, his ocean eyes heavy with remorse. You. Hickory takes a threatening step toward him. I swear, if you've been using that silver tongue of yours to mess with her head like you did with Vale... Hickory! Vale scolds. Aaron's muscles tighten as he stands, fists clenched like he might punch him. How dare you! I would never! How do you even know about my... At least he told me the truth, Hickory. I cut in. Something you should have told me a long time ago. Both of you. I add to Vale. Hickory and Vale grow quiet, studying me as if trying to guess exactly what I know. In the silence, Alice draws closer, inspecting my wing. I see the cuts in her clothes and the dried blood from our fight. Out of all of them, Alice deserved what I did to her the least. I'm about to apologize when she touches my arm, her healing energy surging through me. One of the bones in my wing painfully snaps back into place. Alice, stop! I yelp, pulling away. I don't deserve her kindness. Wait, did Alice just... Vale inspects the healed bone in awe. I sigh. Though we've all been working together for a common cause, we've also been keeping so many secrets. None of us have trusted one another as much as we thought.
She's not the only one with a gift.
The elderly puck called Pilo hobbles to the fire.
If you're quite finished with your petty arguments, we must tell you why we brought you here.
You brought us here? Aaron lifts a brow, looking up and down the fairy's aged form. Hickory's eyes widen with astonishment. "Did you cause the earthquake?" Leaning on his walking stick, Pilo nods solemnly. Hickory stares at the staff. There, engraved near the top, is the pneumanic symbol. Hickory looks at me, then at Pilo. "Then you must be— forgive me, sir, but are you a mystic?" Pilo nods again. Hickory looks like he's about to jump out of his skin, a million questions itching at his bobbing throat. I'm not convinced yet. "Prove it." Without breaking my gaze, Pilo snaps his fingers and the fire goes out. Darkness swallows us. Then a roaring ball of flame appears, hovering over his hand. I gape. The mystics are supposed to be extinct, yet here's one standing right in front of me. "All right, enough showing off," Lyra scolds. She snatches the fireball from him and throws it back to the woodpile, igniting the logs again. Okay, make that 2 mystics. I gawk. I can't believe this. All this time, I haven't been alone. Lyra helps Pilo sit on one of the rocks around the fire as the flames flicker red and orange, lighting up the high walls. "We're sorry for the way we had to get you down here," she says. "We've had no other opportunity to get all of you alone."
"Even now we don't have much time," Pilo adds. "There's much to tell you before the clans tunnel their way down here to find you."
He motions for us to sit. Hickory obeys expectantly as Alice and Vale more tentatively take spots around the fire. As I move to follow, Aaron gently wraps his fingers around my arm. "Are you sure we can trust them?" he whispers near my ear. "I don't know who to trust anymore," I say, giving him a heavy stare. His eyes drop as he lets go. Reluctantly, my voice softens. "Right now, we have no idea where we are or how to get back to the surface. We can at least hear them out."
"I promise, we're not the ones you should fear,"
Pilo says, as if he knows what we're saying. I take a seat. Aaron stays standing, slowly pacing behind us.
"There are a few left of our kind. We've been keeping a close eye on all of you throughout the Ethodine, helping you along the way when we could." "Helping us?" Hickory tilts his head as I recall the torches igniting on their own during the trial of life. "The hooded figure in the Mystic Temple?" I ask.
"You mean the one that trapped us in that awful room?"
Vale balks. Lyra bites her lip.
"Technically, he led you to the plant you needed."
My eyes dart to Pilo. He's staring back at me intently. Wait. Could he also be the hooded figure that Aaron and I encountered in Shree? I try to remember the voice that spoke into my mind about the prophecy. His touch was the first time I saw the flashes that would become my nightmares. And he knew about my brother. "If you want to learn what really happened to him, you will follow me," he'd said. He wasn't trying to attack us that day. He was trying to help. If only I hadn't nearly choked him to death before he disappeared. Maybe I would have learned of my brother's fate before it was too late.
"The puzzle in the temple was meant to see if you could be brought together for a single purpose," Lyra continues. "While the Ethodine was designed to keep you on opposing sides, we sought to show how you could help one another."
We all exchanged glances. At the time, it had done that much. "Why bring us together?" Alice signs to me with curious eyes, and I relay her question. It's the same one I have myself. Pilo stares into the flames.
"As you may have guessed already, the competition is not what it seems, and neither is the Queen. In fact, much of what Faelenians believe about their history has been twisted, especially about the Pneuma."
Vale perks up at the mention of our history as Hickory claps his hands on his thighs.
"So they are real. I knew it."
"Oh, the Pneuma are real, all right. But they're not evil as you've been led to believe. At least, not inherently."
Pilo reaches out to the fire again, and with the flick of his wrist, the flames form into shapes and figures. I lean in, mesmerized by his effortless control over the unruly element, the masterful way he uses it to create, rather than destroy. Even Aaron draws closer as the fire shifts, depicting what Pylo describes.
Like fae, he begins, the Numa have a propensity for good and evil, and though they are wingless with dully shaped ears, they look much like us. In a way, they're our ancestors, our creators, though their true name was lost to most long ago.
Our ancestors? Our creators? Looking at the less ferocious images of the Numa in the flames, I have so many questions. What's their true name? Pylo's eyes flick to mine.
Human,
He says. Human? I try out the word on my tongue.
Long before Phelan existed, the humans dreamed.
The flames bend to his will again, causing the faces of the fiery figures to glow brighter.
They had visions while sleeping and awake, always filled with hope, wonder, and possibility. These dreams were powerful, so powerful, they collided in the finite space between sleep and awake, a realm we have since called the Chasm.
Lyra reaches out to the pit next, moving her hands in a circular rhythm. Over time, the collision of dreams formed a kind of seed. Sparks fly and then settle, leaving a single sphere of rolling flames hovering over simmering coals. A seed. Hickory's whisper turns into an elated shout. Are you saying that the seed that birthed our world came from pneumanic dreams? Hickory, hush, Vale says sharply. Of course that's not what she's saying. She turns to Lyra. Is it? Lyra smiles as the flaming ball opens into a developing scene of Phelan's terrain, answering Vale's question. Dream power fell like rain from our moons, watering the seed. Eventually, that seed birthed the sacred vine and all that we see around us. What's been stripped from history, however, is the true reason why the rain stopped. Stripped from history? Vale folds her arms, obviously not a fan of someone suggesting there's something her folk don't know. Lyra nods. Phelan was not always a land of deficiency and conflict. It was once a place of peace and harmony. The moon rain sustained a flourishing world filled with more magic than we know today. Out of the flaming land before us, winged fae flit about, casting sparks of magic. My fingers twitch as if wanting to join in on the display, curious to see if the fire would bend to my desires too. I sit on my hands. Even if I wanted to, the ever-sustaining chill still coursing through my body reminds me that it's no longer possible. At the time, every clan displayed mystical gifts that were powered by the moonstones. Lyra continues. They eventually inspired each etho. The Fae used these gifts to serve our world. Even during the first drought, the clans worked together to find the cause. Fae of all kinds shoot out of the pit and dart toward us. A dragon-winged pixie flies around my head, frantic in her search. I put out a finger to her. She shoots her fire at it threateningly, but the flames sizzle out against my cold skin. I sigh. Aaron is too busy swatting them away to notice, while Alice holds out her palm to one who curiously hovers over it. Well, obviously they were unsuccessful, Vale says shortly, examining the cluster of pixies clouded around Hickory's awe-filled face.
Not exactly.
Pylo closes his hand. The fairies look up sharply and return to the flames at once.
This was when we found the bridge to the human world.
Both Lyra and Pylo lift their hands, and two large spheres take form which are connected by a spiraling thread of fire.
Yes, the bridge! It's like a portal, right?
Hickory's good eye lights with excitement as I recall the drawings on his wall. The space between the two worlds. Lyra nods.
At the time, representatives from each clan crossed the bridge, entering the unknown world to study the humans, keeping our wings hidden, of course. She pulls her weathered dragon wings into the bones in her back. With her disarming smile and pointed ears hidden under her curly gray hair, I can only imagine the unaware humans welcoming her into their world with open arms.
Soon we learned that we could sense their dreams.
Pylo's voice sinks low with warning.
Dreams that had grown dark and cold in that ever-corrupting world.
That's when we discovered that our magic helped them, Lyra adds, her face brightening. From fueling and impassioning their dreams, she looks at Aaron, then to Alice, to even bringing dead ambitions back to life. Aaron's eyebrows lift, his lips parting. Is Lyra saying Aaron's silver tongue could be a good thing? Something touches my arm and I turn to Alice, her bare hand on my skin. Her eyes search mine.
Remember when I used my gift to enter your memories? Do you think that it could be similar to how the fairies affected the dreams of the humans? I finish her thought. Maybe.
Lyra continues. It was after we began helping the humans that the moon rain returned to Phelan. Quite by accident, we discovered our true purpose, to be the guardians of human dreams, especially the most innocent and powerful ones, belonging to the youngest of their offspring. The youthful, wingless figures in the fire dance around as Fae bestow their gifts upon them. I sit back. There's so much to take in. Could all of this be true?
The clan lords then commissioned us to do 3 things.
Pylo snaps his fingers as a circle of tall, winged fae form in the fiery scene.
The first, to control access to the bridge. Thus, we forged the key, a magical item that could open and close the bridge at will.
Pylo lifts one finger, and a long item with a pointed end rises out of the flames. If it's meant to be the key, it's the strangest shaped key I've ever seen. It looks more like a staff.
The second was to chronicle our experiences in the human world, which we called the Neverworld, and the magical ways of our gifts.
He lifts a second finger, and a rectangular shape appears next to the first.
So we recorded all of our secrets in the ancient book you found in Eldor.
We turn to Hickory at once. How are we going to tell the mystics we lost their book? Pylo reaches into his fur cloak.
Thank you for this, by the way.
He pulls out the very text we'd lost. My jaw drops as Vale's mouth closes tightly, eyes wide. She nervously clasps her hands together, her gaze going from the book to Pylo's face. You really have been following us all this time, she says in a breathy tone. Hickory eyes her, vindicated.
I told you I didn't lose it.
A hint of a smile plays along Lyra's face. We wrote the book in a language we created, so the information couldn't easily fall into the wrong hands. Although it seems like someone was smart enough to learn it. She gives Vale an impressed smile. Despite her skepticism, Vale lowers her face, hiding a soft blush. Pylo clears his throat, grabbing our attention again, and holds up a third finger.
Our third task was to raise a group of guardians we called the Travelers.
A force of flamed fairies rise in formation, standing at attention before Pylo, who sits a little taller under their gaze.
Only the Travelers could enter the Neverworld, and the clan representatives who first traveled to the Neverworld were assigned to be their teachers, the Mystics.
Wait, you mean Mystics weren't just Gwyllians? Hickory says hurriedly, hope brimming in his eyes.
There were originally Mystics from every clan.
Pylo scans each of our faces.
But we weren't the only Fae gifted with abilities like healing, persuasion, knowledge, visions, and fire.
Pylo's gaze stops on me. My stomach drops. He knows what I am. Although, is he saying that I'm not the only one?
We were simply the ones who trained the travelers in how to minister to the humans. Every year, the mystics chose a new group of younglings to join their ranks.
So, what happened to them?
Aaron still keeps his distance, though his unblinking eyes tell me he's intrigued. Pilo closes his eyes, bracing himself for the next part.
While our gifts are ultimately meant for good, they also have a darker side.
Pilo stares deeply into the flames, and the fire dims to almost nothing. Aaron looks around at the enclosing darkness as a chill falls over the cavern. Vale tugs one of the blankets tighter around her shoulders. Alice shivers, drawing closer to the embers in the sea of darkness.
The mystics did everything they could to keep the travelers from discovering this. But one traveler stumbled upon the truth and violently turned against our cause.
A shadow casts over Pilo's face.
He only saw the flaws of the humans, claimed that we'd become slaves to them. He wanted to use the dark parts of our abilities to turn the tide and make them slaves to us instead.
Without warning, crackling flames shoot into the air, taking the form of a gruesome, laughing face. It reaches out to us with wild, flickering fingers. I inch away from their reach and from the sudden heat against my skin. Pilo stirs the fire with a wave of his hand, and the flames settle.
We banished him and stripped him of his traveler status, cutting him off from the Neverworld. But he wouldn't be easily stopped. Gathering a flock of followers, he used dark magic to strengthen them and incite contention between the clans. The unity of the clans weakened. They began to question us, pushing for war. We called all travelers back from the Neverworld to help keep the peace, but...
His voice breaks at the end. Lyra places a hand on his shoulder and sighs. When the travelers returned, they were attacked by the Dark Traveler's army, she says softly, her cheerful demeanor fading for the first time. With the clans distracted by their own feuds, the travelers and most of our mystic brethren were killed. We all go still. Pilo's eyes are vacant and far off. The fist around his staff tightens as tears glisten in his eyes, reflecting off the flickering flames. A knot forms in my chest, imagining what it must have been like to see all their friends slaughtered before them. But I lean in tentatively, knowing there must be more to the story. Some of you survived. Hurried steps enter the cavern from the shadows, and we turn to find another cloaked figure. She lifts her hood to reveal a pixie not much younger than Pilo or Lyra, a flame flickering in her palm. Just how many of them are left? "Sorry to interrupt," says the pixie sternly. "A tunneler has been detected not far from here. We think the clan lords have sent a search party for the heirs." She eyes us warily. "Thank you, Kenna." Lyra stands, and the fire quenches to smoldering coals at the wave of her hand.
We'll have to continue this on the way.
Pilo motions for us to follow with his staff.
We'll guide you to the surface. There is more you should know about the dangers that await you above.
Chapter 62. "This way. Keep up," Kenna says gruffly. As we follow her down dark passages that appear to be ancient lava tubes, the three mystics lead the way with their flaming hands. The tunnel is narrow, so we walk pressed together. Our soft footsteps and unseen scuttling creatures are the only sounds in the dark. Aaron keeps in step with me as Vale, Hickory, and Alice walk ahead.
"What do you think Pilo meant by dangers above?"
Hickory whispers to us.
"I don't know. It seems dangerous enough already down here."
Aaron warily peers up at sharply pointed stalactites hanging from the ceiling. They tremble slightly as the sound of a tunneler boring through rock rumbles somewhere in the distance. "Why aren't they just bringing us to the tunneler?" Vale asks softly. "That would get us back to the surface a lot faster than this."
"They can't be seen by the clans.
Especially the Gwyllians, I say, not wanting to imagine what my folk would do if they knew that there were mystics still around. Never mind traveling through tunnels right under their city. They said that they're bringing us to the surface, so don't worry.
I'm still surprised that you're trusting them so easily.
Aaron raises a brow at me.
I mean, even I'm starting to believe their story, but it just doesn't seem like you would.
I hesitate. I'm not exactly ready to tell him that it's because I have the same ability as the mystics to call fire from my hands. Had the same ability. My shoulders slump. Thankfully, Hickory answers him before I have the chance. What reason do they have to lie? He says, still looking admiringly after them. Hey, do you think our parents have any idea about all this? No one else knows. The Dark Traveler made sure of that. Lyra speaks up from the front. Obviously, we haven't been as quiet as we thought. You see, when he attacked, the Gwyllian mystics were the strongest warriors and fought the hardest. Even we were nearly defeated. My brows raise. The Dark Traveler must have had a powerful advantage to stand against the likes of my folk. But you weren't defeated, I press again, eager to hear of some last-minute victory. Of course we weren't. Kenna's scoff echoes through the cavern. She sounds the most like the Gwyllians who I'm used to out of the three of them. Lyra turns around sharply, and our party halts. We survived, yes, to our shame. She eyes Kenna, who lowers her head. Instead of fighting until the end, we fled here to our mountains. The ache of her admission is evident in every crease of her face. Though she might be a mystic, the Gwyllian hate of weakness still runs deep. It's then that I realize we've stopped at what appears to be a dead end. Vale crosses her arms. This looks promising. Kenna huffs, muttering something under her breath. She steps up to the wall and places her hand firmly on the limestone. The spaces between her splayed fingers glow red with heat. The wall rumbles and shifts open. She turns back to Vale and smirks. You were saying? My eyes grow wide. The opening reveals yet another dark tunnel, only this one slopes upward. I look at Aaron. I told you. Digging his staff into craggy divots in the ground, Pylo hobbles forward as we tentatively follow.
Though we'd failed, our hope was to preserve the mystic way and someday rise again. When we returned to our mountains, however, we found that our chronicle of the Pneuma and their world had been stolen.
He pulls the ancient tome he's been carrying under his arm tighter to his side. Our key to the Neverworld was gone too, Lyra adds.
I bet it was the Dark Traveler.
Hickory bumps Alice's arm, and she nods in agreement.
Yes.
Pylo's voice grumbles low at the mention of the name.
We knew that he had everything needed to cast the curse that he always threatened to enact.
A curse? Vale looks up from examining a stalagmite rising up from the ground. What kind of curse?
One that could skew Fae history to favor his purposes,
Pylo says, huffing with the upward effort.
The humans would be remembered as vicious giants of pure evil. The clan war would become the war against the Pneuma, and the Dark Traveler would be remembered as our miraculous savior. As the undisputed king, he would use his power to control the clans and enslave the humans.
Pylo picks up his pace, and Vale scurries after him. But it was the Sylph King who saved us from the Pneuma, she insists as I picture the triumphant ruler depicted in Eldor's murals.
Ha!
Kenna laughs bitterly. You younglings really don't know anything, do you? The only way that blithering idiot of a sylph became king was because Pylo was smart enough to cast a counter-curse.
Kenna, please.
Pylo halts to silence her. Still, his chest seems to inflate at the compliment before quickly deflating.
Though it wasn't enough to cancel the curse entirely, it was the best I could come up with without the help of our missing tome.
Lyra puts a comforting hand on her husband's shoulder. We had hoped changing Phelan's savior would buy us some time to fully reverse the curse. Pylo shakes his head.
Without the travelers and our ability to re-enter the Neverworld, we've had no way to minister to the humans. They seem to have lost their way again, their dreams corrupted.
That's why the moon-rain droughts have returned. Hickory nods in understanding. Not only that, it's the reason for our dwindling resources. And even the plague, too. Kenna adds.
If not remedied, things will only grow worse.
Pylo's lips purse. Thus far, it seems that the sacred vine that ties our world together has been fighting to stay alive. Lyra stares deeply into our faces. In fact, we believe that it has connected you five in some way, perhaps drawing your gifts to the surface, bringing you together for this very moment. She places a hand on the vine-like tattoos on Alice's arm and looks at the spot where the pneumanic tattoo resides. I think I see a spark of hope in Pylo's eyes, but it dims as quickly as a doused flame.
If nothing is done,
he says gravely,
the vine will fall, and Phelan will crumble.
Just like Lord Torlon said,
Aaron says.
and like you've seen in your nightmares.
Alice signs to me. Right, I say to her. And Hickory's painting. He nods gravely. Wait, if all of Phelan's memories were changed, how come you remember? Vale accuses. Not only has Pylo threatened her impeccable knowledge, but also her clan's right to the throne.
Part of the counter curse included a protection spell that I was able to use over the remaining mystics,
Pylo explains, leaning heavily on his staff.
Not that it did much good. After the curse was cast, we awoke to a world that we no longer recognized, and that no longer recognized us.
Lyra sighs. When we tried to tell them the truth, we were rejected as worshippers of the Pneuma, superstitious fanatics. Our own Gwyllian brethren cast us out, banishing us into the mountain peaks. I shake my head and look at Vale. Her eyebrows are knit together with concern and confusion. If this is true, then our world has been so wrong about them. They rejected the one group who could save us all. If only my folk had listened.
What happened to this dark traveler figure?
Aaron asks.
Yes,
Hickory nods emphatically.
Where's he now?
Curses always come with a price. He didn't realize that this curse would cost him his life, and he was never seen again. His minions disbanded, but in recent years some seem to have taken up his mantle and mission. Through a series of spies, we discovered that the Queen herself found our text and was in search of the original key. With both, she planned to enslave the humans and bring the rest of Phelan to their knees. For good. And I was helping her, Vale whispers, her face paling as she puts the pieces together. I thought it was odd how desperate she was for me to translate the tome. I wondered what she was up to. I never imagined this. Alice places a gloved hand on Vale's arm as she starts to tremble. Lyra takes off her cloak and wraps it around Vale's shoulders. We tried to find out more through a series of spies. Only one was successful, at least in part. He found the original key and was able to steal it before the Queen could use it for herself. When he was unable to get it back to us, he passed through the bridge, taking the key with him so no one could follow into the Neverworld. Not even us.
That's the real reason why the Queen agreed to resurrect the Ethodine,
Pylo says.
To get her hands on the pieces necessary to create a new key. From decoding the tome's pages, I believe that you already know what those elements are.
Vale quietly recites the prophecy. Stone and dust they must combine, with every royal clan bloodline. Wait! Hickory cuts in.
Stone? Like moonstone? Yes,
Pylo encourages.
The same 3 elements that we used to create the first key are needed again. The moonstones, pixie dust, and blood from each clan's royal family.
You see, it's been quite impossible for anyone to construct a new key because of the clan divisions. But now, Lyra peers at all of us. The Queen has brought all the pieces together, just within her reach.
Just in time for the moon harvest.
Hickory purses his lips.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Kenna nods. She's also secured all the pixie dust she'll need for the ritual.
Aaron looks at me and mouths one word. Jasper. We saw him with a train full of pixie dust. But he had said that shipment wasn't for the Queen, didn't he? Vale pulls the cloak tighter as Lyra peers over at her. If you win the Ethodine, my dear, then the Queen will not only retain her control of Phelan through you, she'll also acquire the moonstones and the clan blood from the oath you've all promised to make. Pilo turns to the rest of us.
I wish we had time to teach you more about your gifts, what you're truly capable of. For now, you must use what you have to make sure that the Queen doesn't get hold of those elements. She mustn't create the new key and enter the Neverworld, at any cost.
Well, that settles it,
Aaron says firmly.
Sorry, Vale, but Quinn has to win this last trial. We can't let those items fall into your mother's hands.
No. My head whirls as I stand. I can't do that. Not with Gaius's life on the line.
Why not?
Hickory asks. I exhale. Because if Vale doesn't win, the Queen will kill my brother. Hickory blinks.
Quinn, are you sure you're all right?
He asks hesitantly.
Gaius is already dead, remember?
According to those two, he's not. I point at Aaron and Vale. What? Hickory stares at them in genuine shock. If he suspected Aaron's involvement in Gaius's death, then he obviously had no idea that my brother might still be alive. Vale spins to Aaron, refusing to meet my eyes. You told her?
I had to, he says. She deserved to know.
None of that matters now. I slump against the tunnel wall, my head in my hands. I should have known already. Gaius, he's been in the nightmares I told you about, maybe trying to tell me the truth this whole time. I didn't think it was important until I found out that he's alive. My voice cracks, the words dying on my lips. Aaron moves toward me.
Quinn, I know you don't have any reason to trust me, but we'll figure something out. If we can stop her, then we'll make her hand over Gaius.
That's a pretty big if, I say. How in Phelan are we supposed to do that?
What if we create the key ourselves?
Aaron offers. I shake my head. We still need the moonstones and tons of pixie dust.
We could try telling the clan leaders the truth,
Hickory says.
Maybe they can stop her.
Do you really think they'd believe us?
Alice signs. Alice is right. They didn't believe the mystics before, and they won't believe us now. I barely believe it myself. I wave away the idea. If the Queen wasn't holding Gaius hostage, then I'd say we could just stay in hiding until after the moon harvest. She can't create the key without us. I groan and turn to Vale. Are you sure you don't know where she's keeping him? If we knew, then we could just march in there and steal him back. Even if I knew, she'd see that coming a mile away. She's always prepared for every possibility. Vale stops and stares ahead where a small bit of light from the surface is breaking through at the end of the tunnel. There's only one thing she won't see coming. Only one way that's sure to stop her plans. Oh yeah? What's that? I cross my arms, already preparing to shoot her proposal down. I have an idea. Each of us would have to play a part. Her eyes scan over the others and settle on me. And you might not like yours. I'm about to argue again, but as I look at her, I see Wit staring back at me. I'm doing what I've always done, what Wit always resented me for, what led to her betrayal. Thinking that I know best, refusing to listen or let anyone in. I have a choice. I can fight Vale, or I can choose to accept her help, to dare to trust her,
to trust all of them. Can I put my brother's life in their hands? My own life? Vale knows her mother better than any of us, and the others are looking at me as if they're ready to follow me into battle, wherever that might lead. I unclench my tightened fists and take a step toward Vale, letting out a belabored breath. Try me. Chapter 63.
There they are!
A Gwyllian soldier calls out as the five of us stagger back into the stadium, covered in bruises and dirt. The clan leaders fly to us in a flurry. My father reaches me first.
Are you all right?
He extends a hand to examine my battered wing, then stops short, as if not sure how to proceed.
We haven't had an earthquake in quite some time. We were worried that the competition might be finished.
Oh, my darling! The Queen darts to Vale, cupping her face in her hands, examining every inch of her. We flew after you when you fell, but debris shifted over the opening too quickly. Lord Zephin puts a hand on Hickory's shoulder.
We sent a tunneler to retrieve you. It seems you managed just fine on your own.
Zephin gives him an impressed smile. The five of us glance at each other, keeping quiet about the details. All that the mystics had told us still swirls in my head. They brought us to the surface like they promised, then quickly disappeared back into the shadows once we were safe. In preparation for your return, the clan leaders agreed that you'd all receive treatment for any wounds and 1 night to recuperate, the Queen says, clutching Vale to her side. Tomorrow, Vale and Quinn will have a rematch. Vale eyes me, giving me a subtle nod. We have a plan. Now we just have to hope it works. As we're guided into the city, I chew my lip. I can't help picturing all the ways that things could still go terribly wrong. If we don't play things right, there's still a chance the Queen could get all she wants and I could lose my brother forever. But Vale is right. Out of all our options, her plan is our best shot. We have to at least try. Overnight, the news about the sudden earthquake that almost put an end to all the clan heirs spreads throughout Phelan like wildfire. By morning, the Gwyllian port is past capacity with even more faerie ships arriving for the final duel than the day before. With the destruction of the stadium, my father moves the trial to a valley where the clans can watch from the surrounding mountain peaks above. As we arrive, the rocky slopes are already packed with fae, though the usual clan boundaries are forced to blend together. I walk out to meet Vale, still nursing some pain in my right wing. I never got the chance to find Alice and let her finish healing it. Vale and I raise the weapons of our fathers. Ready to lose on your own land? Vale says loudly as we circle each other. Or you could just bow down and surrender now, I call back, waving my sword toward the ground with a smirk. I don't think so. Vale glances back at her mother. Today, we fight to the end. The gong strikes, and we're off. This time, neither one of us holds back. We seem evenly matched as metal clashes again and again. Vigorous cheers and calls for certain blows ricochet off the mountains. Even clan members who aren't Gwyllian or Sylph join the fray with gusto. We stand toe-to-toe, blades slashing. Vale falls back first. I advance, hitting again and again. We find a rhythm. High, then low, then high again, we dance. Swiping at her knees, she dodges, easily predicting my moves. Though my father looks concerned, I try to stay focused. You've gotten good at this, I call out between blows. You must have had an excellent teacher. She was all right, Vale smirks. But I've come up with a few moves of my own. She lunges forward with a move I definitely didn't teach her, spinning through the air as she slices. I shift to dodge. A shooting pain from my unhealed wing zings through my back. I falter. Her blade catches my face, splitting a fine line through my cheek. The crowd gasps. I touch the cut, smearing the blood down my face. Vale looks just as shocked. My opening. I charge at her, Vale blocking my strikes as she draws back. No more playing Around. I accent every word with a swing of my sword. I couldn't agree more. She finds her footing and our blades clash, locking in a standstill. She thrusts me back, releasing her feather wings, shooting into the air. I follow her, but my wing spasms again. I can't keep this up much longer. Our blades meet in the open sky, and I look for a weak spot. She's not guarding her left side. I thrust toward the inside of her free arm, making a gash. She hisses, stunned long enough that I aim for her sword. I hit hard, and she falls. Her father's blade clatters to the ground just out of reach. She stretches for it. I land, whipping my blade between her and the sword, daring her to reach for it again. She lifts her hands, her chest heaving. I follow her with the end of my blade until she shifts to her knee. I surrender, she says. The mountainsides erupt in surprise and cheers, my folk pounding the ground like a stampede. My father stands tall, nodding to me with the smallest lift at the corners of his mouth, while the Queen's face grows as purple as her gown. Congratulations, Vale says through heaving breaths, looking up at me. It's done. You've won. Not quite. I swallow hard and brace myself, knowing what I have to do next. I bring back my sword and thrust it toward her body. Vale gasps. The arena goes still. Her wide eyes don't stray from mine, not even to the blood pooling at her chest. There's only one thing she won't see coming, Vale had said in the cavern. Only one way that's sure to stop her plans. I clench my teeth, squeezing my eyes closed as I pull out my blade, now stained with Vale's blood. My stomach lurches as she gives me a sad smile and collapses to the ground. The Queen's face goes from raging purple to ghost white. Her blood-curdling scream echoes through the valley. Vale! 2 Gwyllian guards seize my arms and yank my sword away. I look at my father. His face has dropped, going from pleasure at my victory to confusion at my bloodshed. I've broken the rules that he set himself. There's nothing he can do to save me now. The Queen rushes to Vale's side as Aaron, Alice, and Hickory dart in from the crowd. I'm sorry, Mother. Vale tries to get out the words, blood trailing from her mouth. I did my best. Shh. Her mother holds her like a little sprout. It's going to be okay. Mother, Vale persists, coughing up more blood. I love you. Then her eyes roll back into her head. Her chest stills. Taking Vale's wrist in his hand, Aaron feels for a pulse. He turns to the Queen with wide eyes.
I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. She's gone.
He turns to me in a fury. What did you do? The Queen's eyes fill with tears and rage. You'd already won. Why do this? I take a breath. You took my brother, so I took your daughter. Her eyes flash. Picking up Vale's blade, she stands and points the sword directly at me. Guards, give her back her weapon.
Gwendolyn, what are you doing?
My father calls. That's Queen, Gwendolyn, to you. She points the sword at him. I am still Queen. Your daughter has broken the rules of the Ethodine. She points the weapon back at me. So I challenge her in my daughter's stead. The entire crowd stands still as the guards let go of me. They hand me back my weapon and back away, giving us the field. The usually demure Queen removes her robe and casts it to the ground, revealing long, toned arms. She swings her late husband's blade powerfully through the air with precision, settling into a starting stance that's not one of a pampered royal, but of a trained warrior. Wait. Something she said weeks ago flashes through my mind. Her father had been a Sylph guard, and her third husband, Vale's father, had been head of the militia. I narrow my eyes. It looks like she was trained well. But so was I. No one will interfere, the Queen commands loudly, though her tear-stained glare doesn't waver from my face. This is it. I narrow my eyes, taking my own stance. Long live the Queen. Releasing her feathered wings, Queen Gwendolyn leaps into the air, flying toward me with a terrible cry. With all her rage, she hurtles her blade down on me. I brace my sword against the blow. The surprising force sends tremors through my arms, nearly bringing me to the ground. I push back with a groan, shoving her back into the air. The effort sends pain radiating through my back again. I'm not going to last long like this. I prepare to lunge forward, but the Queen shoots down at me again savagely, her eyes wild, forcing me to the ground. I block, dive, and duck. Her swings are so blindingly fast, I don't have a moment to retaliate. I miss deflecting her next stab, and it jams into my already weakened wing. My breath hitches, and I cry out as she yanks the blade free. She sneers. I'm panting, sweat pooling down my face and into my eyes. This has to end. Now. I can't let Vale's sacrifice be in vain. The Queen thrusts her blade again at my shoulder, but I lift my arm just in time. She falters, and I bring my arm down over hers, pinning the Queen to my side. This is for my brother, I whisper. Flipping my blade around, I drive the handle into her chest, knocking the wind out of her. The Queen collapses to her knees. Before she can recover, I kick at her hand. Her sword releases from her grasp long enough for me to catch it. Turning her own blade against her, I corner her with weapons crossed, her neck trapped between the blades. The guards rush in. I bring the blades closer, warning them to back off. Tell them! I command the Queen as the horrified crowd watches us breathlessly. Tell them all the truth. What you did, what you've been planning, and I won't kill you. The Queen hesitates. You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? I inch the blades closer. Thanks to you, I have nothing left to lose. The razor-sharp edges graze her neck. Okay, she relents, eyes on the swords. She starts to whisper. Louder, I demand. The Ethodine is a sham, she yells. The crowd erupts in shocked murmurs. I was never going to let anyone but Vale win. Her voice cracks at the end. She's failed in the worst possible way. That's not all, is it? I glare, tightening my fingers on the hilts. Tell them what you were going to do with the winnings. The Queen's eyes widen, then narrow. They finally got to you, didn't they? The mystics. Before she can say any more, I press the blades further, drawing blood. Wait, she cries out. There's an ancient item that can bring the Pneuma back to our world. The crowd's murmurs grow louder. I needed the Moonstones and Blood Oath to create it. With it, I could have controlled the Pneuma and made Phalenians bow to the Sylphs once and for all. My jaw shifts. This isn't the exact story the mystics told us. Does she not know the true nature of the Pneuma? Or were the mystics partly mistaken? Either way, her confession is enough to dethrone her. Arrest her! My father's voice booms. Gwyllian's soldiers rush to the Queen. She thrashes in their grasp, trying to lunge at me, landing on her knees. You may have stopped this plan, pirate, but I will destroy you for what you have taken from me today. Mother? Comes a soft, familiar voice as gasps flood the valley. The Queen halts, rage draining as her daughter steps into her line of sight, dried blood caked around a wound that's no longer there. Vale, the Queen stammers, shaking. How? It doesn't matter. Vale kneels in front of her. I'm okay. Really. Hickory and Aaron smile as Alice replaces her glove. It worked. With the Queen in her weakest and most vulnerable state, Aaron used his silver tongue, persuading her that Vale was already dead. Then, while all eyes were on me and the Queen, Aaron and Hickory blocked in Alice, who was able to heal her. Vale eyes me. The element of surprise. It's all right, Mother. Vale smiles sadly at her, glancing at the guards still holding the Queen's arms. The worst is over. But I'm not finished yet. I'm sorry, Vale. It isn't over quite yet. I lift my father's sword toward the Queen again. Where's my brother? If you've hurt him, so help me. The Queen's expression goes from confusion to amusement in a matter of seconds.
The mystics didn't tell you?
Tell me what? I demand. She coughs out a laugh.
I don't have him, my dear. I never did. After stealing something precious to me, your brother escaped my clutches into the Neverworld.
My head whirls. The Neverworld? But that would mean Gaius was the spy the mystics had mentioned? You're lying. My blade trembles in my hand. It's another trick. It has to be. Why wouldn't they have told me? The Queen shrugs with a smirk.
If you don't believe me, then you should ask them.
She points at the sky as screams ring out across the valley. Shadows loom over us. Shrieking figures fill the air like a swarm of locusts, blocking out the sun. Goblins. There are hundreds of them. They swoop down on the mountainsides and the battlefield around me, fangs bared and talons raised. Quinn! Aaron yells, and I turn. 2 goblins have him firmly by the arms as if they mean to pull him apart. I go for him, but his eyes widen at something behind me. Watch out! One of the goblins knocks my blade to the ground, while another grabs me from behind. He wraps his arms so tight around my arms and chest that it's hard to breathe. Around us, goblins patrol the sky and fill the valley, hissing with talons poised to strike anyone who makes a wrong move. They've detained all the soldiers, taking their weapons, turning them on us.
My queen, you don't want to do this,
Aaron says slowly, his words rippling through the air. He's trying to use his silver tongue on her again. Gag him, the Queen commands. She was too emotional to resist his gift before. Now she has her guard up. I don't want one peep coming out of him. Reclaiming her usual poised posture, she turns to me.
You thought you were so clever. I bet you weren't counting on my friends here.
Gwendolyn, you traitor!
My father yells through a gang of goblins encircling the clan lords.
What's the meaning of this?
Calls Lord Kaito. He has his trident poised toward the goblin inching toward them. At least some of the folk are still armed.
One way or another, I will have what I want, the Queen tells them calmly. You will put down your weapons and hand over your moonstones, or I will make sure Vale is the only heir left alive to rule.
A goblin points a Gwyllian sword inches from my neck, while the one holding me squeezes harder.
They await my command.
The Queen lifts a hand.
Believe me, these creatures are not as patient as I am.
Mother, don't! Vale calls, also restrained by a goblin.
This is for your own good, Vale, for the good of all of Phelan. You'll see very soon.
No, you don't understand! The Queen waves her hand, and another goblin gags Vale. The Queen turns back to the clan lords.
Now, hand over the stones, or you can watch your legacies end here and now.
I hang my head. I'm doomed. My father has never given in to threats easily, and he isn't going to start now. Strangely, a peace washes over me. At least this way, the Queen won't win. When I lift my head, my father is pulling off one of the many rings on his fingers. As he does, the stone inside it glows a bright red. The Gwyllian moonstone. No. I watch in horror as the other leaders follow. Lord Torlon removes the orb from the top of his staff. It lights up with a greenish hue. Lord Kaito takes a gem from his trident. It takes on a bluish sheen. Lord Zephin removes his goggles, pulling off a gold stone embedded in the strap. What are you doing? Stop! I shout at them.
If we don't do this, then we lose everything,
my father says solemnly, refusing to look my way. I can't tell if he means losing the only heir to his throne or losing his daughter. His unusually soft tone makes me hope it's a little of both. My heart sinks as the goblins collect the stones and hand them to the Queen.
Very wise move.
The Queen motions to the goblins. Now we fly. Bring the heirs. What? My father barks, his muscles tightening. Though unarmed and outnumbered, he advances toward her. The goblins hiss at him to stand down.
Please, you have what you need. Leave our younglings alone,
Lord Torlon pleads. I told you, your spawn's blood is necessary to my plan, the Queen shoots back. The creation of the ancient item I require calls for royal blood from each clan heir. They'll be coming with me. And if you follow, she warns, I'll personally make sure they suffer slowly and painfully. The Queen and her goblin army take to the skies, dragging the 5 of us with them into the air. I fight the one holding me, but with my damaged wing, I fear the drop more than the goblin. Below us, the lords helplessly watch us go. Except for my father. He's already turned away. Flying toward the woodlands, I see our destination ahead. The Sacred Vine. Chapter 64. We failed. How did the tables turn so quickly? We were sure we'd thought of everything. Everything except for the Queen having help. And from the goblins, no less. Has she been controlling them this whole time? The goblins' black wings must be stronger than any normal fairies, because they don't stop until we approach our destination, the Sacred Vine. As they fly, out of the flapping of their wings wafts an overpowering scent. A bittersweet mix of pixie dust and ash. It comes on wings of ash and dust. My chest tightens. This is it. The mystic prophecy is finally coming to pass. I look up to the darkening sky, the moons clustering together, nearly ready for the moon harvest. The end is coming. As the flying horde lands at the base of the vine, the Fae of Shree scatter, shrieking as goblins rush the streets. Wings of all kinds take to the skies in the forest as shopkeepers barricade themselves in their stalls. No one's coming to help us. Our captors drag the 5 of us to a dirt clearing near the base of the vine, lining us up in an arc before the Queen. Though Aaron is still gagged, that doesn't stop him from trying to wriggle out of the goblin's grasp, his worried eyes fixed on me. Alice is struggling too. She glares at the goblins furiously, probably remembering what they did to Toma. She tries to remove her gloves, but her goblin captor holds her hands firmly behind her back. Hickory helplessly watches Vale as she attempts to reason with her mother once again, her muffled pleas barely distinguishable through her gag.
Mother, please!
The Queen ignores her, inspecting the area around us and observing the moons above until she's satisfied. Perfect. Now, we begin. She waves a hand to the remaining goblins, and they spread out. Some of them clear branches away from the vine's trunk, while others grab pickaxes and shovels from a nearby blacksmith stand and drive them into the earth. No longer in attack mode, their elongated arms drag along the floor, heads hanging low. What did she do to them? Hickory whispers to me as we watch the goblins dig. The creature holding him snarls as the Queen approaches. Hickory, dear, don't be rude. Please, speak up so we can all hear you. I was just wondering, Hickory stammers. They're all fairies, yes? How did they end up like this? His captor sustains a low growl, saliva dripping from his fangs onto Hickory's shoulder. Hickory grimaces. Ah, you should know the great potential of pixie dust more than anyone. The Queen places a hand on the goblin's arm, and it stills. My private team of sylph researchers and kobold inventors have been experimenting with dust concoctions over the years, testing enhancement potential. Criminals and vagrants have made for perfect test subjects. Most of them have been more than willing to join the cause. Well, the ones who survived. She turns to me. Take Jasper, for instance. He was more than eager to enter the labyrinth, promising to kill you and bring your blood to me, or at least throw you off the scent. An icy cold settles in my core. Moonface had only been a distraction, working for the Queen's purposes. Had the dust he collected in the tunnels been for the Queen after all? Or did he have other deals on the side?
I knew I should have sent someone more capable, the Queen scoffs. He was always much better at wrangling in test subjects who needed a bit more convincing.
I think of Luna in Tartarus, begging for her life. If I hadn't saved her, then she probably would have been turned into one of these things. The Queen lifts my chin with her finger.
It's a pity I needed you for the competition. You would have made a strong goblin. Don't you touch her,
Aaron's voice threatens, and I turn to see he's edged the gag out of his mouth. The Queen snatches a knife from a goblin and presses it to my neck, shooting him a daring glare.
One more word out of you, and I'll finish what Jasper couldn't.
Aaron clamps his mouth shut, frantic eyes darting to me. The Queen grins.
Everyone has a weakness. Who knew you had so many?
She draws away from me, and I struggle to lunge after her as she points the knife at Aaron.
You've been helpful in the past, my dear prince, but lately you've been more trouble than you're worth. Things would have been so much easier if my goblins had succeeded in disposing of you in the woodlands as planned, bringing me your blood.
I freeze, seeing a flash of the goblin going after Aaron during the lynxicorn attack. Something had been in its hand. It must have been a syringe. She glares at the goblin restraining Aaron.
Get that gag back on, and make sure it stays this time.
The goblin quickly obeys. I narrow my eyes. Is that what you created them for? To do your dirty work? She whips back to me.
The Numa have a life source that feeds our land, a source we once served them to acquire. Without it, our world is dying. So, I sought to create an advanced breed of fae strong enough to infiltrate the Neverworld and force the Numa to serve us instead. In the end, it was samples from Noel's victims combined with pixie dust that helped us develop a formula for the perfect servants. The initial fever burned their bodies to a crisp, but if they survived, each creature became as strong as 10 Gwillians, with a weak and easily malleable mind.
The Queen pets the goblin's head and it lets out a grumbling purr.
With the numbers we've experimented on, we now have the makings of an army of super fairies to do our bidding. We'll soon be ready to take complete control of both the Numa and Fairy World. No more threat of war or enslavement. Just complete peace under one rule.
She means her rule. Her eyes are wild. She's so hungry for control that she can't even see she's already begun creating her own brand of enslavement.
All we needed was a way into the Neverworld.
The Queen's gaze trails back to me with a glare.
I was hunting down the original key and finally had it within my grasp until it was stolen by your insolent brother.
I grit my teeth, struggling against the goblin's hold.
Thankfully, I was raised to always think through every angle, to have a plan for every possible scenario. In the event that I never gained possession of the key, I had set a secondary plan in motion to create a new key. I sought to collect the elements I needed peaceably, using the Ethodine to aid my cause. As long as Vale won, she would have been awarded the Moonstones and the right to your blood without the mess of a war. Our world has already been through so much, but once again a Gwillian heir is forcing me to take drastic measures.
She snaps her fingers, and the goblins push us to the area where the others have been digging. At first, I fear we're being dragged to our graves. Instead, a pattern of winding trenches has been dug into the ground. It's the sign of the Numa. 3 circles, each smaller one inlaid inside the other, with the 10 petals of the iconic flower stretching over them. The key to power is the sign. Goblins carry over baskets of pixie dust and pour it into the trenches made by each flower petal. The Queen takes the amulet from around her neck and pulls out the stone that now glows purple, the 5th and final moonstone. The 5 of us are stationed on the tip of every other petal, while the Queen places each of our moonstones on the petal that lies opposite us. The symbol's petals have become dust-filled ditches, connecting us to our moonstones.
It's a ritual circle.
Hickory's eyes are wide as he stares at the Queen.
You plan to sacrifice us?
In a way. Just enough blood for the ritual to be completed. The Queen circles us as she speaks, motioning to the sky. According to the mystic tome, once the moons align, their light will illuminate the inner circle. This center circle represents the moons themselves, tying the outer circles of our 2 worlds together, Phelan and the Neverworld. The pixie dust will fuse your blood with the moonstones to create a new key, one that will finally open the door to the Neverworld. The Queen motions to the sacred vine, where a large door etched into its base has been uncovered. The pneumanic symbol is at its center. It looks just like the painting of the door that was on Hickory's wall. The vine isn't just the root of our world. The portal to the Neverworld lives inside it. She stops in front of me. Once the door is opened, the goblin's first order of business is to find your brother and put an end to his miserable life. Panic flares within me, and I lunge again with all my might. The goblin holding me is too strong. The Queen laughs. Tie up our guests and prepare them to make their blood oath. Be careful with Vale, but don't worry about spilling too much blood from the others. Everything moves in slow motion. I lock eyes with my friends as they attempt one last time to escape their captor's grasps. Alice fights the hardest, releasing her wings to try to fly away, kicking with all of her might. Her goblin holds both her wrists with one thick hand, using the other to wrap them tightly with a rope. With its sharp talon, it cuts her arm. I watch as her blood trickles into the ditch and magically travels across the dust-filled ditches to each moonstone. My captor spins me around and I try to fight too. I can't let this happen. But seeing the goblin's face, I stop. This goblin isn't a puck. She's a pixie. Past her fangs and disfigured form, I see the stubby horns and big rounded eyes. This goblin is Wit. Chapter 65. I stare into the eyes of my former friend, unable to move. It's as if I'm staring into a mirror. One thought keeps running through my mind. This could have been me. If I'd become captain of the Minnow, whatever steps led Wit here would have led me to this same fate. The awful things we last said to each other sit like a pit in my stomach. Her fangs and deformities perfectly depict our bitterness toward each other. Bitterness fully nurtured, fully grown, and fully manifested. Wit? I ask quietly as she binds a rope around my wrists. Wit, it's me, Quinn. Nothing. Wit doesn't flinch. Is she too far gone? More beast than faerie now? I can't believe that. I've got to know for sure. I know we didn't end on good terms, but do you really want me to bleed to death? Wit takes out her switchblade, the same one she used so many times on our missions, and cuts a deep gash in my arm. I yelp as blood trickles down into the ditch. Okay, I deserve that, I say, wincing, and I understand if you'd rather have me gone. But do you really want crazy lady over there to take over? To dictate your life like this? Are you really going to kill my brother? You're a pirate, Wit. You're not a stone-cold murderer. Wit growls, tightening my ropes. Wit, I whisper one more time, hanging my head. I understand why you resent me, why you did what you did. I'm impossibly selfish. I never deserved you as a friend. For my part, I want you to know, no matter what happens, I'm so sorry. For a brief moment, Wit stills. Her fangs recede, and her eyes search mine. Then the sound of a whip cracks. Wit howls. A goblin stands behind her with a long cord in his hand. Wit's fangs resurface as she thrusts me closer to the ritual circle. The time has come! The Queen points to the sky. This is it. In the starlit sky, the moons are clustered together, nearly aligned. Our combined blood has reached the moonstones. I stare again at the 4 fae who were once my rivals. Now if we die, at least we'll die together as friends. The moons glide into place, and their united beam shines down to the middle of the symbol. The moonstones glow and send light through the sea of pixie dust, back to our bodies. A surge shoots through me, and I scream, the sound mingling with the screams of the others. It's as if hot light is filling every fiber of my body, threatening to increase until I explode. When the blinding light and pain finally recede, I gasp for breath and gaze into the ritual circle. There, formed by our blood and the magic of the moons and dust, stands a golden staff. It's studded with a pattern of new moonstones, each glowing with one of the 5 clan colors. It looks exactly like the sylphic scepter depicted in the murals in Eldor. The key to power is the sign. No, not is. We must have had the translation wrong. The key to power is found in the sign. The scepter. It all makes sense now. The story of the sylphic scepter was twisted just like the other parts of our history. It isn't what banished the Pneuma to the Neverworld. It's the key that allowed the Fae to travel to it. Beautiful. The Queen gazes at the scepter suspended in midair. Taking it in her hand, she runs her fingers over the engravings before heading toward the vine.
Let's see what this can do.
Bring Vale to me and gather up the other 4.
They'll make strong goblins.
The goblins yank us away from the symbol, and my heart races. We're going to become goblins. Gaius is going to die. Both worlds will be in ruins, and I'm out of ideas. The others look as exhausted as I feel. Even Alice, who had begun to heal herself, hangs her head in defeat. Something grazes my hands, cutting at the rope that binds me. Wit's switchblade. My eyes grow wide in confusion.
Run,
she growls softly, the words coming out strained and garbled, even worse than Moonface's had.
I can't escape fate. You can.
Wit is giving me an out. I could take it. It's what I always do when things get tough, and they're worse than ever now. But this time, looking at my friends, new and old, I can't. Somewhere along the way, I started to care. I started to need them. I can't abandon them now when they need me the most. We'll survive together, or we'll die together. Putting a hand on Wit's arm, I smile at her. You always forget Maverick's wise words, my friend. A pirate never retreats. Wit smiles back, fangs and all.
Then you need this.
She hands me her switchblade. I nod, and it's like we're back on the minnow, knowing each other's intentions without words. In one swift movement, Wit growls and turns on her fellow goblins who still have their hold on the others. Some goblins scatter while others launch themselves at her. I go for Alice's binds first. She grabs my arm.
I have an idea.
I don't even question her. Do it. The Queen spins around at the commotion.
What in Phelan is going on?
Alice puts her fingers to her mouth. My gaze connects with Vale's, and her eyes light up as Alice lets out a long whistle. As I dart for Hickory, a large winged figure looms overhead, striking fear in the goblins around us.
Dragon!
One of them cries as Toma descends on the scene. Alice mounts him, and together they attack. Toma breathes hot gusts of fire, and the goblins scatter. He lets out a booming roar. The ground trembles.
Another earthquake?
Hickory asks as I cut his binds. Not this time. I smile. I think it's reinforcements. Beasts of all kinds emerge from the woodlands. They pour into the streets of Shree, bounding toward us.
Yes!
Hickory cheers. He grabs a fallen sword and flies onto a passing horse that charges into the fray.
Let's do this!
Aaron tries to speak through the gag as I untie his hands. Pulling it away, he beams at me.
Have I told you that I love you lately?
I roll my eyes. I don't have time to decide if I've fully forgiven him for everything quite yet, let alone talk of love. Still, my heart races. Can't we maybe talk about this later? I allow a small laugh and put my switchblade in his hand. He returns it.
You're going to need this more than me in a minute.
What are you talking about? Before he can explain, a team of goblins comes running toward us, fangs bared. I go to throw the blade, but Aaron stops me and begins to sing. It's a wordless melody, eerie and beautiful at the same time. Immediately, the goblins stop and turn their rage on each other, as if now believing each other to be the enemy. Aaron nods.
Feels good to put this curse of mine to good use.
He grabs my shoulders. I freeze, thinking he's about to kiss me. He just smiles.
I'll hold these goons off and make a safe path through so you can get to Vale and stop the Queen.
I nod as he points to where Vale is on the other side of the battle. Still gagged and held by the goblin at her back, she can only watch as her mother struggles to open the door with the scepter. There's still a sea of goblins separating us. I look at the switchblade in my hand, wishing I had my fire for the first time since it disappeared. I shrug. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Following Aaron through the battle, I slice and stab, cutting down any who dare to lunge at me. Hickory cries out, and my head whips around. One of them has tackled him off his horse, and his sword is too far out of reach. The creature pins him to the ground, saliva dripping from its fangs. I take aim and fling the switchblade into the goblin's back. It falls lifelessly to the side. Another is quick to try and take its place. Aaron flies in, tackling the goblin to the ground. His song makes the creature go rigid as stone. Aaron holds out a hand to help Hickory up. He takes it gladly, and I sigh with relief. Hickory pulls the switchblade out of the other goblin's back, giving me a nod of thanks. Then his eyes fill with fear. "Look out!" Hickory points behind me. I whip around again. Lifting a clawed hand, a towering goblin moves to cut me down, then freezes mid-swing. His face goes slack as he drops to the ground, an arrow lodged in his head. War cries bellow from the streets. For a moment, I think I might be dreaming as Layman and my father fly in with the other lords, followed by a small army of fae from every clan. The goblins screech, flying to meet them, colliding in the sky. Layman darts to me, shooting an arrow into a goblin's eye on the way. "How did you find us?" I ask, as he continues shooting down one goblin after another, blocking me from the battle. A flap of wings sound behind me. I snatch an arrow from Layman's quiver and spin, lodging it into the goblin's chest just in time.
Nice work,
Layman says as I yank the arrow out and keep my back to his, ready for the next attack.
Your father called for the clans to unite right after the 5 of you were taken. We followed in the direction the goblins flew until the beam of moonlight confirmed your location. We're just sorry we couldn't get here sooner.
Wait, my father did what? I ask in disbelief, scanning the battle. Phaedon is cutting down the goblins with his broadsword in hand, completely in his element. He's side by side with Lord Kaito, who swings his trident, calling water from a nearby fountain to crash over the creatures as an army of tunnelers barrel through the streets at Lord Zephin's command.
Layman, could use your help over here, son,
Lord Torlon calls. I expect to see the Dryad Lord in trouble. Instead, he ducks the curled horns on his head and changes into a giant black ram, pummeling through a crowd of goblins. Lady Navi follows him, her arms shifting into green vines that wind tightly around the goblins, tossing them in the air. Layman chuckles.
Can't let my parents have all the fun? You all right on your own?
I cock a brow at him. Please, I'm the pirate Shade. Menace of the
5 provinces. Yeah.
He smiles.
You might want these back then. Your father found them in your preparation room and asked me to give them to you.
Reaching into his belt, he takes out the twin daggers I left behind. My chest tightens. Gaius. All this will be for nothing if I fail to save him again. I take the daggers. Thank you. Layman nods.
I'll clear you a path.
In seconds, he shifts into his wolf form and rushes back into the fight, taking down goblin after goblin between me and the sacred vine. Layman can't handle them all. With my trusty daggers back in my hands, I furiously fight my way through the swarm. On the way, I pass Alice and Toma in the thick of things. Without a word between us, they position themselves to handle the goblins at my back. Toma lets out a loud roar, and soon Aaron and Hickory are fighting their way over to us too, guarding my sides. Finally, I see Vale. She remains bound and guarded ahead, with the Queen standing in front of the door in the sacred vine. It's still closed. Thank Phelan. Lunging forward with my own battle cry, I take down the last goblins in my way. I fling a dagger at the one holding Vale, and it lodges in his temple. As he falls to the ground, Vale lifts her hands hurriedly to remove her gag. "Quinn, wait! Don't!" she calls out. It's too late. I throw the other dagger right at the Queen. She spins and points the scepter at the weapon. The scepter's magic flings my blade to the side. No. I halt. I've done it again. Acted too fast and too rashly. I have no defenses left. The Queen sneers.
You come at me with knives while I hold the most powerful weapon in the world.
She points the scepter at me. The air crushes in around me as I'm lifted off the ground.
Who's the strongest now?
She taunts. I look at my friends using everything they have to fight the enemy, while I hang helplessly in the air. I'm useless. Weak. The scepter crushes harder, as if a fist is closing around me, grinding my bones. Just as black spots form in my vision, Vale yells and leaps at her mother. They tumble to the ground together, including the scepter. I collapse and gasp for air. I struggle to get up as the Queen grabs the scepter again. This time, she points it at Vale. "You ungrateful girl," she yells. "I've sacrificed so much for you, and how do you repay me?" Now Vale is the one in the air, clawing for breath. "Mother, please, don't," she gasps. "Why, Vale? Why would you turn on me?" Vale takes in a short breath. "Everything I've done is for your own good, Mother." Vale's courage sets my blood ablaze, melting my icy fears. A familiar heat that I thought I'd lost sparks. Though it singes my chest, strength returns to my bones. I might have one weapon left. I catch sight of Alice and Toma fending off a goblin horde. Her voice rings in my mind.
Gift or curse, your ability does not define you. What you do with it, that's what defines you.
The heat inside me burns hotter as I recall the memories of Alice healing me, even despite the pain it inflicted on her. Hickory is still battling with all his might. I think of him trusting me with his darkest fears and craziest theories. Vale struggles for her last breath, and I remember her one wish, to make her father proud. My blood boils. In the battle, Aaron uses his song to fight. His words from earlier come back to me.
Feels good to put this curse of mine to good use.
No holding back. I grit my teeth. Not anymore. I know what I have to do. And though this move will mean losing my brother again, maybe forever, it also means saving him. Saving everyone. I raise my hands, and instead of letting bitterness and anger fuel me, I call forth all the good I've experienced on this journey. Fire blazes in my hands. I hiss through the pain, and it quickly extinguishes. What had Hickory and Alice said that night in the tunnels? Maybe something is blocking you. You need to let go. It isn't enough to embrace the good. I have to let go of what's holding me back. Let's go, I command myself through clenched teeth. In that moment, I let go of everything I can think of. My bitterness toward Wit, my hatred and disappointment with my father, my jealousy of Vale and her mother, my anger toward Aaron and Hickory and anyone who's ever lied to me. my need to prove everyone wrong and to do everything myself. And finally, my guilt over Gaius and my mother. It's as if I hear Gaius's voice calling me. I can feel his hand on my shoulder as the fire burns.
You can let go of me, Quinn. It's okay. I forgive you. Now you need to forgive yourself. Let go.
I don't want to let go. I don't want to lose you again. My eyes squeeze shut. But I'll try. I shake, erupting inside until it feels like liquid fire is pooling out of my eyes, spilling out over my cheeks. No, not liquid fire. My eyes shoot open. I'm crying. Pain like I've never felt before radiates as a flood of emotions pounds my body, thrumming through me like an unyielding wave. Something deep inside me unlocks. My tears turn into a battle cry as I raise my hands and extend my fingers toward the scepter. Flames shoot with precision as I scream, hot tears running down my face. Just like Pylo and Lyra's flames, my ever-growing fire takes on a distinct shape. The monstrous form of a ferocious dragon. It launches forward, building as it moves through the air, releasing a crackling roar. The metal staff heats in the queen's hands. She scowls through the burn, hanging on through gritted teeth until she's forced to fling it away with a scream. Holding her damaged hand to her chest, she gapes at me in disbelief. I'm not finished. I keep my fire trained on the scepter, the gold heating until it burns so brightly that it lights up Shri like daytime. No! The queen screams, diving for the scepter again. Vale leaps toward her and pulls her back just in time. In a loud burst, the scepter explodes into a cloud of 1,000,000 pixie dust particles. My flames recede. My hands fall to my sides, and I sway from the exertion. I did it. We did it. I collapse to the ground, welcoming the darkness. Chapter 66.
Come on, Quinn.
A small voice calls to me in the darkness.
Come back to us.
A surge of pain. Light breaks into my vision, and I slowly open my eyes. 4 familiar faces hover over me. Alice is the closest, giving me a strained smile. Her tattered clothing reveals more of her tattoos, glowing like never before. This feels familiar, I groan. Alice's healing continues to work its magic as she holds my arm. She isn't the only one clutching me.
Oh, thank Phelan,
Aaron says, squeezing my hand.
Don't you ever do that again.
The memory of my fire blazing comes back to me. The dragon inside. You mean my fire? I ask hesitantly. I'm exposed for all to see, to judge.
No way, that was epic.
Hickory chimes in, giving my other arm a shake. The others give him a look.
What? It was.
I think what we're all trying to say is... Vale shakes her head, patting my hand. No more dying for a while, okay? I'll do my best. I try to laugh, though my body aches with the effort. It's all worth it. They accept me. I give a nod to the dried blood on Vale's chest. Speaking of dying, sorry for stabbing you. It's all right. Thanks to this one, I'm doing just fine. Vale puts a hand on Alice's shoulder. Besides, it was the only thing she wouldn't see coming. I follow her gaze to find the fighting has ended in the short time since I passed out, and guards are hauling her mother away. She lied to me because she thought it would protect me. It was time that I did something just as drastic to save her. The queen looks sorrowfully back at Vale. Then her stare turns to ice as her eyes shift to mine, promising vengeance. I look away, reminding myself that she no longer has a hold on me or anyone else. What happened to the goblins? I ask. Then I panic. Where's Wit?
You mean the goblin who fought with us?
Hickory asks.
She's been willingly detained. We're going to try to help her, and to learn more about what we're dealing with.
Though relieved, I'm still confused. And the others?
It was so strange.
Aaron looks to the woodlands.
Once you destroyed the key, a loud sound echoed over Shree, like some sort of horn. The goblins took off into the forest. The queen tried to call them back, but they abandoned her.
They just gave up? I ask in disbelief.
Yeah, it was weird.
Hickory shrugs. Alice's grip loosens. Her tattoos return to black, leaving dark circles under her eyes. Alice, are you okay? I ask. Alice nods.
I'll need quite the nap after all this. Honestly, though, no longer having to hide or lie about my gift is more than I could ask for.
I smile knowingly. Though I have no idea how my father, the Gwillians, or Phelan at large will react to my forbidden mystic fire, I resonate with Alice's relief. My fire's a gift, not a curse. Today, I've proven it can be used for good. I can be used for good. And with all of our gifts put together, we are 10 times stronger than if we had tried to do anything on our own. Gaius was right. I may not be the strongest, but I have a different kind of strength.
What happens now?
An angry voice breaks through my thoughts. Aaron helps me stand as we watch the nymph lord arguing with the other clan leaders gathered nearby.
Though we're all happy the queen is dethroned, who won the crown? My boy was next in the ranking after those 2 cheaters.
Lord Kaito points his trident at me and Vale.
I think we all know Aaron deserves to be the fairy king. What? This whole competition was a scam to begin with. The queen confessed it herself.
Lord Zephin challenges.
Hickory knows the most about these Pneuma creatures, and we all know that his painting in isinglass warned us of a coming darkness. If anyone, he should be king. My brothers, we have no reason to war against each other.
Lord Torlon tries to reason with them.
With the Dryad's extensive knowledge of the sacred vine and the nature of our world, what Phelan needs now is a healer at the helm. Alice is the perfect... Are you insane? She may be able to heal, but she also has the sign of the enemy imprinted on her arm.
Kaito points to Alice, her pneumanic tattoo showing through the cuts in her clothes. He pinches the bridge of his nose and frowns.
Well, if we can't agree, maybe we should settle it on the battlefield after all. Right, Phaedon?
My father turns around, and my once heated body freezes solid. The Gwillians would never let a fire-wielding mystic rule them. Now that my secret is out, he has no reason to call me his daughter, let alone fight for my right to the crown. Lady Navi squeezes Torlon's arm.
Does this mean we return to war?
Is that seriously what matters to all of you?
Aaron demands as I lean on him for support.
Our world was nearly overtaken by an army of goblins and a power-hungry sorceress. No offense, Vale.
She just motions for him to go on.
And the only thing you all can think of is who should wear the crown?
The clan leaders look at each other silently.
Well, we made our blood oath to the heir we thought deserved to lead. So you can all lower your weapons and bow to the new ruler of Phelan.
What? I stare at him.
We have?
When? Who? Aaron takes my hands in his. Then he lowers to one knee and bows. My breath catches as Hickory, Vale, and Alice follow. I shake my head violently.
No.
Aaron's gaze goes from my face to my arms. Pulling my hands free from him, I see something else is mixed in the dirt and ash that cover them. 4 distinct handprints encircle my arms, all dark red with drying blood. My competitor's blood. Their blood oath.
No,
I say aloud, my voice soft but growing strong. This is wrong. I'm not a leader. Not a good one anyway. I don't deserve this.
Agreed,
says Lord Kaito.
You had no right to do this without our consent. To choose a vagrant, a pirate for our highest position? It's unspeakable. You will not talk to my daughter that way.
My father finally speaks.
Or rather, your queen. For what she did today for all of us,
You owe her your allegiance.
I expect to see my father's lust for power lighting his eyes, motivating his words. But his eyes are soft and certain. And there's something else I've only seen in other fathers' faces. A father's pride. He kneels before me, and my breath hitches. This is the moment I've always wanted from my father. For him to recognize my strength, to believe in me. Though my heart swells at the sight, it isn't what I need anymore. Wait, please. Everyone stop. I raise my hands, collecting my thoughts. This time, I speak louder for everyone in the vicinity to hear. This was not a victory for just one faerie. It's a victory for all. It wasn't a battle of the Ithia, proving which clan is better. It showed us how powerful it is when we align our strengths together. I point toward the woodlands. We still have enemies out there, and our world needs us to unite, not to serve one master. I turn to my friends. I'm honored and undeserving, especially after everything I've put you through. But if there must be a queen, I don't want to rule without you. So, as my first act as queen, I share the crown with each of you and ask that we create our own council where all voices are heard. We do this together or not at all. Do you accept? Vale stands with a smile, and the rest follow. I think I speak for everyone when I say, we picked the right queen. The others nod in agreement. We're going to need some help, of course. I look back at the clan leaders. As I confer with my council, we'll need guidance from our elders. We'll need leaders to help us bring Phelan through this time of transition. Do you accept?
I do.
My father is the first to respond.
We do as well.
Lord Torlon nods along with Lady Navi.
I like your spunk, Your Majesty.
Lord Zephin smiles his slanted grin next to Lady Irina.
We accept.
Lord Kaito takes a hesitant step to me.
I'm willing to comply for now.
He looks deep into my eyes.
But at the first sign of trouble, my folk won't hesitate to go to war.
I nod. Agreed. Chapter 67. Gazing into the mirror, I barely recognize myself. A week after the battle in Shree, I stand in my new chambers in Eldor, dressed from head to toe in the finest silks. My makeup is dramatically done just the way I like it, the fairy crown sitting heavily on my head. I'm no longer Pirate Shade or Princess Quinn. I am Queen Quintessa, the first Gwyllian fairy queen in generations. Now I even look the part thanks to Vale, who appears in the reflection behind me. I know I'm a genius, but even I didn't think I could make you look this good. Vale nearly squeals. What do you think? She spent the entire day with her servants, dressing me up like I'm one of her dolls. Though I know part of her is trying to keep her mind off her mother in the dungeons below. The dungeon I put her in. A pang of guilt and fear of the days to come rushes through me. Though I may look the part, can I actually do it? This is much more than being captain of a ship, or even leader of a clan. Sure, I've always chased after a position of true strength and hungered for a chance to prove my worthiness. But have I really earned this? Can I lead an entire world? Honestly, I square my shoulders, turning my head from side to side. I kind of feel like a fraud. Vale's posture sags. Don't get me wrong, you definitely outdid yourself. I quickly reassure her. I just can't help feeling that you should be wearing this crown. Vale's smile returns as she attempts to tame my frizzy curls. Because of you, we all wear it. You just get to be the one who carries the load. Her smile fades. Besides, after what my mother did, I count myself lucky that I'm not down in the dungeons with her. You're not your mother, Vale. I squeeze her hands, and she returns the gesture. And you're right. We now get to figure this out together. We spent so long being at each other's throats. Who knew we were meant to be sisters? What will you do now? I ask her. Besides being part of the council, of course. Honestly, I don't know what I want to do yet. Vale purses her lips. But for the first time, I'm excited to find out. Knock, knock, Aaron sings from the doorway, and my heart leaps. With everything that's happened, there hasn't been time for us to really talk. My hands grow hot. Ouch! Vale pulls away. Sorry. I fold my fingers behind me, commanding my cheeks not to burn, though I know I'm failing. Under all this makeup, I hope he can't tell. Yes? He smiles. We're ready for you. Entering the great hall where we first heard the rules of the Ethodine, all 5 of us are back where we started. This time, a large wooden table with 5 sides stands at the center. Around it are 5 unique chairs, each designed to represent a different clan. One made of iron for the Gwyllians, one of sea glass for the nymphs, a wooden one for the dryads, another covered in feathers for the sylphs, and the last one shimmers with a pixie dust coating for the kobolds. It's the intricate designs etched into the table that really catch my eye. Hickory, your drawings, I marvel. My hand runs over his depictions of our journey through the Ethodine that are carved into the wood. He's wrapped our story around the edges so I can follow the tale as I circle the table. Hickory beams. I had all the pieces custom built. I wanted to make sure that the set had a part of each of our clans. May it forever be a reminder to us and to all of Phelan of what we've learned and why we now rule the way we do. I wipe a tear from my eye. Blast, Hickory. We're not even dead yet and you already have us memorialized. I chuckle, trying to cover the joy welling up. I'm still not used to being so emotional. Aaron walks over to the iron chair and pulls it out. Your throne, my queen. He dips into a dramatic bow and I lightly punch his shoulder. As we all sit down, reality sinks in. We're the rulers of Phelan now, and there's so much to be done. Turning to Alice, I get down to business. How's Wit's progress? Completely ungloved, Alice's tattoos are proudly revealed for all to see. She places a hand on my arm. Wit is stable for now. It seems her goblin nature might be reversible, but it'll take time. She's been asking for you. I wince. I haven't looked in on Wit since she was taken in. Though it'll be hard to see her like that, I make a mental note to go visit her soon. After I relay Alice's report to our team, Hickory clears his throat. Alice has also agreed to let some of the kobolds take a look at her healing ability and see if we can find a cure for the gnolls. Alice's eyes light up. She'll finally be able to help others with her ability, even if she wasn't able to save her sister. I'm so happy for her, but I bite the inside of my lip as I think of my own siblings still alive, stuck somewhere in the Neverworld. How about the mystics? Have we located any of them yet? I ask. No one's seen them since our time with them underground, not even during the battle in Shree. I worry we'll never find them again. Or Gaius. Funny you should mention that. Hickory turns to one of the pillars. You can come out now. Out walks Pilo, leaning on his staff. I shoot up and draw the sword at my side. Stay where you are, liar, I threaten. Apparently, this is exactly what everyone expected I'd do, as they all clamber to their feet, throwing up their hands to stop me. Quinn, without him, we never would have been able to stop Gwendolyn. Aaron cautions me. Because of him, I'm no closer to finding my brother, I snarl. Pilo's hands are raised in surrender. Why didn't you tell me he was in the Neverworld? What did you have to gain? We had nothing to gain, and everything to lose, Pilo reassures me, careful not to move a muscle. The former queen might be behind bars, but we don't think she was working alone. She may have been acting under someone else's orders. If we're right, our remaining brethren are too few and too weak to give up all of our secrets just yet. The mystics needed to stay hidden.
And if it came down to it, we needed you to destroy the key. We couldn't give you a reason to hesitate and have it fall into the wrong hands.
My blade falters as I remember Aaron saying the goblins seemed to be called away, abandoning the former queen in the end.
As for Gaius, he's the one who sought us out in the beginning. He couldn't accept that you were dead when you first disappeared from Greymarrow. He searched for you, for answers. Like you, he found more than what he intended. He found us.
My anger dissipates and I lower my sword. Gaius was looking for me? Pylo takes a tentative step forward.
I've been thinking more about your dreams. I believe Gaius might have been initially using dream power to try contacting us from the Neverworld. Instead, he somehow reached you. We assumed this was because of your connection as his twin, and possibly because of your mother.
Tears well up with joy and confusion. I was right. Gaius was trying to talk to me this whole time. I pause. What do you know about my mother?
Now that the immediate danger is over, we can answer more questions.
He reassures me.
We can even train you, all of you, to harness the full extent of your abilities. In secret, of course. When Gaius finds what he's looking for on the other side, he'll return to us.
My brows furrow at his avoidance of my question, but a more pressing one rises to the surface. What exactly is Gaius looking for? Pylo hesitates, looking at Hickory, and then me.
I can't say at the moment. If he secures it, we'll not only defeat the goblins and whoever leads them now, but we'll also return the moon rain before the prophesied destruction can come to pass.
Wait, didn't we stop that from happening already? Asks Vale.
You kept the weapon out of evil's hands, yes. Now the moon rain must return for Phelan to be saved. We need to be patient. We must give Gaius more time.
We might not have time, I say, and all eyes turn to me. There's one thing I haven't told you. The dreams I've been having of Gaius. They've stopped. If what you say is true, what if they've stopped because something's happened to him? I'm terrified of losing him again. How can I just sit around and wait for him to come back if he's in trouble? A hand touches my shoulder.
We'll save him, Quinn.
Aaron looks at me with reassuring eyes.
Yes, Vale says. Along with all of Phelan. Peace between the clans is still fragile, and there's so much to do, but we'll figure this out.
Alice places her hand on my other shoulder with a nod.
We'll do it together.
Hickory smiles. A hopeful heat wells up inside me as I look at my friends. Stretching out my hand, I conjure a ball of fire. Pointing it at the table, I light the candles at the center. It's as if the torch at Gaius's tomb is relit all over again. Our next challenge lies ahead of us. I smile. Together. Epilogue. Gwendolyn.
It's been a week in the dungeons. My own dungeons. I wrinkle my nose. It's becoming harder to distinguish which smells worse, the dingy cell or me. The new queen obviously doesn't know what to do with me. She hasn't even deigned to grace me with her presence since I was thrown in here. Queen Quintessa. I scoff at the thought of her treacherous pirate bottom on my beautiful throne, the throne where my Vale was supposed to sit. Vale. My only love. The one I sacrificed everything for. I clench my fists, nails biting into my skin. I can't believe she betrayed her own mother to put a backstabbing vagrant in the very position she was born to have. What was she thinking? I say aloud, knowing only the rats will hear me. I sit on the creaky cot, and my face falls into my hands. I go back over the details. Everything was perfect. I had it all worked out.
You've always thought yourself so clever.
Comes a voice as smooth and oily as butter.
The hair on the back of my neck stands on end, and my head snaps up. He stands in the dim light on the other side of the bars, his hand on the hilt of his sword at his side.
All it took was one measly pirate to make all your careful planning come crashing down.
I stand from my cot. Maverick. I thought being in the dungeons meant the pirate lord wouldn't be able to get to me. Obviously, I was wrong. At least there are iron bars between us. I take a small step back and lift my chin. If you hadn't trained her so well, perhaps things would have gone differently. How was I supposed to know that she had the mystic fire in her blood? If you hadn't called the goblins away at the last minute, I could have—
Enough!
Maverick hisses. He closes his hand into a fist, and my mouth shuts hard against my will.
You dare blame me for your shortcomings?
I shake my head violently, eyes widening. I can't force another word out of my mouth in either defense or groveling. My throat seizes. I can barely breathe.
You were supposed to weaken the clans, not strengthen them. I supplied all the pirates necessary to make enough goblins to keep the clans in line, and you couldn't even succeed with them by your side. Your excuses mean nothing.
His eyes narrow.
You said you'd be able to create a new key without a war, and against my better judgment, I allowed you to play your little game to do so. I even handed Quinn to you on a silver platter. I have been patient long enough, Gwendolyn. Now, come.
Though I try to fight it, my body obeys his words. My trembling legs stride forward until I'm right in front of him. My eyes grow wider as he steps closer, with only the bars and inches of air between us.
We tried things your way,
he says, a mix of sea salt and rot on his breath.
Now, we do things my way.
Hello, reader. This is the author, Brittany Wang, and I just wanted to thank you so much for listening to the first book in my series. And I wanted to let you know that if you enjoyed the story and wanted to continue the journey with Quinn and her friends, the audiobook for book 2 on Wings of Crowns and Chaos is already available on Audible and pretty much every other audiobook vendor or streaming app out there. If you'd like a written copy of the story, signed copies of both books, which also come with art prints, are available through my Etsy shop, and normal paperbacks and ebooks are available through Amazon too. I also love giving my readers bonus goodies that go with the books, so if you'd like to grab those and stay updated with the final 2 books coming in this series, you can sign up for my reader newsletter through my website, which is linked in the description below. And if you'd like to subscribe to my YouTube channel where you're currently listening to this audiobook, you'll also find a bunch of videos about my series and the writing and publishing process I went through, including fun live stream chats I've done with my readers, sharing behind the scenes details for this story. I'm also super active on Instagram if you'd like to connect with me there too. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed book 1 and that you enjoy book 2 on Wings of Crowns and Chaos just as much.